What's going on, everybody? Let me do my go live stuff real quick. So we'll put this over there. And then I need to go into these areas here. Okay, chat. So let me get some things set up while we're waiting for everyone to gather around. We'll get the table set up so that way when I'm streaming, we can look have something ready to go. Whoop. Oh, there we go. We'll just put that there for now. This doesn't have my address on it, right? Nope. So I'll take this out of the box. Oh, did I actually post a tweet? Hold on. Okay. I did post it. Oh, baby. You got some juice going on here. Damn, we got the fold and everything? Just gotta make sure I don't cut myself. Get these foam triangles out of here. I kind of wish I used cardboard triangles so this whole thing was recyclable, but oh well. What can you do? Yeah, that's a hard box. A little bit harder than before. Okay, let me throw away these real quick, and I will be right back. Okay, let's see. How does this look on the stream? I kind of want it off to the side a little bit. So if I'm going to chill here, because I don't want to open it right away, you know? So if I'm chilling right here, oh, we can like put it off to the side, like that. How does that look? Does that look good? Ugh. You still can't really see it. There we go. So we'll leave that there for now, and we will open that later. So I think the main thing, well, we're gonna do the emblem giveaway. So whoever's in chat, I do need to set that up. So give me 1 second. Oh, it's just okay. So people will have to manually type it in. Okay. I think I can handle that today. So, yep, today we are watching BYF's 9-10-ish hour video on the lore of Destiny. And we're just going to relax. We'll do some giveaways in between. So once I see some people moving around in the chat, we'll do a countdown. Actually, you know what? Why don't we do like a 1 hour countdown each time? So every hour, we will release an emblem because we have 11 of them. So let's do that. Let me make a whatchamacallit. Let me make a timer for that. Oh, flashbang. Sure. So this will have to be. Wait, so what is this? Oh, I don't want this. No. So how do you do a countdown? Oh, here we go. So we'll do emblem time. Um, and then let's put in. Can I add any text to this or no? Okay. So if I do. If I do 1 hour. Okay. If we do 1 hour, and let's add some text. Okay. This was 33. And this is also 33. Giveaway countdown. Okay. So we'll save that. We'll copy this. And then if I put this in, so if I move this over, and it's a browser display. So it's 1920. Oop. Okay, give it a little more space. Turn off snapping. Move it out a little bit more. Oh, you know what? Let's just say next. And we move this over. Okay. And then I think I just keep this here. And we can keep it up there, I think. Yeah, let's keep it up there. So we'll bring over, I'll do it over here actually. We'll bring over the bite video. We'll bring this to the, okay, it's already doing the highest quality. We'll make this nice and big. Let's bring this down a little bit. Yeah, like right there. Okay. And then sure, like right there. I don't need Destiny 2 here. And I don't need this. So I'm just, now I'm updating my scene a little bit. Okay. So we have our timer. And let's start the bite video.
Greetings everyone, my name is BYF here. I've covered Destiny's lore for just over 7 years now, and ahead of the end of Destiny's first
I love this
saga,
introduction
I'm
already.
taking this chance to give you all a look into the complete story of Destiny so far. But if I can take just a moment or two of your time, there are some things we should really talk about before we start this video. Firstly, I wanted to let you know that this video is the longest that I've ever made, and if you're watching this after the premiere, you will see that it is well over 9 hours long. There are 2 intermissions for you in this video, so be sure to use them. Get up, stretch, hydrate, and do all those other things that you might need to do in the break. Take your time. If you want to watch this in parts, I'm certainly not offended. In fact, I built the video with you guys in mind as well. There are chapters that you can go to and navigate
Depending
to.
on when
Of
Casey
course,
gets
if you
home,
want to come back at any
we
particular
might
point
have
in
to
time,
watch the rest
you
of
can
this
watch
before
all in
the
bite-sized
expansion
chunks.
tomorrow.
If you want to skip to a specific part of the story, it's there for that too. I also want to be frank with you guys about something. Making these larger projects is not cheap, and I make sure to invest in larger projects because, well, the quality will end up speaking for itself. It's not an insurmountable barrier, but it does mean that every big project is a very big decision to make. Oftentimes, it's a very scary decision to make because of the risk involved. And that's why we went looking for a sponsor who would help us cover the costs and justify the creation of this video. They gave me complete creative control over how to talk about them, so before we even mention who they are, I just want to go ahead and shoot straight with you all
Let me pin
and tell
this.
you that this video was actually possible thanks to their funding. So with that in mind, hopefully that makes you a lot more pleased to hear that this video was sponsored by Geology, who I'll go ahead and talk about for a bit. Geology's mission is to make great skincare easier. The important problem that they identified is that for most of us dudes, the whole process of skincare is way overcomplicated and pretty opaque. There's too many things to keep track of, and a lot of it varies according to each individual body and what you need as a person.
I messed it up.
Getting the right skincare can end up being a wasteful thing, and it can be very expensive if you don't have the right assistance. Geology's answer is to be the helping hand and easy guide that you need. It starts with their quick quiz, which you can take to help identify what you need out of skincare, and that takes about 60 seconds. After that, they'll recommend a personalized routine just for you, and each of the products that you get in there has clear labeling telling you which of the products you should use first and how often you should use it. It's just really simple. I have been receiving their products as a result of being sponsored by them in the past, and I got some more of their product from this, and I can tell you that I use their skincare.
We'll let the ad
I can
play
tell you
out.
that I also use their shower gel. There's a lot of stuff they do, and all of it is just very good. I've been using it for months now. It's really simple, and Geology's system just works. You can tell by the 10,000 5-star reviews that they have, and the over 30 prestigious awards that they have won. Getting better skincare isn't...
Oh man. It's already happening, huh? Why is it acting like this? Why do you act like this?
complicated with Geology, so use my code for an absolutely enormous 100% off your trial set and 50% off of any add-ons on your first box.
Damn, Bife,
The only thing you need
okay.
to pay for in your trial box is the shipping. So, thank you very much to Geology for sponsoring this video and making its creation possible. Whilst the sponsor was also very important, I definitely couldn't have made this video without the help of a few key people. First of all, let's talk about Aslar and Shrike. Aslar is the talented artist who created the art in the chapter cards and
Bro, what is going on?
the awesome animated fly-throughs that help to really show the story locations as we move through the world of Destiny. I was so happy to work with him because, much like me, he absolutely adores this universe, and he's a huge fan of the small details, which you'll see in all of his work. If you want to support him, his work is fantastic, and you can find a link to his Patreon and
hopefully
his
that
socials
fixed it
down below in the description. If you want to commission him or buy his art, I know that he'd very much appreciate that too. You can find some of the art from this project being sold by Aslar right now if you check those links. Shrike, aka Martin, is the editor on this project and the editor on my videos generally, and he has helped tirelessly to add context and visuals to each part of the video. Whilst this was a split effort, without him I would never have been able to take on a project of this scale, so a huge thank you goes out to Martin as well. I also got in
Sorry,
touch
I'm
with
organizing
a
my
few other
dice.
artists from some of my old projects. You see, there are some bits in Destiny's lore that just don't get portrayed in-game a lot, and so we lifted some stuff from old projects with their permission. This includes Metaworks818, aka Ben. Ben was kind enough to allow us to use the art that we had used for Dynasty, the complete story of Savathun and the Witch Queen and the Hive, and that was something which allowed us to fill in those relevant sections of the video. With that in mind, the Dynasty animation team, aka Reed, Drexus and the Judd sub, were also kind enough to allow those animations from Dynasty to be reused. Duba Plays also gets a shout out here because to this day they have some of the best Vault of Glass B-roll ever taken, and I was allowed to use it thanks to them. Some supplemental footage was also taken from the Destiny lore vault, where my own archives were lacking, theirs were not. Their dedication to preserving Destiny's lore and story is utterly remarkable, and it's a great thing to have in a live service game where a lot of this stuff is going to eventually cease to be, unless Bungie eventually restores it. If, like me, you're a big lore junkie, they are a fantastic resource. In this project, you might also
I didn't know
from
that
time to time
Destiny
hear some
lore vault was a
fantastic
thing.
music, but not all of it is the Destiny OST. That fantastic music that is not by Bungie's own talented artists is the work of James Thistleton, who created the alternative rendition of Deepstone Lullaby that plays at the intro and outro, as well as the Shattered Suns soundtrack for Rulk's part in this story. All the respective links to anyone who contributed to the video in any manner are found down below in the description. Thanks to the last-minute raid team who helped me to grab some of the missing footage I had from the Deepstone Crypt and from Rulk. You guys were all awesome, very patient, and you let us get critical parts of the video done. For that matter, if at any point during this video's creation you were responsible for supporting and helping me out on anything, thank you. My heart goes out to you as well. And lastly, to all of you, the viewers back at home, thank you for just sitting and watching. Normally, at the end of my videos, I tend to say that your viewership is quite enough for me, and that's my way of telling you that I get that some people just want to turn up, watch the video, listen to the audio, and then call it a day. You're doing a lot of stuff.
Okay,
your
I'm done
life
being
is hard
distracted.
as is, and you just want your entertainment without fuss. And I respect that, because yeah, life's rough. However, this is the one time I'm going to make an exception, and to ask you if you are one of those people who has appreciated my content quietly for years, to just go ahead and hit the like button. If you are one of the veterans to my channel, if you've just come from the updated video, or whether you're completely new to Destiny's story, regardless of who you are, that like greatly helps me. And I know it's the same shtick you'll hear from every single YouTuber, but it does work, and I think that the amount of effort we've put into this video speaks for itself. If there is a video worthy of your like today, I hope it is this one. But with all that said, you have all been patiently waiting long enough. It's time I sat down and started to tell you all a tale. From the mysterious origins before time, to the potential end of everything and the dawning of the final shape. My name is BYF, and this is the complete story of Destiny, the Light and Dark saga.
Let's go! Dude, I'm getting goosebumps from this. Okay, so he's doing it
The
in this
beginning
order.
is, of course, where we should begin. But what truly happened at the beginning of our story is the subject of much debate. Legends and myths of old tell us of how there was a place before time and the universe, known as the Garden. Within this garden there stood a tree of silver wings and vast meadows of potential and metaphor. Within the grove there were two figures. First, there was a gardener, who during the long days would seed life in rapturous celebration. Throughout the garden, this life would grow and bloom into many wild forms, until at the fall of dusk, the winnower came, and with a scything blade cut away the chaff from the wheat. The gardener and the winnower are rumored to have existed in this cycle for untold eons, until the gardener grew dissatisfied with it, believing it to have grown repetitive and unremarkable. Across this game of existence that the gardener and the winnower played, a single repetitive pattern always emerged. It was always the winning play, a final shape that defined the form of victory. The gardener insisted that there should be a new rule that allowed for new complexity to also find success. The winnower disagreed, stating that from this idea, unnecessary suffering would be born. From this disagreement, conflict brewed between the gardener and the winnower. Their conflict brought about the creation of the universe, and the garden fell into ruin. The gardener and the winnower fought and brought down the tree of silver wings, and left its stump to smoke amid the meadows. If rumors are to be believed, this conflict also brought about the escape of primal patterns that survived and took root in our universe with an aim of survival at all costs. These were known as the Vex, and though you might know them by their brass frames, they are actually the tiniest of molecular life, built into a connected consensus, radiolarian structures creating grand designs. This story of the gardener and winnower and their conflict was told to us through some of our first interactions with the Black Fleet, the great pyramid vessels of our most ancient enemy. It gives us some of our only potential ideas about what occurred at the start of the universe. Whether this story is true or not is still debated to this day, but what is not debated is that the primal forces that the gardener and winnower supposedly aligned with are very real. The gardener seemingly was aligned with the light, a power associated with the physical universe, creation and chaos, matter, gravity, energy. The winnower seemed to be aligned with the darkness, which is associated with control and the domain of the mind, one's will, dreams, and nightmares. These powers of the light and the dark are known to supersede the typical laws of the universe, bending and breaking those laws of physics and matter on the whims of those that use these powers of light and dark. They sidestep causality, and for these reasons individuals who wield the light and dark are referred to as paracausal
Yo, Adam,
or
what's up?
acausal. We may not know whether the light and dark truly originated with the mythical gardener and winnower, but we do know that these powers are found in the universe in a pair of ancient presences, incomprehensible things, entities of a sort. They are the Traveler, which is a source of the light, and the Veil, which is a source of the darkness. When these two great constructs were created is unclear, but our story truly begins with their discovery by an ancient and unnamed people long ago. For the purposes of our story, I shall simply call them the precursors to all that would follow. The precursors were once nomads who would wander across their home world to survive. That was until the day they discovered something buried in the wastes of their world. They discovered the Traveler. It blessed this precursor civilization with the bounty that it would provide to thousands of others before
You will
eventually
win.
reaching humanity. The nomadic precursors advanced their technology and society under the silent benevolence of the Traveler. But whilst it doted on them with many gifts, its silence meant that the precursors were left with little in the way of guidance. They had been given abundance, but no meaning or direction. Their search for meaning defined their entire society, All of them were seeking to understand
Don't worry
how
about
to
it. I'm
bring about
watching
a
this
perfect
video the whole
universe.
time.
Many factions would search for this simple idea and how it might be accomplished. They called it the final shape. After much time, the scholars of the precursor people discovered that the traveler shared a connection to another great structure out in the deepest reaches of space. This was the Veil, and they rushed to claim it after they were made aware of its existence, realizing that whilst the traveler presented the powers of the light, the Veil presented the powers of something very different: darkness. To the precursor people, this discovery was meant to change everything for the better. They knew much about the light of the traveler. They knew of the bounty it could bring, but they also knew that the light bred chaos and destruction when untamed and unchecked. Through the Veil, they learned the power of darkness, and saw that through its ability to control, the merging of the two might create a degree of autonomy over the universe that had never before been conceived of. They aspired in that moment to control the chaos of the Traveler's light by strengthening its connection to the Veil and merging the two. If only they had succeeded, they might at last have forged the final shape that they had conceived of so long ago. But when they attempted to forge this connection, the Traveler rejected the link and abandoned the precursor people. What happened next must have been the most calamitous time within the precursor society. Terror and uncertainty must have spread through their minds. There must have been bitterness. There must have been hatred. But no matter what they felt, what happened next would bring the ruin that they had experienced to untold trillions across the stars. The precursor people, having been abandoned by the light, turned to the powers of darkness for salvation. Understand that the light is not inherently good and the darkness is not inherently evil, but the precursors were fueled by hatred, and their desperation spoke for itself. Recovered records indicate that a group amongst them, known as the Penitent, struck down all others who dissented against their ways. They believed that they were meant to fix the universe and create the final shape, regardless of whether the universe consented or not. They used the
Spooky.
powers within darkness to merge their consciousnesses together into a compound being of immense power. Their assimilation spelled an end to the precursor civilization and gave rise to a wretched thing, born of a bottomless hatred of the traveler. This entity would be known by 1,000 names over 1,000 worlds, all of them burned to nothingness over the course of its existence. We would one day come to know it as the Witness. And so it set out into the stars to pursue the traveler. With it, the Witness took the vessels of the civilization that had brought about its creation, an armada of obsidian black pyramid vessels, which represented destruction untold. Along with this black fleet, the Witness brought the Veil, pursuing the traveler with the same intent as its precursor creators. The Witness would see the combination of light and darkness, and with it, a world without change, a world without chaos would be brought about, an immutable, perfected, final shape to the universe. And this time, unlike the precursors, the Witness would not seek the final shape out of a need for perfection alone. It would seek it out of a desire to subjugate the traveler and all those that might oppose its will. But if it was to succeed, the Witness would need to gather adherents to its cause, disciples that would help pave the way for its purpose. That is what led to the rise of the first disciple, and they would not call him a conqueror or a mere tyrant. He was worse. He would be known as the Subjugator.
Oh, is it going through? Wow, this is awesome.
After the Traveler had left the precursor people to their fate, it enacted a pattern that it would follow for eons to come. It would move onward and find another civilization to uplift. This cycle has been repeated countless times, and as best we know it in the traveler's wake, the witness has always followed, meaning that wherever the traveler has found itself, eventually calamity and ruin would follow. Over the course of its journey, the traveler would arrive at a world orbiting a binary star called Lubrae. It had blessed the Lubraean people with the bounty of the light, and they would also grow and rise in much the same way as the precursor civilization
Good morning,
had.
good morning.
The Lubraean civilization would be split in two by this action. There were those who lived beneath the traveler, forming a harsh regime that would rule the planet. This regime would send out its killers that hunted traditional tribal peoples and suppressed them. Those that lived free of this regime had to contend with the two harsh sons of Lubrae and with the terrifying fauna that called the planet home. By the time the traveler had left the Lubraeans, the division in their society had become a wound that would never heal, a scar upon their people that governed their entire way of life, be they of the regime or of the tribes. Savagery ruled this world, a savagery that would be its undoing, for it was into this world and these savage peoples that Rulk was born. Though he was originally born into the tribal nomadic society, Rulk's parents had come from the regime's city. As Rulk grew up, he saw how the regime's sanctioned killers, known as stalkers, hunted those from the tribal peoples and seemingly spared none in their quest for blood. There was only one who was bloodier than the stalkers, though, and that was his father, Relic. Born of the regime's savagery, Relic would return the stalkers' malice to them and defended his newfound people by bathing in the stalkers' own bloody viscera as he tore them in two. But Relic's family did not approve of such savagery, and eventually they would be his moderating influence, and he would be drawn away from such acts of gratuitous violence by the family
We'll keep
that
this
he had
going well.
chosen. But for his son, Rulk, these actions were not the mark of a villain. They were simply what was necessary to survive. With his father's example driving him, Rulk developed a sadistic streak and followed his father's footsteps into violence. By the time he had killed his first stalker, Rulk would see his father being carried away by a raiding band of the regime's killers, and in his father's name, he swore vengeance. He hunted the stalkers through the darkened wastes of his homeworld, seeking vengeance for his father Relic. He took a glaive from one of the stalkers and called it Relic Sword. It was his objective. He would defend his father, just like his father would have defended him. But by the time Rulk discovered what had truly happened, his realization would change the name of his glaive, for his father's betrayal was written upon the robes he wore. He now wore the colors of the regime and the stalkers. Rulk was carried away by the stalkers to the regime's city. He would have died there, but his father spoke on his behalf and told the regime authorities that Rulk would enroll in the stalkers, for he was a mighty killer. And Rulk would do so, because at least amongst the ranks of these killers, there was a degree of honesty. Despite his years of battling against them, the regime may have been harsh, but nobody lied about who they were, unlike his father. And thus, the glaive that he had stolen from a stalker had its name changed from Relic's Ward to Relic's Bane. Most importantly for Rulk, he was able to freely enjoy the bloodlust that his father had sated long ago. One day, his father left the city to search for the family that he had left behind. Relic intended to smuggle them into the city proper so that they might finally live in peace. But in order to reach the city, they would need to cross an abyss over a narrow bridge, a scar across all of Lubrae, much like their society had been cleft in two. On the other side of this narrow bridge, through the single choke point that they needed to pass, Rulk was standing, and he intended to end his father. But curiously enough, Rulk was momentarily swayed from violence. His mother and father apologized. They apologized for Rulk's exile when he had followed his father's violence, For the poor example his father had set long ago,
The
the
appendage.
inaction he had taken, for not telling him more, for not telling him how the regime's actions could be seen as cruel, and why he had
I actually
chosen
forgot
to
about
save
Rogue's
his
story, so this
family
is like
now.
nice to like kind of catch up on it.
For but a moment, it seemed as though Rolk's family might find peace at last. Perhaps if things had proceeded differently, Rolk might have also found peace and reconciliation alongside his family, and they might have lived out the days that they had left in the city in some measure of harmony. But for one reason or another, Rolk fell into the abyss. Did he
How's
fall
the
of his own
YouTube
accord?
volume, by the way? It's
Was he
not too
pushed?
loud, right?
Did he trip? Was something else there to pull him down? The circumstances are not clear, but what is clear is this. When Rolk looked up at the faces of the family that he was slowly falling away from, he did not see sorrow or heartbreak or pain as he fell. In their faces he realized something else was written. They were relieved. This was the betrayal that would define Rolk. It showed him the truth of the universe. It showed him that there was no place for weakness or the petty lies that held society together like his. Deep in the abyss, he would at last discover truth. How long Rolk fell for isn't known, but when he did finally land in this dismal swamp at the base of the abyss, he was not alone. There were myriad creatures moving to consume his very body, broken as it was. But it was here as well that Rolk beheld something else. For the first time, he laid eyes upon the witness. It saw
What a
Rolk for
picture.
what he was, a thing of hatred, ready to bring ruin to those liars above. The witness mended his body and his broken glaive. It empowered Rolk with terrible darkness, and with an ability known only as the witness's luster, something we still do not understand fully to this day. When Rolk asked what he was meant to do, the only word the witness uttered was ruin. With his newfound power in hand,
Ooh,
and
spooky.
with a purpose granted to him in vengeance, Rolk climbed the endless ravine of the abyss, clawing his way up out of darkness until he beheld the surface once more. A confused sun had fallen into the pit, but what had crawled out was no sun at all. It was a monster, a new being of hate. Rolk returned to the city of Lubre and enacted his final judgment of his people. He first slew his parents, then the rest of his family. The city watched on in horror and saw Rolk for what he was. But in his hands, Rolk held a power greater than even the slaughter that he had enacted. He held the witness's luster, and in the other hand his glaive. Rolk siphoned the energy from Lubre's own sapphiric sun, and channeled it into the witness's gifts and his own glaive. He struck at the surface of his planet. The weapon had been twice renamed because of his father, and had been renamed once more in accordance with its new purpose, a purpose displayed with but this singular strike. It would be known as Lubre's Ruin.
Oh no.
And beneath Rolk's blade, with the power of the witness, the planet cracked. Rolk destroyed his entire planet, and shattered the
Damn.
sons of Lubre. Seeing the chaos that he had wrought, for a moment Rolk was overwhelmed. Seeing the devastation, he fell into the ever-expanding abyss that had consumed his world, and he lost consciousness once more. And when he awoke, there was no Lubre, no regime, no city.
I don't know what this guy's
Only he remained.
Sounds cool.
The last known survivor of his entire species. He beheld the witness once more, and saw the
No, we're not
totality of
doing
all that
Halo.
had
We're
happened across his
watching
life. He
this
begged
video.
and pleaded and wept.
We might
and
watch it over
regretted.
2 days.
The lesson the witness would show him, the lesson it was attempting to teach,
I have some
was that
emblems
these
I gotta give
feelings were of
away.
no consequence. That all the life on Lubre
I gotta
was of
open
no
up the collector's
consequence.
edition.
That they
Come on.
were of no consequence because they did not
Come on, we're
serve
gonna farm
its
this Destiny
goals,
directory.
the witness's eternal purpose, the formation of finality. the end of the universe. In this context, no one that Rulk had killed had mattered. Only Rulk mattered. Rulk had long believed that his civilization was but lies, and so the lies of his civilization melted away. As he stood and foresaw his new place in the universe, Rulk was asked by the witness what he felt. And to this, as he took his glaive in one hand and the witness's luster in the other,
Lust?
Rulk said, relief.
Is the witness getting sexual up in here?
Disciple of the witness, the
This is
first
all
of its
about
messengers
foreplay
of
for him?
doom that would faithfully destroy its foes. Though not all would serve for the same reasons, all would serve. Not as kings, not as gods, but as disciples, prophets, saviors serving existence. Whilst the many disciples of the witness
is
would
my
conduct
favorite
many terrible
OnlyFans
campaigns of war and terror, Rulk would be the first, and by most accounts the most powerful. And from his actions would spawn a legacy of bloodshed that would make the stars themselves tremble. A legacy that would begin.
I'm so sad we never got to like
destruction,
experience or go through the
and whose
whole
heights would
layout
be found
of this
upon a
area.
distant gaseous
Like we just
world,
see it off in the
an
distance as a
ancient
skybox.
place with a roiling ocean beneath a depth of cloud. A world
And the
known
witness is top door.
as Fundament.
Fundament, that's where the hive are. Ain't no way. Damn, bro really just went like,
With his newfound purpose, Rulk would slaughter countless
it
civilizations
is I,
in the name of the
Rulk.
witness, in the name of its great final purpose. The greatest conquest of the first disciple and his dark master would take place on a distant gas giant called Fundament, a world with 52 moons, and whose gravity was so great that smaller planetoids had been pulled in by its gravity and collided with its surface, collapsing into its oceans and becoming great continents on its surface.
oh god, what is
It
this?
was on this world that the witness and its first disciple would feverishly go about the busy work of
Dude,
sowing
it's a good thing I didn't pull that up on
devastation once more.
stream. Come on,
The
man.
traveler had settled above Fundament.
Is that
Nursed its
Marisol?
moons
Oh
and was
my
uplifting
god,
a
bro.
civilization there known as the Ammonite. The witness foresaw that soon it would move to uplift another species on the world below, on Fundament itself. They were the Krill. All the while, there were even greater forms of life here, Leviathan creatures that dwelled within the oceans. These Leviathans were the first of the witness's targets. It came to them and offered them powers nestled within darkness. In those powers lay a truth and purpose so terrible that it would haunt the very shape of existence with its promises of death. The witness offered them the logic of the sword, the truth that nothing has ever lived that will not one day die,
Why is
and
this
the
not
attached
feel like it's...
premise that those who are strong enough to exist will go on existing by the right of the sword alone.
I guess it's
But
fine.
this was not mere philosophy. It was a praxis that led to real power.
What did you do, Zach?
Curses and magics wreathed in the darkness itself would be derived from the sword logic. In time, the Leviathans would be twisted into new forms if they followed this dark power. But even before those that consumed of these magics turned into the great ravenous worms that we would know of now, their people had been cleft in two, and a war was soon to break out. The war between the Leviathans and the traitors that would one day become the worms was brutal and vicious. Fundament's oceans roiled with blood, as father and mother fought brother and sister, fought son and daughter. It was a roiling carnage that engulfed an entire people and left few survivors. One was a great creature known as Asa. She managed to escape her people's fate by sinking into an ascendant dream. Seemingly, this means that she used the ascendant plane to escape.
Oh my god,
A
dude.
parallel reality to our own that mirrors it in a darker, more changeable form to those that have strong will. She would fall through ascendant dreams until she
Wait, so you were
returned
doing
to
it
the physical
for them?
universe and landed in the ocean.
Why were you doing it for
her?
her?
Called Sol. She would carry with her the knowledge of who the witness had been, what it had become, and what it intended for the universe. Her eyes were wide and her gaze was long. She would spy the war across the stars and would understand the shape of fate and how it needed to progress if we were to stop the oncoming calamity. But the battle back on Fundament continued to rage. When the worms were at an end, there were but a handful that remained. A mother known as Zeta, and her 5 offspring, Yul, Zol, Ur, Aya, and Aka. They had embraced the way of the sword logic as was described by the witness, and they were imprisoned in the deep.
Oh,
There,
baby.
a
I
Leviathan
understand now.
watched over
Okay.
them, as it had them held in Fundament's crushing core. It isn't clear if this creature who imprisoned them was of the same species as Asa and what the worms had once been. It might well have been, and if so, it might well have been the last of the survivors of that great war, the last who rejected the witness's offer. We simply do not know, but what we do know is that its power was great enough that it could dominate the remaining worms. It spanned the supposed size of continents, and was known to all others simply as the Leviathan. With the worms' numbers diminished, Rulk and the witness would enact the next stage of their plan: subjugation. Rulk would dive into the deep and enlist the worms in servitude to the witness's plan. He effortlessly conquered the Leviathan, which addressed him and demanded that he stop. Rulk responded by removing one of its ribs in a display of dominance. Descending into the deep, he spoke to Zeta, the mother of the worms, and offered her a dark pact. The witness had need of her power and of her children's power. It would offer her children sustenance and survival in exchange for loyalty. Having few
Oh yeah,
other
that's the mother,
options,
right?
and seeing the scope of Rulk's power, it was clear that this was no bargain. It was a demand. And so Zeta accepted. Thus, as he took their mother to the surface as both a source of power and a captive, the newly anointed children of Zeta, the so-called worm gods, named him the Subjugator. Rulk took portions of the worms that would form into their larvae, the small worms that we now know from killing so many hive, and with them, he enacted the greatest of the witness's plans. He left one larvae in Fundament's oceans, ensuring that it would wash up and be found by a leader of one of the Krill nations, the next people that the traveler was meant to uplift. The leader who discovered the worm larvae was the king of the Osmium dynasty, and this dead worm larvae would quickly become his familiar, for it would whisper the witness's terrible lies to him, lies of an oncoming horrific calamity. The old Osmium king would grow obsessed with this doom, which would supposedly come in the form of a great god wave that would wipe away all things. He neglected all other things in pursuit of this truth, even neglecting his 3 children, whose now dead names, Orash, Sathona, and Shiro, would be spoken only in Apocrypha, but whose true ascendant names would one day go on to bring terror to the universe. Only the eldest sibling, Orash, had his attention, and only when the 2 of them were studying the stars for proof of the approaching doom. The witness's plans for these siblings was thus: the most cunning of them would acquire her father's larvae upon her father's death. It would whisper to her of the same cataclysm written in the stars, and would tell her that to find salvation for her people, she would need to descend into the deep. These were the whispers told by the lying worm to Sathona. A simple lie, but one that would reshape the history of her people forever. All came to pass as the witness planned, and in time the siblings dove down into the deep. There, Sathona's older sibling, Orash, stood within the deepest part of Fundament's core and made a pact with the worm gods, Sita's 5 children. If the krill would consume their larvae, the worms would provide them with power and immortality that they had long sought, an escape to their
Oh, because
short
krill
lives,
had like short lives, right?
and the power to claim their revenge. In exchange, the siblings and any who consumed the larvae of the worms would provide an eternal blood tithe and forever venerate the worm, their god. The krill would forever have to commit acts of violence and devastation by following their nature. If they failed to do so, their worms would consume them, and they would perish. The bargain was accepted, and thus Urash, Sathona, and Shiro ceased to be. Thus Ulrix, Savathun, and Zivo Arath were born. Together, these 3 siblings would stand with the power of Zeta's 5 worm god children. They would be claimed by the witness's powers before the traveler.
Why do you think there's only 3
lift them.
worm gods? Because there's
Thus,
3
the traveler's plans were
people.
subverted. Ulrix, Savathun, and Zivo Arath would go on to unite the krill peoples, now believing in the sword logic of the worms and in the promise of their own power. After cleansing the surface of Fundament, they would go on to scour its moons, destroying the Ammonite and butchering the Leviathan, all in the name of their newfound gods. A change came upon them as a people, and they would no longer be known as the Krill. As their new purpose of being the great winnowing blade was made clear, they would become known forevermore as the Hive. These would be some of the most fanatical servants of the sword logic. They would spread out across the universe, and beneath their blades, the witness would see yet more worlds burn in pursuit of the traveler. Though they would not necessarily know the witness to be their true master, the Hive would serve their purposes nonetheless. Tools, puppets created by Rulk. But the Hive are a tale unto themselves. In their long and storied history, kings and queens and princes would rise and fall. Power would be gained, lost and forsaken. But always at the heart of all their machinations there would be a link to each of the 3 new Hive gods. Ulrix, the navigator and king of shapes. Savathun, the queen of lies and deception. And Zivo Arath, the Hive god of war. They would leave Fundament behind and look for new killing fields and killing logics.
The Hive.
The tale of the Hive is one filled with lies, built upon a lie told long ago by the witness to Sathona, now Savathun, the Witch Queen. Predominantly, though,
I think they look cooler because we don't know who Zivarath looked like. So like they just like drew something.
Ulrix, who would one day become Oryx, the Taken King. He recorded his version of events of the Hive's history, and we have seen it in a series of calcified fragments. We would one day know the knowledge contained in these fragments by a different name, the Books of Sorrow. These books may not be completely trustworthy, especially because they say nothing of Rulk, the witness, or the great lie that turned Sathona's mind to the deep and brought the young Krill siblings to the worm gods of Fundament. But they are our best and only record of the Hive's history.
I also didn't realize that. I keep on forgetting that Savathun was the one that was tricked to go down there to begin with.
Hundreds of civilizations were snuffed out by the advancing armadas, the swarms of the Hive. Through their slaughter and through the sword logic, Ulrix, Savathun, and Zivo Arath would create throne worlds. Cysts in reality, pocket dimensions that defied the laws of the universe, nestled within the ascendant plane. Upon their deaths, the newly ascended Hive gods would be reborn in these throne worlds.
We also didn't know what Savathun looked like, too.
In these throne worlds could they ever truly be killed. Thus, even in the face of fierce resistance, the 3 ruling siblings of the Hive and all those that would follow as ascendants thereafter would hold enough power to be nearly unassailable. They would be a scourge upon the universe, and for a time, they looked invincible. That was until they faced the Ecumene, a starfaring empire made seemingly of a conglomeration of many races, one that might have some form of dark power of their own, though this is hard to confirm, as it is only spoken of in whispers of lore recovered from one of the Black Pyramids. Thanks to the information obtained from the witness's own pyramid vessel, we do know that the Ecumene had built a unity of minds, a chorus constructed from the powers of darkness but not one of evil, one of harmonious thought. Together, the Ecumene were more than the Hive had ever faced, but they also had a helping hand, a Krill matriarch called Teox. She had been the original traitor who schemed to depose their father, the old Osmium king.
I forgot about this guy.
She had been unable to kill those 3 siblings, and when they had been reborn into the Hive gods, she would flee the surface of Fundament towards the Ammonite, and eventually towards deep space. She would find her way out into the reaches of the void and would be picked up by the Ecumene's forces. She gave them practically all the intelligence they would need to break the Hive's offensive. And break it the Ecumene did. Their great fleets pushed the Hive back time after time, and they targeted and overkilled Aurix, Savathun, and Zivu-Arath wherever they appeared on the battlefield. In time, they might have been successful, and might have wiped one of the Witness's useful tools from the surface of the universe. But this success would prove to be fleeting at best. Convening within Aurix's throne world, the Hive gods discussed how to defeat the Ecumene. This discussion led to a simple conclusion. One should claim the power of the others. Thus, Aurix killed Zivu-Arath and Savathun, claiming their power by the logic of the sword. He used this power to confront one of his own gods, Akka, the Worm of Secrets, whom he killed in the name of knowledge. With this, Aurix learned of the secret of communing with what he termed to be the Deep. It is presumed that this led to the first meeting between Aurix and the Witness, although in truth, it isn't clear who Aurix spoke to. There is a difference discernible to those that read the Books of Sorrow, an inconsistency between the approach of the Witness and the approach of whatever being spoke to Aurix in the darkness. What is known is that Aurix emerged empowered. He had a command of powers beyond
So
the
do we know if
comprehension of
Oryx
the
actually talked to the
Ecumene.
Witness, or is it someone
Aurix
else?
was no more. He had returned as Oryx, the Taken King, and he had learned the power to abduct beings through portals into another place, where his enemies would be hollowed out by malicious forces and could be returned to the battlefield as thralls under Oryx's command. These were the first Taken, and though Oryx would be called the Taken King, there would be many who would come to wield them in time. The Witness, Rulk, Savathun, Zivu-Arath. Seemingly the only requirement to wield the Taken was a strong enough will to impose upon them, for the Taken are but husks, free of meaning and purpose until one is indwelled within them by a greater force. And thus, Oryx commanded them. He would unleash the Taken upon the Ecumene, and his campaign would conjure back his siblings by embodying their different penchants. Where he was one of slaughter and war, he would summon back Zivu-Arath, and in the Ecumene's last moments, where he tricked them into a fool's gambit, he would embody his sister Savathun. Thus, all 3 Hive gods were returned, and with newfound powers, Oryx would go on to conquer more worlds, and would raise 4 wicked offspring.
4?
Crota the Light Eater, Halak the Unraveler, Uranuk the Weaver, and Nokris, whose name would be struck from the world's grave, and who would one day come to be known as a heretic. Through his children, Oryx would extend his own power, as all his children would tithe destruction to him. But they would be storied villains unto themselves, Uranuk and Urhalak were the fabled creators of the Oversoul and the Death Song, destructive tools within the Hive's arsenal that are still in use to this day. It was Oryx's sons, though, that would be the most storied, albeit not for the reasons one might define as productive. Nokris, who was weak of body but strong of mind, sought out hidden apocrypha that might grant him forgotten power. This led him to the worm gods, and in particular, Zol, who was weaker than his siblings and sought an alliance for the sake of his own survival. Zol promised Nokris a power that was forbidden to the Hive in exchange for loyalty, servitude, and his very heart. The power that Zol gifted Nokris was necromancy. One must understand, though death is the realm of the Hive, necromancy is a power that is beyond offensive to them. Death to the Hive is a sacred thing, indicative of one's place within the universe, of one's standing before the final perfect shape. Life is for the living, for the strong, and death is the fate of all those that are not strong enough to continue existing. To return a being to life after its true and final death was seen as a great heresy. This was not the same as the return of Savathun or Xivu Arath, who fed upon the bounties of trickery and war that Oryx had conjured. This was not the return of any ascendant who had tricked death
you all
and
get the
become
same
strong
luck.
enough to defy the
Hate
laws
to
of
break it to
causality
you.
and build
I
their
don't know
own
how to
throne
edit that
world.
stuff.
This was an abomination. The weak had been given a second chance. It was unacceptable. For this crime, Nokris was banished, and all memory of him would be stripped from the great archives of the Hive, known as the World's Grave. All record of him was destroyed, all trace of his story wiped clean. Only one statue, obstinate in its permanence, was left standing near the altar of Oryx. But the trace of Oryx's second son, aside from this, would all be gone. But Nokris would live on past his banishment. His chronicles would be told when we returned one day to Mars, but not before. Of Oryx's first son, though, there would still be many chronicles. One day, as Crota was attempting to learn alongside his two sisters, he would unwittingly be tricked by Savathun and would allow the Vex to invade his father's throne world. A Vex mind by the name of Quoria would arrive to learn from the battle, and quickly observing the Hive, it deduced that within Oryx's domain, it was the sword logic and veneration of it that made one truly powerful. Thus, it established a foothold in the heart of the Hive's power by killing the Hive themselves. It had established itself within Oryx's throne by Oryx's own laws. But it was still a
that's such a
causal
terrible
being,
name, Adam.
as all the Vex are, and when Oryx returned and blunted the offensive, it was Crota who would bear the blame. He took Crota and flung him into the Vex gate network, saying, "Come home glorious, or die forgotten." And to these words Crota would hold. He would become a legendary demon, and would lead his brood to slaughter countless worlds in his father's name, dedicating secret temples to him and learning much of the brutality that his father would impose upon the world, venerating it in time. But Crota's actions had exposed the weakness in Oryx's own throne world. In response, Oryx decided that the solution would be to combine his pocket dimension with a massive Hive vessel in real space. Thus, Oryx took the corpse of the worm god Akka and used its hide to create the baleful armoring that would encapsulate his throne world, the Dreadnought, a massive vessel whose
Oh,
construction
so it's made from
was
the
technically a
worms? I did not know
paradox.
that.
When Oryx placed his throne world into the Dreadnought, it overlapped an ascendant plane pocket with real space. This place should not exist, but the power of Oryx was so great that he could indeed create a paradox that would be his great fortress. Oryx would then vengefully hunt down all those that were an affront to him, and would eventually find the Vex mind that had invaded his throne world. When Quoria the Blade Transform fought Oryx, it stood no chance. He took it. and eventually would gift its taken remnants to Savathun. In this moment, Oryx should have been truly ascendant, for as he had invaded and found the Vex, it was amongst the fleet of the Harmony, the next who had been blessed by the Traveler's
After this
light.
giveaway chat, we will get a
They
package
obliged
that
their
came to the
worlds,
door.
and now they stood within the gravity of a singularity, except it had been paused, and the worlds were living in a flourishing light. The Hive had found these worlds, and were soon to tear them down, root and stem. The Hive had become so powerful, Oryx in particular, that he would constrain the growth of all other things in the universe, including Savathun and Zivur Arath. And so, the three divided.
I
Before,
think
as a united
Savathun
force,
is
they
an
could have stood
ally
and
now.
destroyed the whole universe. But Savathun and Zivur Arath took their broods
Orders
and
I
became
closely
distant,
watched.
needing space to grow and to change into something more powerful. Thus Oryx was alone, and his sisters were split from him. His swarm had made an indelible mark on the universe and had helped to serve the Witness's purpose. They had pursued the Traveler and had destroyed those that stood in the Witness's path, but now Oryx was alone. Now all the Hive gods were alone. In this, they had shown their one possible weakness. But to the Witness itself,
Nice
this was
try,
of little
Sack.
concern. The Hive were nothing but tools, after all, and they knew little of the true nature of the final shape as the Witness devised it. But they would soon serve a purpose in fulfilling its completion. It was in this way that the Hive and the Taken King would descend upon a distant world belonging to an alien people, a peaceful planet of artisans, weavers, dancers, and technologically inclined
Adam, those
priests.
names are ridiculous.
It was here that they found the Elixni, and their home
Okay,
embrace.
emblem
And
time.
like a great storm, they would ravage this place, and the Traveler would once again be forced to flee.
So the first one we're gonna raffle is Luminary Kaleidoscope. So you will have to do exclamation point. So just type in, it will be
The Hive's rampage across the universe would bring them into contact with many peoples in
exclamation
many worlds.
point
Their swarms were vast, and as Oryx, Savathun, and
Destiny.
Zivur Arath had all split, they had now covered
Okay.
different ground.
and we'll start.
Oryx's brood remained the most powerful arm, and their people would find another world seeded by the Traveler. These were the people of Reese,
And we'll do
the
2 minutes
Elixni.
on the timer.
though humanity would one day come to know them first as the Fallen. Sources from the Elixni's own histories indicate that they held a small number of colonies throughout several celestial bodies.
Oh, I do kind of like
The
what
heart
it
of their
does too.
civilization, the jewel of their small empire that spanned a few stars, was still set upon their planet of Reese. They were a hardy but adaptable people. They would be sustained by a life-giving substance called
Oh no, it's a
ether.
50-50.
The exact chemical makeup of this compound is unfamiliar and unclear, but it can be created by a servitor from almost any remnant matter, meaning that the Elixni would be able to
I'll
live
start the
on in
next timer
almost any
too while
place
we're-
so long as they had a servitor. However, in the skies of their homeworld Reese, this life-giving compound was everywhere. It filled the very air, and turned their sky a delicate shade of pink. It allowed the Elixni to grow to their true natural
Sag
sizes.
1v1 in
They would be between
PvP.
7 and 10 feet tall. They had 6 limbs, 4 arms instead of just 2. They were dexterous, and they were nimble, but they could also stand tall with noble intent and philosophy. Back
What if I
before
put
calamity
myself in
arrived
it
at their
too? What
shores.
if I win the
The
giveaway?
Elixni were in many ways a truly utopian people, one of the best examples of what the Traveler could do in the right circumstances. Their society was communal in nature, and its people were organized into noble houses, known best not for their nationalities, but for their disciplines. For example, those that would one day be known as the House of Wolves were known in that time as gentle weavers, great artisans who would craft beautiful garments
10
worn
seconds.
by all their people. When the traveler arrived and exalted their civilization like the thousands it had uplifted before, the Elixni developed,
Okay,
entering a rapturous age of peace
let's
and
draw the
expansion.
winner.
Beneath Reese's pink sky,
Everyone
the
let
Elixni
pause.
grew to exalt the traveler and all life-giving machines.
It's
They came to call it the Great Machine,
Adam.
and their study of its divine construction would lead to the rise of the so-called
Owns.
splices. Whilst we would know them better as
He's not
biohackers
even
and body
following.
engineers,
Reroll,
the principal
reroll.
concern of splices was in fact the study of machinery itself.
Oh my god.
Elixni
So
believed
what
that
I'll
with
do,
new
Adam,
machines,
is
there
I
was a
will
spark of
give
divine
you.
potential, and believed that
I need to
within that
copy.
divine spark, life itself could also be seen in some different, somewhat more
Your name here.
intangible form. Eventually, the Elixni would see this belief morph into a worship of machinery itself, with them acting with great reverence to machines
How do
that they
I?
would construct later in
Okay,
their
I'll just have to
society,
type it in.
machines that they would need to keep them alive. Alas, even with the many noble houses, the Elixni were doomed to suffer the same fate as all those blessed
And I'm gonna
by the
whisper you
traveler,
the
for its bounty
thing.
was followed by bitterness, and the black fleets in the service of the
How do I
witness would
whisper it?
soon arrive. The exact details of the fall of the Elixni Empire, and in particular the fall of Reese, are not well known. Much like our own destruction,
Actually, I'm just gonna
we
message you
know
through
the
Discord.
Elixni by another name, the Whirlwind. When ruin came to their system,
There you go.
they
There's
were
the code.
crushed beneath the advancing hordes of the Witness's minions. Chief amongst these invaders would be
So
the
we'll-
Hive, Oryx's swarm.
So just so you know,
His forces,
the
all with
next
them the same doom
one
that they had brought
is
to
going to
1,000 worlds
be-
prior.
we have
To
1,
them,
2,
Reese
3,
was
4,
but another
5
set of
fully
unbelievers to be
operational
delivered
emblems.
onto the jaws of death in the name of the sword logic. The houses mustered
So that
in
won't be
defense
until
of
later.
their
We'll
home
change the
world,
keyword when it gets
believing
around to
that in
that.
spite of all the darkness, fate might be on their side. But tragically, it was not. Elixni legends tell of the moment where the defense of their world was lost. When one of the
Invalid
great leaders
code?
that rallied them, Chelchis, the Kell
Wait,
of the
really?
House of Stone, stood before them all and cried, "Where is the great
Wait,
machine?"
are you serious? It's
For
an
it was in this
invalid
moment
code.
that the course of
I
history
downloaded
repeated
and
itself
everything.
once more, and the traveler began to flee Reese, away from the forces of the Witness.
Bro, what? Oh
In that
no, am I
moment,
really gonna get that
Seeing
email
that it had
back?
abandoned their people, and that Reese was lost,
We might have to
many
not
would
do the
lose hope.
giveaway.
Many would be scarred forever. Many would remember.
Might be a
For
overly
scribes like
washed.
Varix, it would represent the greatest tragedy that his people had ever seen. For warriors like Aramis, it represented a betrayal so bitter and so evil that it would create hatred lasting for thousands of years. But for one amongst their number,
no, it's definitely
it created a
active.
moment of determination that defined an entire people. Seeing that the Traveler, the great machine, had abandoned their people, and that Reese was lost, the Kell of the house that would one day be known as the House of Devils told his forces to break off from the engaging attackers. He ordered his ship to pursue the Traveler with all haste,
Is this?
and all catchers under his command were to follow this order. This Kell, who would one day claim the name of Achillux, abandoned all those houses who could not make war, and in his pursuit of the great machine, many others followed him. Thousands of Elixni on thousands of catchers would begin the long exodus from Reese, chasing the Traveler, following Achillux's banner. An exodus that would come to be known as the Long Drift. Some houses gathered in groups of catchers, some followed the trail of the great machine alone. But no matter what, it would be a time of terrible hardship. Having left their homeworld
Oh, I
behind,
typed it in
the
wrong.
Elixni had little of the life-giving substance known as ether to consume. They needed to construct new machines to create ether synthetically, and so the servitors were created. They were made spherical in shape, perhaps to venerate the Traveler.
Try that one, Adam.
Whilst the servitors could make ether out of any abandoned matter that
Yeah,
was
I
discovered,
claimed
the
all of
scarcity
them in the
resources in deep
just to get
space
some
led to the
views in
evolution
here.
of Elixni society. The once noble people became pirates, scavengers, and warlords.
Wait, what?
Barbaric
No
practices became
shot!
commonplace. There There was not enough ether to go around. Those few that could get enough were the leaders of the
Bro!
houses, because they were strong. They claimed the position of Kells, and those amongst them of religious inclinations would commune with the servitors.
I would like
thus,
always
the
delete
triad of power
this stuff.
within each
Yo,
house
Myth,
was
how's it
born.
going?
The Kells, the Archons, and the Servitors. A new hierarchy had been born from the broken remains of the old.
Bro,
Where before the Elixni had grown tall,
I gave it
now
to
the Kells
Sack.
would become monstrous in size as they consumed more than their fair share of ether to remain
And
stronger.
that was the only one I
still.
had.
With their utterly monstrous strength, there was less chance of them being challenged by rivals.
Okay, so what we'll do...
Most, though, rationing would be the way of their life. Those without sufficient
Adam,
ether
I'll give
remained
you one of the
small,
other ones.
stunted and weak.
So
Worst of all, though, the
I'll give you a
punishments doled out to
screenshot
those who
in
ruled
Discord
became
so you can
harsh to
choose
the point of
which one
being
you want.
almost unspeakable. It is likely that on the long drift, the barbaric
Sorry about that.
practice of severing an Elixni's lower arms became a commonplace punishment.
And I'll give you a code for
failure.
one of them.
This would be known as docking, and many
Docking?
who docked were turned into dregs, or wretches, the lowest possible rung of Elixni society.
Just sitting at
Thus
work,
it was that the
cringe.
Elixni would pursue the traveler, and become less of a people than their history would allow them to remember. The once noble banners of their houses would be cannibalized into symbols of dominance and declarations of territory. They would no longer be the
I'll get you what they
utopian
look like in
people
a second,
that
Adam.
had
Hold
grown
on.
up beneath the great machine. The damage to their societal fabric was so great that it would permeate through generations. There would be newborn Elixni, but they would mostly be born in a time where few of them would remember the whirlwind or Reese. They had no home to call their own. It would be nothing more than a passing legend, a dream. It came to the point that when humanity named them Fallen as a common slur and reference to their status as a people
Slur?
abandoned by the traveler, many amongst the Elixni did not completely reject the notion. They were a lost people, a tragic tale, a diaspora of vessels and cultures and long-lived memories that, should the universe be so harsh, could have been snuffed out in an instant. They would continue onwards and would follow the trail of the traveler to the next system that it had blessed.
Sorry if it keeps on like
That would
pausing.
take
I'm
some
taking
time.
screenshots of these.
And there were other civilizations who would make their way to our astral shores for reasons other than vengeance and reclamation. There were those that would make their way to our shores in the name of empire and conquest. And they too would be making moves, even though the traveler and the witness had never laid eyes on them.
Toro bottle. Ooh, spicy music.
Whilst many civilizations throughout the universe would be uplifted by the traveler, there were some that made their own way into the stars without the divine intervention or assistance
Levi's? Okay.
from a greater being. One such people was found on the distant and rugged world of Tora Bartle. They were known as the Cabal, and their society was one ruled by might. In their earliest years, mighty warlords would roam their world,
I gave it to you.
claiming the right to territory by conquest and combat. Even in the days when they would break out into the
first one I sent
the
you,
Cabal's great
that had
warlords
the
would still
incorrect
challenge
code.
each other for supremacy.
I'm also gotten
and the rights
confused
of their
from it
old
before.
ways. It is perhaps then unsurprising that one of the oldest legends of the Cabal is one that concerns their first emperor, a mythical figure called Acreus. The Cabal once saw the sun and desired it for themselves, so they climbed a great mountain to claim it. But before they could reach the sun to claim it, a great beast stood in their way. Generations of mighty and worthy warriors clashed against the beast, scoring small and seemingly
It was from
blows
buying
against it.
something in the Bungie store during
One
season
day,
20.
Acreus came and struck the killing blow. He
I think all these are
ascended
just from
to
me
the
buying
sun
stuff
and was crowned as the first
before,
emperor of the Cabal.
during particular
This
seasons.
legend shows their lack of subtlety as a people, but it also has been a literal pretext for conquest. The Cabal believe themselves to be righteous rulers in this universe, and they believe
Did you buy
that it
something
is
during
so
season 20?
because they are mightier than their foes. The sun is theirs to claim because they are strong enough, and so they claim it.
That's so
The
weird.
legend of Acreus may or may not be true, but the emperors of the Cabal have been very real.
Hold on, let me
and
look up.
across their
Let me see
history,
if you
they
have
laid
this.
claim to dozens of worlds. Some of these worlds were occupied by peoples that would be folded into the Cabal Empire. The Sindhu,
Yeah, it
the
says you don't have it.
Kargaclips, the Arcborn, the Scions, all of them would have at some point been client races of the Cabal of Tora Bartel, and would be pushed into slavery and servitude of their emperors. The history of the Cabal is a long one, full of many conquests made by tyrants, but none of these despots and warlords have been more.
I looked up to see if you
consequential
had the
than one
emblem.
who
You don't
changed
have
the
it, so
fabric of
I
their
must have.
society
That must have been
so
one that I
much
claimed and just
that it led
didn't
to his
delete in
own
my emails.
downfall.
So that's my bad.
His name was Emperor Callus, and while he was emperor, he was not truly powerful. In the time when his reign began, he would need to upend institutions for it to truly flourish. As emperor, he served alongside other powerful bodies.
So you just okay. So we'll redo it then. So that means that should be a emblem
the old military traditions
that
of the Cabal
is available. We'll try it again.
Callus
If it
was
doesn't work,
different.
we'll give people the
He did
option to
not
choose
care for
from.
them. He was content with the idea of conquest, but he was not a martial Cabal.
That's funny.
He sought song and beauty and pleasure in all things, and the Praetorate stood in the way of this. The Senate stood in the way. So Callus created a
I don't know, maybe it was another
populist
giveaway or
revolution to
something?
overthrow them both, so that he might claim ultimate authority over his own empire.
Did you win another
Callus
raffle?
changed the Cabal people fundamentally when he rose to power. His populism saw the warlike ways of the Cabal relegated in favor of a bountiful and hedonistic culture. Even at his coronation, the nature of his rule was made clear, as he had the desert sands of Tora Bartel cleansed to be pristine and white, having his army of minions remove every single offending stone or plant that might stand out, and for his entire royal court to be recreated in the sands of Tora Bartel's deserts. More telling were the actions he took upon his coronation itself, though, as the one true ruler of the Cabal. In the splendor of his perfectly recreated royal court, Callus had the old consul of the Praetorate brought before him. Stripped of rank and title, and even clothing, Callus castrated the Cabal consul and banished him into the wastelands of Tora Bartel, saying but a single word to him: run. This was an example of the ruthlessness with which Callus governed his imperial domain. He was benevolent and generous one moment, vengeful and petty the next. He treated the old Cabal ways with contempt and uplifted new celebrations of culture and decadence. But behind the new emperor's magnificent opulence, there was a deep sadness. This sadness was born of a love that he had lost. His original lover had left him in a time of great sorrow.
Let's
Callus
go.
knew that he had broken things between them, and that despite loving her, their relationship had been damaged beyond repair, all thanks to his own selfish actions. But there was one spark of that relationship that still remained, one remnant of his old flame that he clung to. Together, they had created an heir to the Cabal Empire. Her name would be Keitel. As she grew in his new Cabal Empire, she perhaps did not first comprehend the changes to her people's proud ways. She did not originally hate her father, though it would not take long for her to have good reason to do so. One day, her father doted on her as he had done before. He had given her some of the most revered gifts that a Cabal could receive, but today he had surpassed even himself. He gifted his daughter a war beast. These war beasts in Cabal culture are the most extreme example of what it's like for a human
What are
being
those teeth
to own
doing,
and
man?
lovingly care for a dog. They are
What the hell?
venerated beyond exception and are some of the most prized companion animals that a Cabal can have. Keitel named her war beast Milos and loved it dearly beyond anything else in the world. Callus saw Keitel's love for the war beast, and in his inconceivable cruelty and jealousy, he grew jealous of Milos. He believed
Yeah,
that
it's
she
Alan.
loved her own war beast more than she loved him, and so Callus had Milos killed. He could not stand the idea of his daughter loving even a pet more than him. This moment changed Keitel and set her down a path that would determine the course of her life forever. She now held a burning hatred for her father that was so deep in the kernel of her heart that it would never be dislodged. And she was certainly not alone. There were many within Callus's empire that saw him with a degree of discontent. Keitel was but one of them. The Emperor's old bodyguard, Lictor Sheatet, the Evocate General and Primus of all his legions, Amun-Arath, the free-born scion dreamer known as Otzot, the master of festivals.
Have you ever seen the guy in the middle yet,
all
or
of them
no?
harbored ill intent for the Emperor. But it was under the leadership of two Cabal that these malcontent actors would be aligned in purpose and
I don't think
turned
we've seen the
into
guy at the
conspirators.
in the middle of them
The
yet.
former consul that Callus had banished into the desert, and his chosen champion, the rising gladiatorial leader that had emerged victorious in the fighting pits, the ghost Primus of the Red Legion, Gaul. These conspirators joined together and plotted to overthrow Callus, a plot that would come to be known as the Midnight Coup. Each of them would play their own part in his downfall, but it was Keitel who spelled his ultimate doom. As the Midnight Coup was being enacted, Callus fled for his throne room. He sought a relic of the emperors of old, a shard of bone taken from a wish dragon. The remains of these mythical creatures were known to grant desires to those that held them. With the shard in hand, Callus might be able to maintain his hold on power if only he wished for it. But when he arrived, Keitel was already present in the throne room. She held the shard of wish dragon bone in her hand. Knowing that she held her father's salvation, Keitel addressed him, saying, "Father, I will not be weak." She crushed the bone in her gauntlet, and with it, sealed Callus's fate. He was escorted hurriedly through the streets of the Cabal capital, his
So they
utterly
had
massive entourage in tow.
an Ankara
All traces
bone?
of the old emperor, save for those that were part of his coup, would be scrubbed from the imperial hierarchy.
I didn't know that.
They were all forced to march aboard a Cabal vessel known as the Leviathan, and Callus was forced into exile. The navigation controls for this great vessel were sabotaged, and the Emperor was left to drift into uncharted space. On Toro Bartle, the Consul and Gaul seized power and began a new era for the Cabal. The former Primus of the Red Legion would be declared as the very first and only Dominus of the Cabal, an emperor and military dictator all in one. His power over the empire would be absolute, and with the Primus of all legions, Amun-Arath, and the heir apparent to the imperial throne, Keitel, at his side, his authority was unchallenged. Emperor Callus would wallow in pity and sorrow for a time aboard the Leviathan. His cohort of scribes recorded that there was nothing that could be done to break him from his misery. No form of entertainment, no food, no pleasure would rouse him from this sorrow. The exact amount of time the Emperor spent like this is not recorded, but what eventually broke him from his stupor would be. One day, as the Leviathan sailed through the uncharted void of space, it encountered strange interference. The nature of this interference would not be known at first, but based on our explorations of similar events and based on Callus's own recollections, it is almost certain that he encountered the Black Fleet, what he would come to know as the Black Edge. He would see the Witness. The pocket of astral disruption that
He
they
saw
found
the
themselves
Witness?
in
I forgot.
caused massive quakes throughout the Leviathan, and Callus put on an environmental suit to see what had befallen the vessel from its own hull. Out on the exterior of the Leviathan, Callus beheld that thing that he would be defined by for the rest of his life. He would see the Witness. and it told Callus that there was to be an end to all things, and that the universe would end by its glorious design, and that he was to be its herald. After 12 hours and numerous terrible quakes, Callus returned inside with a look of mania in his eyes. He had first openly proclaimed the doom of the universe, and then, with a sigh of what seemed to be relief, he welcomed it. As he said at the time, when nothing matters, what's left? Joy, comfort, freedom, the true freedom of pursuing pleasure for pleasure's sake, because it pleases you, because you desire it. I knew this during my rule, and I'd forgotten it during my exile. I shall not forget it again. Thus Callus returned to his hedonistic ways, with a renewed vigor and a new mission. He would follow the directions of this terrible voice, and would be its herald. But first he would also aim to acquire his revenge against those that had wronged him. To this end, the Leviathan's navigation systems were returned to functioning order, and the vessel charted its way back to known space. Callus would start to actively employ some of his deadliest servants in the task of seeking revenge, his shadows. Across the many worlds that had been conquered by the Emperor of the Cabal, he had found individuals of incredible martial skill. They were brought to Callus, contained in glorious armor, embellished with golden heraldry, and offered all that their hearts desired in exchange for servitude unending. Callus would send his shadows after the conspirators, and managed to successfully hunt down the Master of Ceremonies, Callus's former bodyguard, and a favored tea merchant that he had once believed to have served Gaul's command staff. These were but the first attempted assassinations, and upon Gaul and Keitel there would be many. For his daughter in particular, he would send shadows with a specific weapon in hand, a blade that had been passed down from generation to generation, the Heart Shadow. Forged from a rare metal called enactine, this weapon could not be broken. It would always reform to its original shape if but a shard of it was exposed to psionic energy and the memory of what it had been like. The weapon was an heirloom passed through the women of Callus's line, and he had made sure that Keitel would eventually receive the weapon one way or another. His assassins attempted to take her life time and time again, and each time the mighty heir apparent would leave the blade shattered, ready to be reforged by Callus once again. In a strange way, this is how they kept in touch.
I didn't know
Callus
that.
and Keitel would not communicate directly, but every time a new assassin came wielding the blade, Keitel would shatter it. In these reflections of each other's choices, did Keitel and Callus know of each other's continued existence. It was the only way to gauge each other's strength and intention. Assassins would be sent to kill Gaul and the consul, but likewise they would fail. The new ruler of the Cabal had set his sights on further horizons. He had remilitarized the culture of Torobatel, and had sent out many of the scout legions of the Empire to systems at the far reaches of Cabal space, each sent under a banner of war with a promise. Without victory, they would be exiled and could not return home. Gaul's forces would chart their way through the universe and would one day find themselves on the route to Sol. 5 scout legions and an elite group of scion flayers would one day land upon the shores of Sol's planets. But just as the Vex and Hive and Elixni would, it would take them time. Before any of them arrived in Sol, came an omen of prosperity and doom. A single event that would change the course of human history for all time and all people. Here is where humanity's part in this story begins, and it starts with the arrival of the Traveler.
All praise the Traveler! How long is this video? Oh, just 10 hours long, no big deal. It's just a measly 10 hours. Like, we're 1/10 of the way there, chat. Plenty of time. There's no... What do you got to do today, Adam, huh?
Next, our tale turns to humanity, who at the time were a primitive civilization, but even by the standards of most, we had accomplished a few marvels in our time.
We
The
might not
creation of
watch the
human
whole
culture and
thing. It depends
language,
on like what's
the
going on
splitting
later
of the
today
atom,
with Casey.
the journey of a few
So.
brave souls into space. But it was in the early 2010s
But we'll
that
see.
the world held its breath as a signal was detected from our closest planetary neighbor of Mars. Something remarkable was happening. The world was changing. And perhaps most shockingly of all, it did not seem to be a natural phenomenon. The events taking place
Headset
on Mars
dent check.
defied scientific explanation.
We're
The
dented.
three greatest powers on Earth at the time assembled a joint
I don't need
task force.
to show anybody
The United
that.
States of America, Russian Federation, and People's Republic of China joined forces to send an astronaut, taikonaut, and cosmonaut to Mars to investigate. The mission would be known originally as Project Catamaran, but it would be remembered in history as Ares 1. And so it was that on a fateful day in the year of 2014, the explorers Mielova, Chow, and Hardy became the first humans to step out onto the surface of another planet. They were unsure of what they might find when they arrived, and whilst all hoped for a peaceful encounter,
Yeah, they are.
they had been armed in case of a hostile event. Across mountainous terrain and through uncharacteristic Martian winds, they trekked toward the signal's source, anticipating building with their every step. As they crested the ridge, they saw it, the source of the signal and the reason for the disturbances. Together, they
I like my
beheld the entity
A50s.
that would change the fate of humanity forever.
I just don't know if I could just do
The Traveler.
earbuds all the time.
Beneath its radiant splendor, they bore witness to the first Martian rains in human history and saw life return to the Red Planet. But this was not simply the greatest discovery in all of human history. It was the start of a time of great prosperity for all the people of Earth, just like it had been for so many civilizations before. This time would be known to us as the Golden Age. Like the thousands that had come before us, the Traveler gifted humanity with the light's bounty of creation. The changes to humanity were apparent almost immediately. The nations of Earth and all its peoples entered a time of utopian peace and prosperity, with the bounty of the Traveler effectively doing away with all forms of war and prejudice. The lifespan of the average human tripled, and we did not grow frail in our old age. Those at the age of 90 were considered relatively young and highly capable. It is recorded that back in the days of the Golden Age, there were humans born with a remarkable gift. They were able to hear the voice of the Traveler through involuntary dreams and sudden premonitions. They were known as the Dreamers, and would one day come to be known as Speakers, and their words were observed with reverence and respect. We expanded out into the system of Sol and established marvelous colonies, an endeavor made easier by the Traveler, which had begun to terraform our worlds into hospitable planets. Mercury became a garden world and the breadbasket of the system. Venus turned into a lush planet of jungles and rivers. Titan was given a breathable atmosphere alongside its oceans of methane. Humanity expanded out to all these places and more as the Traveler changed the worlds around us from hellscapes into havens.
I didn't know you could see
cities rose from these
circle ring
formerly
of
inhospitable
Saturn.
places, from the marvels of the
was.
arcologies of Titan to the spires of the Martian city of Freehold. Humanity took root and flourished in Sol. Many institutions grew on to take power, the most renowned of them being the thriving new technology firms and research groups that had set up throughout the system. There was the Ishtar Collective, who were primarily based on Venus, where they had discovered
I wanted to
Vex
add in
ruins
some
that
emotes.
predated humanity by billions of years. Their study of the Vex would bring about the creation of technological marvels and new understandings all in their own right. Then, there was probably the most infamous corporation to ever have existed in the Golden Age, whose legacy can be found scattered across the system to this day, the Clovis Bray Corporation. Named after its less than humble creator, Clovis Bray I, it was responsible for starting entire research and development colonies, as well as sponsoring scientific innovation in countless areas,
I
from
love these
artificial
things.
intelligence to artificial personhood to aerospace defense. The remnants of Clovis Bray facilities can still be found across Sol, from Earth to the Moon to Mars, and even on some distant Jovian moons. They were known to work in collaboration with certain national governments as well, and held a great deal of power and influence across all of humanity. But perhaps the greatest legacy of humanity's golden age was our technology. In the golden age, we saw the rise of new creations that might have seemed indistinguishable from even magic to those living back in the early 21st century. Humanity quickly developed spacefaring craft capable of remarkable feats of transportation, including the first near-light-speed jump drives. There was also the creation of Glimmer, a programmable matter that could be turned into almost anything imaginable when used in combination with the correct energy sources and the correct matter forge. In a very similar vein, but on a grander scale, Willa Bray, one of Clovis's granddaughters, was a leading pioneer on a project known as SIVA. This was a nanite technology that could be commanded to construct and create anything conceivable so long as it was given the correct inputs and control. The speed with which these nanites could construct something from seemingly nothing was revolutionary. There are some who speculate that the great cities of the Golden Age colonies were built so quickly thanks partly to this technology. It could even convert surrounding matter into more SIVA, allowing it to replicate quickly. It was intended to be used in deep space colonization missions as well, to allow for the creation of anything from basic habitation structures to whole colonies in next to no time at all. There was also the discovery
I'm gonna refresh my
of a
page real
new,
quick so I can
more
see these
pure
emails.
state of matter, Engram. Within this state of matter, information and energy could be stored and encoded with near-perfect precision, and whilst it would decay over time, engrams became as reasonable a means to store data as any other. They were in fact significant data stores, and can still often be found in the wild, decrypted, and materialized into whatever is contained within, as long as you have the appropriate skill of cryptoarchaeology. But undoubtedly,
I didn't
there
know
were
that's
two
how that
inventions
worked.
within the Golden Age that were more remarkable than any others: the Exos and the Warmind. Exos were merely theoretical for a long time. The idea was a simple one: a human consciousness stored digitally on a mechanical body, thus allowing the person to live on with immortality inside their mechanical shell. It became the obsession of Clovis Bray I, who desired immortality and believed that he would be the one to guide humanity into a second age of man, where they would surpass even the Traveler. Exomines had been created before in the Golden Age by others, but they had universally failed.
I think they have a
falling prey to
USB port.
fundamental flaws that saw the spark of the human mind dim and go out every time. The first hint to the secret of true Exos was discovered on the Moon. A project under the watchful eye of Clovis's grandson, Alton Bray, had uncovered something terrible but powerful. The so-called K1 project had uncovered an artifact buried on the Moon. It was known as the Anomaly and had inexplicable properties, but chief amongst them was a series of hallucinations and nightmares suffered by the crew. Clovis visited the
Wait,
site,
these
and
PvP
whilst
maps
others
have lore too?
experienced
What the hell?
hallucinations, he heard something entirely different, a voice that guided him to the distant moon of Europa, promising in his dreams that he would discover the secret to his ascension, his entire purpose and reason for creating the Exos. There, Clovis discovered what he would call clarity control, a statue of a tall, veiled figure beneath the moon's icy crust. This would be the first of many statues of the darkness that we would find, always veiled, always black as obsidian, and always brimming with dark power. Thanks to the visions he had received, he also divined that he would need to construct a Vex Gate. The combination of these two factors was key to the Exos' creation. Vex Radiolarian fluid or mind fluid, exposed to the influence of the veiled statue, was the key to the creation of a stable exo-mind fluid. At a site that would be known as the Deepstone Crypt, a mass of exos would emerge and begin to trickle down into human society at large. Little did Clovis know that the K1 artifact and clarity control were fueled by darkness, and that Clovis might have played into the grander designs of agents beyond his comprehension. The Warmind was the other invention of Clovis Bray that might have defined the Golden Age. But whilst his granddaughter Elsie Bray would have been close to the Exo Project, it was Anna Bray who was close to this one. The Warmind was a creation that would eventually supersede Clovis Bray himself, but it would be inaccurate to call the Warmind simply an AI. The Warmind was a superintelligence, refined over years and given an unfathomable amount of processing power. It is a superintelligence capable of far more than any administrative or defensive intelligence. Its original template had been derived from the Ares 1 mission, where it was a smaller AI that had simply been nicknamed R. It would now be a new name under Clovis Bray and his granddaughter Anastasia Bray. It would bear the name Rasputin. Rasputin's systems were so vast that he would sometimes split himself into different sub-minds in order to partition different tasks into different working groups. In the Age of the Guardians, this even gave rise to the theory that there were many great war minds, of which Rasputin was the greatest. Charlemagne, Malahiyati, Martel, all of these ancient names that were once thought to be great virtual defenders working in parallel under Primes inter pares were in fact just parts of the singular warmind Rasputin. But even with this in mind, they had their own thoughts and perspectives, and they would name Rasputin according to his influence. They gave him the moniker of the Tyrant. Rasputin's mandate as the Warmind was simple. His purpose was to be humanity's shield, protecting us from threats to our existence that might come from the stars. He was linked in with almost every possible piece of infrastructure to assist him with this goal. Every vessel, every satellite, every automated weapon system. They could have all been commandeered by the Warmind at a moment's notice should an emergency arise. Rasputin even employed a small private army of loyal human and exo forces known as Seraphs. Where manual intervention was required, they represented the long arm of the Tyrant's will. Whilst he lacked any paracausal abilities himself, he still represented one of the most advanced intelligences ever created across the whole of existence, as evidenced by a moment where his significant computational power was enough to overpower even a Vex and save an entire Ishtar Collective research team. With this power, Rasputin was capable of devising solutions to problems before they ever truly arose. More often than not, this would lead to the creation of
my big copian take right now, chat, is once we
of his own design.
finish the final shape, we're going to get access to every other planet that went away. Imagine everything else gets reopened to the game.
Systems. The greatest of these weapons was undoubtedly the Warsat network, which was launched continually from Mars and which spread throughout the system. Each independent Warsat held various sensors and communication systems, and was also armed with a variety of ordnance packages. Clovis Bray I would at one point plan on using these weapons packages to do the unthinkable. In his hubris, Clovis believed that he could replace the Traveler with Rasputin, and so he engineered the possibility for Rasputin to strike down the mysterious sphere. A protocol called Abhorrent Imperative was inserted into the Warmind's code, allowing him the option to do just this, should the Traveler abandon humanity. This could have led to disaster, but luckily, Clovis Bray wasn't the only one working on the Warmind. His granddaughter, Anastasia, was concerned with Rasputin's capacity to understand the worth of humanity. If Clovis Bray gave Rasputin his mind, then it would be fair to say that Anastasia Bray gave him his soul. It was thanks to her many lessons that Rasputin would lock Clovis out of his systems, realizing That abhorrent imperative was something that he should probably never use. Whilst the protocol remained intact, it would never be used by Rasputin. Even if Clovis had tried to force him to use it, it would have failed. Rasputin's love of human culture would be reflected even to the last of his dying moments. If you ventured into his bunkers, every once in a while you could hear Tchaikovsky playing in the background. With all of humanity's newfound prosperity and its security all but guaranteed by the Warmind, we set our sights further afield. This was the time in which a colonization program known as the Exodus Program was conceived of. Dozens of massive colony ships were constructed, each packed with colonists and shipboard systems that would propel humanity to the stars beyond Sol. The Exodus vessels were designated by color, such as Exodus Red, Exodus Blue, Exodus Indigo, and Exodus Black. Under the supervision of General Chen Lanshu, these vessels were assembled and launched from the old Cosmodrome in Baikonur, Kazakhstan, and negotiations with Clovis Bray were even undertaken to see Siva nanites placed aboard each vessel to assist with colonization efforts, or defense should the need arise. The Golden Age and all of its prosperity had been a great boon to humanity, but as history has shown us, this time of peace was not to last. There were signs that it would one day come to an end, but most unfortunately, they were almost universally ignored by humanity. And even as Rasputin quickly moved to counter the oncoming threat, it was readily apparent that there was little that could be done to halt the coming storm. Humanity, like so many before, would experience an apocalypse that was all too familiar to those blessed with the Traveler's Light. The forces of the Witness were on the march, and the Black Fleet loomed on the edges of our system. We would be powerless to stop what happened next. The end of the Golden Age had finally come. The collapse had begun.
Earth.
Da-da-da. Chat, after this next giveaway, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We'll do a little pause.
Hinting towards the nature of the coming collapse, and even some direct warnings themselves. Many times they were tragically ignored, pushed to the side due to hubris, or simply a lack of believing that the Golden Age could ever end. After all, it was so easy to believe that humanity would never be toppled from the height of its power. But just like every civilization before, topple we did. And this time the whole of the system would be plunged into terrible darkness, like so many others. Though the collapse might have happened quickly, it was not a single moment in time that turned the marvels of our Golden Age from splendor to ash. There were warning signs long before this, and the months over which the collapse seemingly took place would have been brutal, playing host to countless tragedies. But our warnings would begin on Titan. The proto-worm god Asa, sole survivor of Fundament, had made her home in the methane ocean's viscous depths. There she had stayed alone for eons, until the Traveler arrived and the new Pacifica Arcology was founded on the ocean surface above. A subsurface research team eventually found Asa, and she reached out to them with harmonious psychic resonance. She wished for friendship to break the loneliness that she had felt for so many eons, but she also uttered dreadful warnings. The marine xenobiologists who studied Asa heard her warnings and even brought them to their superiors. But alas, the ancient warning of the single being that might have told them of the Witness fell on deaf ears. Thus, our first chance to avert complete disaster was scuppered. On Mars, there was another opportunity. A joint venture between the Clovis Bray Corporation and the Ishtar Collective had borne significant fruit and would be the next
Chat.
avenue by which we might have learned of the
Your boy won a
calamity
raffle
and done something
at
about it.
Casey's favorite smoothie
By
place.
utilizing Vex
$20 gift card.
discovered
Let's
on
go.
Venus, and in cooperation with Clovis Bray, a new AI was created. It was not as powerful as Rasputin, but it was still worthy of great respect. Her name was Soteria, but she was also known by another designation, the Augur Mind. The Vex technology at the heart of Soteria's construction allowed her to be free of the Vex Collective.
No, this is for
their
Casey.
Remarkable computational and simulation abilities. In particular, the acquired Vex ability to simulate the future with uncanny degrees of accuracy was what Soteria had maintained. The Vex commonly use this power to chart a course to the end state of the universe, where they will be the only remaining form of life that will survive uncontested.
You can never even
Soteria
use it,
used
Adam.
this technology to chart safe routes for colonial expeditions out beyond even the reaches of the Milky Way. One day, the fabled Ishtar collective leader known as Maya Sundaresh removed Soteria from suspension and asked her to run a few tests, namely to chart safe courses for colonial echo pods heading from Sol to the Andromeda Galaxy. Soteria initially calculated over 300 preliminary routes. As she calculated those routes in real time, her advanced algorithms recalculated, first down from 300 to 27,
Oh my
and
god.
then, moments later, to just 2. These real-time calculations were due to the presence of unknown anomalous variables that presented a near 100% chance of total casualties on all colonial flights. Solaria didn't know it at the time, but she had just simulated and discovered the Black Fleet, and had realized that it was on its way. Any potential
I'll think
flights
about
that
it. I
might
need to get like
escape
a better
had
image
a
of
narrow
that.
window in which they
But
would need
I'll
to do
definitely
so,
think about it.
for the fleet was getting closer to Sol with every second. Soteria shepherded this data to Rasputin on a private communications band, and classified the threat under the subtext code of Rasputin's own designation known as Egyptian, a threat level used to define a force that defied all causal explanation and that might be capable of the extinction-level threat
Ooh,
that
it's a
Rasputin
little chilly
was
down here.
always working to counter. Rasputin agreed with the assessment and prepared for
I might
all
actually bring a
war in the
sweatshirt down
system.
here for a little bit.
Soteria, for her part, was responsible for at least one attempt to save the lives of what human colonists were prepared to go beyond Sol. She prepared emergency launches for the fleet of colonial echo pods at her disposal, and attempted to send them out in a desperate gambit to avoid the oncoming storm. Clovis Bray saw her actions and immediately reprimanded her, believing she had gone rogue. The echo pods were returned to their docking posts, and Soteria was confined to an AI pillory bunker on Mars, a prison for an artificial intelligence. A prison that was originally meant for the warmind Rasputin.
Okay, chat, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna let this play while I listen to it too.
In a moment of desperation,
BRB, sorry.
Soteria attempted
The water
one
really hit me.
last thing. She tried to create a submind, sending out a fragment of herself as data reaching into space, a last-ditch effort to save herself and warn humanity. But it would be too little too late. And even with Rasputin having been warned, there was nothing that could be done to stop the greatest catastrophe in human history. We had been given 2 chances to heed the warnings of the oncoming collapse. Through a combination of hubris, inaction, and misunderstanding, we had wasted them. And so the Black Fleet arrived. So the collapse began. So the Witnesses' forces began to put Sol to the torch. The first public alerts that something had gone wrong came from Rasputin. He sounded general evacuation orders across the outer colonies. Millions of people from Titan to Mars prepared to leave. On distant Exodus program vessels, new orders were relayed to ship captains. They were to make an about-turn and use their defensive systems as orbital artillery within Sol. These orders were briefly questioned, but most would follow them. Not all, though. And even if they had all followed them, it was not going to be enough. The next sign came to be the most distressing of them all. The Traveler, which had only partially conducted the terraforming of Jupiter's volcanic moon of Io, was on the move once more. This was not unheard of. The Traveler would routinely move from planetoid to planetoid, terraforming them for humanity to colonize. But this time, its work was incomplete, and it wasn't heading for a new patch of ground to transform. It was heading directly for Earth. The reason for this retreat was unknown to humanity at the time, but it was likely the same reason for the Traveler's retreat time and time again. The forces of darkness had arrived. The broods of the Hive had arrived. The Black Fleet had arrived. The Witness's forces were here. Its advance across Sol was a tide of death, in some ways quite literally. Whilst those in the many colony ships that reached the outer system were wiped out almost universally by gravitational weapons from the Black Fleet, nowhere was there a more dramatic end than on Titan, where the Black Fleet artificially altered the moon's gravity to create a 150-foot-high wave, a super tsunami that spread out across the oceans of Titan and shattered the arcologies beneath a torrent of methane. The Warmind fought back against the Witness's fleet, but even with all its power, there was nothing it could do. The vessels of the Black Fleet had technology and paracausal power beyond anything the Warmind could have prepared for, including fields that teleported weapons away into a separate pocket of dimension just before they could impact the vessel. Any rounds fired at a pyramid ship, even to this day, experienced this same phenomenon. The Warmind struggled and buckled against the Black Fleet, and it was seemingly left with little choice. In a moment of desperation, realizing there was only one way it could survive, Rasputin did the unthinkable. Rasputin shrugged off his duties, disconnecting himself from his planetary network and splitting himself into dozens of disparate fragments in hundreds of installations. In an act that he would live to regret more than any other on any day, Rasputin abandoned humanity to their fate and chose to live to fight in the future. In this moment, as the forces of the Witness gathered, other interlopers were making their moves. The exiled Hive Prince Nokris and his worm god patron Zol had decided that they would descend upon Sol and planned to claim the planet of Mars for themselves. They descended upon Hellas Basin, where the Warmind's core was located. In response to these interlopers, Rasputin could do something. They were not the Black Fleet, and despite their power being immense, Rasputin was able to respond. Against these interlopers, Rasputin deployed a defense system that flash-froze Nokris, Zol, and the entire brood of Hive that had followed in their wake. Such an action would not only have the effect of creating an artificial ice cap on Mars, but it also suspended the Warmind, Wormgod, and Hive Prince in stasis. None of them would be able to take part in the battles ahead, and only when the ice caps again began to thaw hundreds of years later would this new threat re-emerge once more. At the heart of the collapse, humanity would suffer without Rasputin. But even if he had died in their defense, it would have made no difference. Humanity would die in their untold billions. The forces of the Witness were unleashed upon the worlds of Sol. Survivors from the Black Armory recall some of the moments of the Great Calamity on Earth, where the Witness's forces cut down those in front of them that could not fight back, without mercy or remorse, where the Black Fleet destroyed all the satellites above in Earth's low orbit as a titanic show of their power, when a terrible great mist was released upon Earth's surface, which turned everything that touched it to nothing more than bone and dust. The forces of the Black Fleet were ascendant, triumphant. Nothing would stop them as they slowly moved in, and soon
We are back.
they would be ready to take the fight to the Traveler above Earth.
We are so back.
Soon they would make the killing blow.
Oh my
The
god.
Traveler was there, ready for the
Adam,
Witness
you're
and its
ridiculous.
disciples
Okay,
to
hold on.
claim. And here in this final moment, they would finally be able to link the Veil and the Traveler and allow the completion of the final shape. On one of the vessels of the Black Fleet, one of the Witness's disciples had been selected for the great honor of leading the assault against Earth. His name was Nezarek, the so-called final god of pain. His dark influence had invaded the dreams of a few who'd lived in Sol long before even the time of the traveler's arrival, and now he had come to this new dark feeding
Oh
ground.
my god.
The veil was in his possession, and from his vessel within the Black Fleet, he would tear humanity asunder at their home world. For this one terrible moment, all must have seemed lost. Humanity's outer colonies lay in ruin. Its great defenders all lay dead. The escaping vessels were dashed against the Black Fleet and its forces. And yet, in this moment, the most inexplicable turn of events would take place, and it was all thanks to one who the Witness had deceived long ago. Savathun, the Witch Queen. After she had split from the taken King Oryx's side, the Witness had taken note of her cunning and her viciousness. It had planned for her to one day ascend to the rank of disciple, superseding even her brother Oryx. In a move that sparked jealousy from Rolk,
Oh, I didn't know that
the
she was gonna
first
become
disciple, the Witness saw her as a
disciple.
potentially great asset. Perhaps it was to spite Rolk for his failures concerning the annihilation of a species called the Arslid. Perhaps it was simply perceived as being the best use of resources. Whatever the case, Rolk's vessel had been grounded within Savathun's throne world.
I didn't know
And
that.
he was instructed to train her to one day ascend into the Witness's highest ranks. In this moment of true victory, she was so close to finally achieving that station. But Savathun is cunning, and she had her own plans. Savathun had no intention of following the doctrine of the Witness and completing the final shape. Perhaps it was because her existence was predicated on lies and deception that she was so easily able to fit in with its ranks. Perhaps she had learned the truth of the God Wave and that the Witness had lied to the Hive. Perhaps she wished to pursue a greater form of ascension all for herself. Whatever the case may be, Savathun did as she had previously done to Oryx when he was Aurix. With blade in hand, she fought with Nezarec, betraying him and defeating him. It is not easy to definitively say that this is so, but Savathun might have used the innate power of the Veil to overcome Nezarec. Regardless, she did strike him down. And above Earth,
I thought the
she
veil,
stole
like,
away
moved a
the
little bit.
veil, the key to the Witness's plans, before allowing Nezarec's pyramid vessel to crash deep into the surface of Luna. In this moment, the butcher of 10 million worlds, the god of lies and deception, the next in line to ascend into one of the Witness's most loyal disciples, had scuppered its plans and robbed it of the final victory that it so desperately craved. Savathun would shepherd the veil away to the planet of Neptune, where a mixture of the planet's dense atmosphere, interference from local
Adam, what's
Vex,
up?
and the haywire signal of the veil itself would be enough to hide it from the Witness's prying eyes. In orbit above, one
Where's
of the
the
few
cropping
remaining
tool?
colony ships, Exodus Indigo, carried the Ishtar Collective researchers known as Maya Sundaresh and Chioma Essie out of the chaos. They were assaulted by a disciple of some kind, but miraculously managed to fend it off with their ship's defenses. The glaive of the disciple that had struck the vessel was used like an antenna, and remarkably, it picked up the remains of Soteria's wayward submind, allowing it to safely harbor within the vessel itself. Even as the Exodus Indigo would shuttle its way into Neptune's atmosphere, they would find the veil. Thus, many years later, the hidden city of Neomuna would be born. But for the longest time, both the
I'm
veil
working
and
on
the
it, Adam.
city
I got
would
it.
be cloaked from the whole universe, and none would know. It would have been assumed quite easily that the Exodus Indigo was just another calamitous casualty of the collapse.
I was cropping it up a little bit.
In reality, their survival represented the one true hope for humanity. For here, the tide had been turned. Humanity's doom was still all but assured,
Oh,
but without the veil,
Emblem
the Witness
time.
could not enact its plans. It could not merge the Traveler's light with the veil's darkness. It could not
Excuse
create
me.
the final shape. The details of what happened next are as vague and mythical as
Okay,
the
chat.
Traveler itself. Some believed that the Warmind had indeed attempted to
The
destroy
next one will
the
be a couple of
Traveler.
some fully
It was
operational
believed that in a single
emblems.
titanic battle, the forces of darkness were defeated by the forces
And
of
we'll
light. Others speak of stranger
do
tales still. But what we do know is this. The Traveler sacrificed itself.
exclamation
to
point
save
BYF.
humanity.
If you do not
But as
have
it
the
hung low
emblem,
above Earth,
put it in.
it was left broken. A massive
If you
shard of
have the
mysterious
emblem,
sphere can still
do
be
not
found as a
enter.
remnant of that titanic struggle. It sits to this day in what is now known
We'll do it
as
for
the
3 minutes.
European Dead Zone. The forces of the Witness were either banished from Sol or left, seeing that the Traveler had sacrificed itself to save
No, I said if
humanity.
you don't have
The
it.
Black
Oh
Fleet
my
was
god.
forcibly ejected into dark space.
Oh
Perhaps
my.
the Witness left,
This guy.
hibernating there just in case there was anything it
What was
could
I trying to do?
one day return and achieve victory. But for now, the Traveler had won, but the cost was utterly staggering. Most of humanity lay dead or dying. The Warmind was nowhere to be found. Our great marvels and technology and culture had been thrown into the fire.
While that's
Knowledge
going
was
on,
lost, and the ravages of apocalypse were upon us. Worst of all, the Traveler, which had given its last full measure of benevolence above Earth in the name of humanity, was all but completely gone. Ruin was upon us. But from this moment of tragedy, a new hope was born. In the moment of the Traveler's sacrifice, thousands of tiny sparks of its own divinity were released. Tiny autonomous drones, no larger than a clenched fist, spilled forth from the Traveler. This was the birth of the ghosts. Their like had never been seen before, and they would change the fate of humanity and all those within the system once again. Their sacred mission, their singular task, was to head out into the system to find those amongst the dead who were worthy of wielding the Traveler's light, and to resurrect them as its undying warriors. Though they would be known as the Risen or Light-Bearers in the early days, in the ages that followed, they would almost universally be heralded by another title. They would be known as the Guardians. But theirs was not the only light that would emerge after the collapse. At the apex of the calamity, as darkness pressed in all around, out in the reaches of the asteroid belt, another miraculous occurrence would take place. Aboard one of the Exodus program vessels, known as Exodus Green, the fates of another people were being changed. It would begin with a clash of light and
is it too
darkness,
big?
with a singularity and a young woman who would be the first to cross over. Though she would not know her destiny at
any
the time, she
enterers?
would one day be sovereign.
Any
Her mother in that
enterers?
moment would be Starlight, and her father would be the Dark.
Oh, Myth just got in there, baby. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna, it's a 50-50. Who's gonna get it?
In the midst
Myth
of the
got
collapse,
it!
An Exodus program vessel.
Myth is
the
not
Exodus
following the
was partway
stream.
through its journey.
Why
into
is
the
it
stars.
calling him out? Wait, you
Passengers and crew were meant
You
to
are
form a new outpost of
You are
humanity
following.
somewhere out in the universe.
I think my bot's
Their
broken.
plans were first interrupted by a silent shadow that was stalking their ship through the cold reaches of space. The ship's
Oh my
captain
God, that's
carelessly
so
hailed
funny.
the pursuing vessel multiple times
So-
to no avail. A phantom pursuer alone would be troublesome enough, but this vessel was
Yeah,
likely
don't worry
one
about it,
of
Myth. It's my
Fleet's
bot. My
pyramid
bot's being
ships,
weird.
thus spelling an almost certain
So,
doom when it caught up.
Myth, I'm gonna give you the
Their plans
emblem
were
code
further
here.
altered by the beginning of the collapse.
Just let me know if it's
Warmind
successful.
Rasputin dispatched orders to the Exodus Green to begin using its defensive kinetic weapons as artillery and to return to the system to counter the arriving threat. Alice Lee, pursued by a mysterious assailant and being recalled to fight for a system that she would soon not even call home, ignored the Warmind's orders and sought to save her crew. Her defiance would not win her any mercy with her pursuers, which quickly entered weapons range and began to violently grip the vessel with gravity waves. Alice Lee and the rest of the crew were being stretched on a molecular level, torn asunder slowly as they tried to flee desperately. In this moment, Alice Lee sent out every Combuian antenna that she could possibly extend. She sent out a request into the dark for anything to hear that might care. She declared her intention that her and her crew were to be considered a separate entity from humanity and Sol, a neutral party with no allegiance to Earth. Whether or not this made any difference to their fates is unknown, but there was at least one crew member who was determined to take fate into her own hands. Her name was Mara, and she had seen that soon she was likely to die.
Mara!
She wished to go out on her own terms, so she donned a spacesuit and went out on a long tether from the main vessel. Her brother, Aldwin, as was his nature, followed in her footsteps. As Alice Lee sent out her message, with the Exodus Green surrounded by darkness, a sudden light appeared. In that moment, a clash of primordial forces took place, and the very fabric of the universe buckled.
I might have to
Singularity
update.
formed within that
It
clash
worked.
of
Nice.
light and
There we
dark,
go.
and it began to drag the Exodus
Thank
Green
you.
into its depths.
Enjoy
Seeing his
the
sister in
emblem.
mortal peril, Aldwin reached out and beckoned Mara to return to the Exodus Green. But Mara did not look back. And as the ship and Aldwin and Mara were pulled towards the Singularity, the young woman who would one day be one of Sol's mightiest sovereigns cut the cord connecting her to the vessel
The email.
and reached towards infinity. She would choose
Wait,
her own fate.
what did they just put in the chat?
She would be the first. Within the Singularity, everything
Is it there
would
now?
change. The people of the Exodus Green would awaken on the other side of the Singularity, and they would be forever changed
So
by
dumb.
the synthesis of light and dark that they had encountered.
There you go, Adam.
Alice
Happy?
Lee was the first to wake, and she discovered Mara Sov next. And as the future queen arose from a cold dream, the two of them beheld what Alice Lee
Oh, I gotta
believed
reset
to
the
be
timer.
a world of her own creation. Deep within the Singularity, a world had been created. Its rivers flowed like silver, and its endless forests teemed with life uncounted. They called this world the Distributory, and as it was located on the other side of the black hole, it was separated from the ravagers of Sol. Inside the Singularity, time also passed far more rapidly than it did outside, and so what might be but a second for us might have been 100 years for those that lived in the Distributory. Slowly, Alice Lee and Mara Sov began to wake up the others, until most of the 40,000 or so crew and passengers of the Exodus Green were also roused from their slumber. Their numbers were harshly imbalanced, with the majority of the crew being women. As a result, the society that developed within the Distributory was a matriarchal one, and the men of the new civilization that was born were not often assigned to any positions within their hierarchy that might be considered hazardous in any manner, with their lifespans being
Well, this is playing. I'm gonna see if I
infinite
even
within
have
the depths of the
my cameras.
Singularity. These people were functionally immortal, and so each of them would grow to become a fount of knowledge and experience, mastering their many crafts over the thousands of years. With their skin turned hues of blue, grey, and purple, these new people strode out across the Distributory and declared themselves to be children of a covenant between the light and dark. They would call themselves the Awoken. The Awoken were immediately split between those of the 891 original remaining crew of the Exodus Green and the 40,000 or so passengers that had simply been colonists in stasis aboard. The 891 were considered to be leaders, and the 40,000 were in many ways subordinate. But regardless, there were questions that all the newly reborn Awoken would be asking about their foundational experience, the existence that they now found themselves in. Answering these questions could determine the balance of power amongst this new people for time in memoriam, and so a council was convened to address all concerns. Chief amongst them was whether the Awoken should return to where they had come from and leave the distributary, or remain within its bounds to prosper eternally. Those that wished to leave were known as the Ecalists, who believed that the Awoken owed a debt to the cosmos that had saved them from destruction. Those that wished to stay were known as the Sanguine, who believed that the covenant of light and dark that had created the Awoken had been made with the understanding that they would forfeit all right to their history in exchange for a new start here within the distributary. Alice Lee proudly proclaimed the Sanguine position and declared that the Awoken should go forth and explore the infant cosmos of the distributary. In secret, Mara Sov would counsel others gathered by
Oh
her
my
reborn
god.
brother,
Chill.
Aldrin, and would state that when the time was right,
Chill with the gasms,
they
my
would all
guy.
return. Alice Lee would leave this first council
Best
in an
emo.
ascendant position, and proclaimed herself to be the first queen of the Awoken, as she believed herself to be the first of the Awoken to have ever existed. After the many decrees about the Awoken people that day were spoken aloud into covenant and law, Alice Lee made her first command as the queen of this newly reborn
Best emotes
people.
on Twitch.
There would be no lies amongst the Awoken. Little did she know that this well-intentioned first decree would be the source of so much pain, and would also bring about her downfall. As the Awoken people expanded out across the distributary, some would form tribal groups out by the forests and seas. Predominantly, these people were of the Ecalist persuasion. Those who dwelled in the cities, on the other hand, tended to be of the Sanguine mindset. Unbeknownst to all but a few, the seeds for division were laid in this foundational difference. One day, a woman from the original 891 crew
Excuse
of
me,
the
Mrs. Streamer
Exodus
Chat
Green
needs snacks.
came forward with words
Sorry,
like
this
fire.
movie theater, you have to get your
She
own
was the
snacks.
Diasarum, and she would loudly proclaim that Alice Lee had committed
Extra
deicide,
creamier one.
the murder of a god.
Ew.
It had long been accepted that Alice Lee had been the creator of the Awoken peoples.
Get your own
and the
snacks,
distributary.
bozos.
The Diasarum
Got 'em.
stated that Alice Lee could have chosen for all the Awoken to have a divine form, that she had instead chosen to grant them the same mortal form that they had maintained in their past lives. The Diasarim stated that through this choice, Alice Lee had effectively created all Awoken suffering in the universe. She had killed their potential divinity in its crib. The real damage of the statement was not simply the notion that all Awoken had been denied an existence without suffering. It was also that Alice Lee had potentially lied by omission. She was meant to be the queen without secrets, and yet she had kept the most terrible secret for herself. This moment, this accusation of the murder of unborn gods, would be the event that began the first war of the Awoken, the Theodicy War.
Ew!
Prior to this moment, there had been no need.
I am pausing this. Oreos, you are doing illegal shit. What the fuck is this? I want to open this. Open it in a browser. How do I... How do I... Open link. What the fuck? They call it double cream instead of double stuffed? What the heck kind of criminal shit is this, bro? You call it double stuffed, not double cream. What the hell? Bro, this is criminal. Also, let's take a quick look around his desk, shall we? Bro, what are these crumbs, bro? What are you doing? What the hell? You also got some Haribos right there. Man.
For paladins or
Okay.
protectors.
We're back.
But with the Theodicy
I
War,
just had
the
to
Rubicon of conflict was crossed, and the
to go
Awoken
off.
changed forever. The war would erode
Hold
the
on, I
authority of
gotta
the
add
queen.
something.
She would eventually send Osana Sov, Mara Sov's mother, to negotiate with the Diasarim and sue for peace. When Osana met with the Diasarim, she promised her that her daughter Mara Sov would tell her any secret she desired to know in exchange for peace. And so it was that the Diasarim traveled to meet Mara Sov atop the mountain where she resided. And
At
was
least
never
the
seen
camera
again.
isn't cropped.
The questions of what happened and how the Diasarim disappeared persist in the legends here to this day. Did Mara kill her? Did she cease to be,
You're
having
lucky.
heard an unimaginable secret?
Oh,
Did she change her ways and choose a new life after having caused the first war?
bruh.
Was it always Mara all along?
Oh my god.
None can be sure. But what we do know is that the Diasarim was most certainly Mara's puppet in this regard. She would allow the Ecolized cause to
Oh
wither
my
for a time. She did not believe it was the right moment for the Awoken to return.
Degenerates.
But one day, return they would. Before that time would arrive, Mara would have a chance encounter that would change her life forever. As the Sanguine's faction's truth flourished, their scribes gathered all knowledge, including portents and prophecy, to their side. In this way, they heard the discontent of Mara and Aldrin, who still quietly supported the Ecolized position. To these scholars, they represented something of an existential threat. If Mara were to ever gain power in the future, she could be the spark that started a second Theodicy War. One day, a colossal Awoken warrior would enter the court of some of these scribes, armed with a longbow so massive that only a woman of her unchallenged strength could even string it, let alone draw it to its fullest length. She declared that her name was Sieur Ido, and that she was hunting Mara Sov for the murder of her lady, the Diasarim. The scholars of the Sanguine saw this as a chance to potentially save thousands of lives by taking just one. So they did what they could to direct Sieur, though she would still not find her quarry for a long time. Under the Awoken's second queen, Ngoya Pin, a masked figure would enter the royal court. This was Mara in disguise, and she would counsel the queen for a long time, swaying her to become an Ecolist and encouraging her to open her court to all the knowledge of the world.
I have
Many
Oreos
scholars
upstairs
gathered
actually,
there would be
so
put to
when I have
work
lunch,
in
I'll
a way that
probably bring
suited
those
Mara's
downstairs
cause.
with me.
But one day into this court, many years later, Sieur Ido would walk, still furious over the death of the Diasarim, still hunting Mara. But when she found Mara in her laboratory, she was stopped in her tracks. Her fury was suddenly
I do not
tempered
want
by
double
Mara's
cream.
grace and beauty. Her hatred wilted, and something else blossomed in its stead. Sieur Ido could not bear to kill Mara, and so she threw down her weapon. She declared that she would wound someone beloved to Mara, thus leaving her forever maimed in spirit, because she could not bear to kill Mara in all her beauty. Mara could not refuse this challenge, and so her brother Aldrin became her chosen champion. The two warriors would battle each other with blade, with rifle, and
Oh my
with
God.
fifth-generation
I'm good.
superiority fighters. The news of this duel sent the scribes that had sicked Sieur on Mara into a wild panic. Over the centuries since they had sicked Sieur on Mara, they had found a place in the new Queen's court, and realized that if they were found to have sanctioned this murder, they would be banished. Luckily for these idle scholars, the duel between Aldrin and Sieur would have a most unexpected outcome. When fighting with blades, the brute strength of Sieur was equal to the finesse and footwork of Aldrin. They both fell together, and thus it was a tie. When fighting with rifles, the two warriors fought in the distributory's great jungles. Whilst Aldrin was the better hunter, Sieur used her disruptive power to brute force a victory, swaying nature's balance against Aldrin, forcing the fauna to expose him. In this way, she secured victory and had been able to severely wound Aldrin in the process. For their final battle, both of them were supplied with any choice of ship that they desired.
I have
Had
seen Mega
chosen a
Stuffs.
powerful inline tack interceptor.
Mega Cream.
Aldrin had chosen an outdated ship called a Dart. What Sieur failed to realize was that per the terms of the duel, any weapons that could not be supplied would be simulated instead. The Dart's standard weapon loadout was capable of being switched with an air-to-air nuclear munition. Using this simulated munition, Aldrin scored a kill from over 80 kilometers away, and Sieur Ido lost before she could even see him. The score was all tied up. Realizing the stalemate, Sieur threw herself before Mara and said that with the tie, her fate was in Mara's hands. She pleaded for a more kind fate than that of the Diasarim, who she had sworn to avenge. Mara approached the humbled warrior and said, "Rise, Sieur Ido. Let us take the stars together." The exact story of the blossoming love between Mara and Sieur is not recorded in complete detail, but given the lifespans of the Awoken were near infinite, it may have been a love that endured as unassailably.
Dude,
as
I'd
the
never
moon
go
and
into
the
McDonald's.
tides that
The
it
only time I'm going to
brings.
McDonald's is like if there's nothing
Mara
else,
would
and
have
I go in
needed
there for
strong
chicken nuggets.
confidence, especially for what came next, and few amongst the Awoken were as strong as Sieur Ido. Mara scoured the great archives of the Awoken, looking for knowledge. She had to prove what she already knew, that the Awoken had to return to the greater universe. To do this, she launched countless satellites and instruments of observation into the orbit of the distributary's planetary gravity. When she had sufficient proof, she would address the Awoken people and tell them of this most fundamental of truths. Mara at this point was the face of the Ekalist belief, and with data to back up her assertion, she would inform the Awoken of the reality that they had to face. Returning to the universe at large would be perilous, and it would pull the Awoken from the
Awoken
distributary,
mommy.
thus robbing them of their immortality. But Mara's sway over the people was immense. What's more, Mara told them of the fragments that had been retrieved from the observation instruments. What little they had heard indicated that their kin on the other side were in terrible danger, and that the Awoken had escaped the same fate. The distributary was a refuge, but they had arrived there by escaping a madness more ancient than one might fathom. Despite the danger and the guarantee of embracing mortality, Mara gained the support of tens of thousands of the Awoken, thus granting her the people that she would need for an exploratory expedition back into Sol. Before she left, she deemed that there was one thing she had to do. Mara went to Alice Lee, the first Queen of the Awoken, she who had believed the distributary to be of her design, who the Diasarim had accused so long ago of robbing the Awoken of divinity, to whom Mara had told the first lie. Sitting with her, Mara would tell her the truth. It was not Alice Lee who had created the distributary. It was not Alice Lee who had been the first amongst their people. It was not Alice Lee who had denied the Awoken their divinity. It was Mara. She was the first. Alice Lee was enraged at the truth, knowing now that Mara had engineered all that had happened across the history of the Awoken, knowing that all the suffering of their people was her fault, knowing that Mara was guilty of the very thing she herself had been accused of, an accusation so strong that it sparked anew the concept of war itself in a universe unblemished by it. Alice Lee would then throw her support behind Mara's expedition from that moment, not out of agreement, but so that she could rid the distributary of Mara forever. The last thing she called Mara was the devil. After some preparation, the expedition would be successful and Mara would return to Sol. It was then that she discovered the system in utter chaos. She quickly established habitats and
Excuse
outposts
me.
within the reaches of what had been known as the asteroid belt. It was now
Scotland!
abandoned derelict
Scotland
vessels that had
forever!
fled during the collapse, only to be destroyed by the Black Fleet. A foul reef of dead ships. Mara's Utex, the same group that would one day become the Techians, also discovered that various members of the Awoken expedition had developed new powers upon leaving the distributory. These powers manifested most strongly in Mara, and Mara was in herself like an amplifier to those around her. It did not take long for Mara to proclaim herself as the new sovereign of this people, of the Awoken of the Reef. There were, however, many who wished to immediately depart for Earth and to assist their long-lost brethren. Mara urged caution and believed that they needed to build up a stable base of power first. Many vehemently disagreed with her. There were even riots on the matter, which momentarily plunged the reef into chaos. Exploiting this opportunity,
Wait, so
a
Awoken
new
are
set
just
of interlopers
different versions of
descended on the
humans?
Awoken. Through the many painful years of the Long Drift, the Elixni had arrived in Sol, more vicious and tenacious than they had ever been before. These Fallen would momentarily clash with the Awoken, and Mara, Sieur, and Aldrin had to rally their people to fight off the invaders. As the raiders were fought back, some of the Awoken had taken the opportunity to act on their desires, and a vessel was quickly launched away from the reef before anyone could stop it. Seeing her control start to wither, Mara relented. The Awoken would be given one choice each. They could either remain in the reef under her rule and build towards a future for the system on their own terms, or they could leave now and assist humanity at the cost of never returning again. Thus, the Awoken, who had already been torn apart by those who left the distributory and those who stayed, were riven once again into the Reefborn and Earthborn Awoken. Those who left Mara's control would go on to do an immeasurable amount of good for the people of Earth. Many would even be judged as being worthy of becoming guardians upon their death. But the world that they had emerged into would be a terrifying one. Where before humanity's golden age had stood, now there was only ruins, rust, and the remains of those who had died in the collapse.
Okay. The Dark Age.
As the Awoken were given their choice, and some of them made their way to Earth, they found a solar system in turbulent chaos. The Black Fleet and its disciples had been pushed back, but there were many other threats that rose in their absence. It isn't known who arrived first or exactly when. Records from this time are scant and next to non-existent. Such was the nature of history and technology. There would be no true date-keeping or timeline from this moment onwards. There would only be the vicious clawing cycle of night and day, season to season. What we do know is that of the forces that appeared in Sol, the Awoken were clearly not the first. The Elixni's long drift had come to a close, but not all of them had universally settled in the asteroid belt, as the Awoken had discovered. Arriving in Sol, many of the different houses of the Elixni would spread out across the system to claim new territories. The House of Devils would claim Earth's Cosmodrome. The House of Rain would claim the sun-soaked fields of Mercury. The House of Winter would claim the Ishtar Sink on Venus, and the House of Wolves would claim territory in the Jovian moons. Hardy scavengers and survivors that they were, the Elixni's resilient physiology allowed them to survive almost anywhere, so long as there were enough resources for their servitors to turn into ether. But at this point, they were more than just scavengers content to pick over the bones of our civilization. They were drawn here by the traveler, and in their exodus from Reese, many houses had developed into warbands ruled by despots. None were as infamous as the first known Kell of the House of Devils, Akalux, who had taken the action that led the Exodus fleet of the Elixni on the Long Drift in the first place. It was he who would plunder what had once been Golden Age London and burn it to the ground before taking his house eastward to the European plains and the rich hunting grounds of Baikonur. The Fallen were not the only warlords to establish themselves in this time either.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted.
Having been drawn there by the fall of Nezarek's pyramid, Hive forces under the banner of Crota would begin to infest the moon, where they constructed a massive pit. This pit would eventually be turned into a terrifying subterranean fortress with dozens of different offshoots, catacombs, and ritual chambers. We would know it then as the Hellmouth. From here, Crota would create the infrastructure necessary to stage a long-scale Hive invasion of Earth. When the time was right, from this fortress and its attached facilities, Hive Cedar vessels would be launched in the direction of Earth, and thousands upon thousands of Crota's brood would invade. The Hellmouth's construction had been built in a downwards fashion for another reason though. Crota's forces were intent on reaching the Pyramid of Nezarek, but much as they tried to gain access, they were always denied by the pyramid itself, and so they collected in its shadow, like a roiling colony of ants, with dreams of stellar conquest and dark gods. Crota's father was not far behind, as many of Oryx's servants were often found in proximity of those worlds blessed by the light. As he had done many times before, he quietly established his presences throughout the system, seeding worlds with his forward armies, advance broods on Earth, the Jovians, the asteroid belt, and beyond. They would prepare for the day when Crota's army was ready, and would bring forth great tribute in the king's name. Whilst some intruders were subtle, others were utterly blunt. None more so than the Cabal. Multitudes of scout legions sent by Dominus Gaul arrived in Sol, including the Sand Eaters, Dust Giants, Siege Dancers, Blind Legion, and Skyburners. Together, they would collectively lay claim to Mars and spread their forces across its surface to rapidly establish a series of heavily entrenched bases and battle lines.
Oh, chat, I'm starting to get
Their control over
hungry.
the moon of Phobos was so complete.
After this next
that they were able to
emblem, we'll
establish an
take Kimball
entire
out for a walk, and
fleet
then I'm
base
gonna
there.
bring some
Fleet-based
lunch down
Kubos,
here.
a staging ground for the Skyburners and their vessels, and a defensive hub
Okay.
that would coordinate the operations of the Cabal throughout the system. There were indications that even these initial scout legions were capable of some terrifying levels of destruction on a planetary scale. With that in mind, one of their most powerful assets was probably a trio of Scion Flayers that had evolved into their greater forms. This trio, known as the Ice Reapers, was responsible for intelligence gathering and the retrieval of advanced technology, but their psionic powers were also put to display in a most prominent fashion. The Flayers began to pull Mars's moon of Phobos into an unnaturally low orbit to the point where you could prominently see it in the Martian sky. Supposedly, this was to be used as a weapon of last resort that could be deorbited from Mars, thus destroying the entire planet if the campaign was going badly. Such force feels excessive, but it is characteristically the Cabal way, and their powerful munitions and strong logistics operation would allow them to contend with the awakening of the oldest beings within Sol. Deep within the cores of many of our planets and moons, lakes of radiolarian fluid began to flow with a renewed purpose. All across the system, from Venus to Mercury to Mars, the Vex began to awaken. The Ishtar
Radiolarian
Collective
fluid?
had previously discovered them on Venus in the Ishtar Sink, and had determined that their ruins had been there for billions of years. Now those ruins began to spring to life, and Vex frames began to emerge from those ruins to accomplish the inscrutable goals of the Vex.
4K?
Whilst many worlds were blighted by the Vex, some, such as Mercury, were completely overrun. Mercury's core was consumed and completely hollowed out to create a giant Vex simulation engine known as the Infinite Forest. The once lush paradise and breadbasket of the system that Mercury had been was transformed into a blasted wasteland pocked with the stony spires and metallic plating of Vex installations. And then, at the heart of it all, there was humanity. Broken, fractured, Surrounded and desperate, the collapse had been a body blow to us as a species, but we now faced the grueling task of surviving the hostile system that had once been our dominion. Whilst the whole of humanity was threatened, there was one group who found themselves in an utterly unique situation. On the edges of the system, the Exodus Indigo had landed on Neptune, having been damaged by an attack on their vessel by one of the disciples of the Witness, or what is presumed to be a disciple. On Neptune, they were able to use their ship's supplies, including a small amount of Siva, to establish a basic habitable colony, and then came the remarkable discovery that Savathun had left for them: the Veil. Amongst
The
the member of
Veil!
the Exodus Indigo were the Ishtar Collective researchers Chioma Essie and Maya Sundaresh. They would set about studying the Veil and would eventually find a way to derive power from it, even though it would have many adverse effects on many of the EXO members of their crew. It didn't take long
The
for the Vex
update
to
is
discover
out?
them, and whilst they would be able to push into Neomuna's outer defenses, they were consistently stopped by the energy emitted by the Veil itself. In response to this,
Let me
the
read this
Vex
over here.
created a simulation that was woven into Neptune's electromagnetic field. This hid all in proximity of the Veil and the Veil itself, thus preventing any humans within that area from being detected by the outside world for a long time. It would also cut them off from any potential reinforcements, but this worked out well for the fledgling colony on Neptune. They were able to hold the Vex at bay, and to secure their prosperity in the time being. The screen hiding them from all of the events of the system meant that they were in relative isolation. Thus, with their infrastructure and their defenses starting to be built up, the city of Neomuna was born. One of its earliest residents, a woman named Michaela Eulaha, was exposed to some of the technology that had been brought with them on the Exodus Indigo. In particular, she was exposed to a strange series of nanites from Siva.
It's
The nanites
downloading.
infected her body and violently changed it, causing her to grow metal plating across parts of her body, giving her remarkable strength and incredible speed, as well as the ability to regenerate. She used this accident to her advantage and became a vicious fighting force against Neomuna's Vex invaders. Though she would only live for about 10 years after the accident, she would be known from then on as the Strider.
The update's out,
Her
chat.
selfless actions were the creation point for the Cloud Strider organization. As time went on, the establishment of the Cloud Striders was made far more entrenched. They had a device that they would eventually use called the Sidereal, and that would allow them to create new Cloud Striders. But given the nature of the experimental technology being used, only 2 Cloud Striders would be created at a time. One of the later Cloud Striders, by the call sign of Stargazer, would head out on a mission to Earth in order to make contact with any remnants of humanity that they could find. They had hoped to find segments of human civilization that they could
Final
establish diplomatic
Shapeborn SARS
communications
out.
with,
Oh no.
perhaps even uplifting them to rejoin humanity on Neomuna. What they discovered on Earth was anarchy. Earth's people had not been as fortunate as Neptune's, and many of them had been eking out a living from what little remained. Worse still were those that had been blessed by the Traveler's Light. In these early Dark Age days, there was little to stop a light-bearer with a ghost from being considered a god. Every time someone killed them, they could be brought back from the grave. With their ability to defy death and with the paracausal abilities that they had been gifted with their light, some of them quickly rose to become regional rulers. These were some of the first warlords, light-bearers who used their powers to impose their will over others and dominate the world as they saw fit.
That's not very
Cloud
nice.
Strider known as Stargazer would encounter a warlord at some point, and they were followed by a small army numbering in the hundreds. They shot the warlord and retreated with their team inside a Warmind bunker. Before destroying the bunker to prevent its harmful weapons from getting into the hands of their aggressors, Stargazer petitioned one of Rasputin's surviving submines, Malahiyati, to delete all references across the Warmind network to Neptune and the Exodus Indigo. This would keep the presence of Neomuna truly secure and would make us blissfully unaware of its existence for hundreds of years. When Stargazer returned to Neomuna, they were ready to inform the populace of their findings, and for the longest time, it would be the belief of all Neomuni that Earth was merely a lawless frontier
Let's move this
filled
over
with
here so I can keep
tyrants
track of
and
it myself.
warlords, and those trying desperately to survive. For the longest time, they would have been right to believe such a thing too, for in the earliest days of the Dark Age, war ravaged the entire system, and nobody was truly safe. The Neomuni were not the only ones to note this. The Awoken were keenly aware that the system was treacherous. It was for this reason that Mara Sov sent out her brother Aldrin to seek a source of power for her that was unique in this system, thus granting her an asymmetric advantage. Aldrin scoured the system and returned with a mysterious paracausal creature, a wish dragon. Also known as an Ahamkara, these beasts were shapeshifters capable of completely altering their form. The Ahamkara were also armed with a terrible power, wish magic, a paracausal ability that allowed them to read the desires of their prey and then grant their wishes, whilst also twisting the threads of fate to do so. Unfortunately, in the twisting of such wishes, Faustian bargains would be created. Thus, petitioning a wish dragon for one's desire was a perilous process requiring great discipline. The creature that Aldrin had discovered and presented to Mara called itself Riven in honor of its new hosts, honoring the twice Riven Awoken. But it was not alone. Wish dragons populated the system on almost every planet, but were particularly concentrated on Venus. Together, Riven and Mara would set about creating a grand home for the Awoken and the Ahamkara. Mara declared that they would be more than survivors, though. They would be a people, and thus, through Mara's vision and Riven's magic, the Awoken would build a place worthy of their people, the Dreaming City. This would not be the Awoken capital, but it would be one of their most holy sites, a place for them to learn, connect with their ancestors, and meditate on the nature of the world.
Wait, so we've even seen
Ahamkara
like
would
where the
flock to
Awoken
the Dreaming
actually
City,
live?
and they would live alongside the Awoken for a time in a mostly peaceful, albeit cautious, symbiosis. Yet another secret enclave was constructed in Sol, but this time on Earth. There was no place for people to run to, not yet at least. In those early days, refugee caravans trailed across the world looking for anywhere that they might find some degree of safety. Some would attempt to establish small settlements and towns like Palamon or Coyote, and whilst these places would be home to some, they were not fated to last. Fallen raiders, rogue light-bearers, and the wilderness of the frontier would be the forces that eventually spelled doom to these settlements. Hope was scarce indeed, but slowly from the ashes of ruin and death, a spark of hope would be kindled. One day, a group of 5 warlords set a village to the torch. Another group of light-bearers made their presence known that day, and at great cost they defeated the would-be tyrants and vowed that there would be no more death. There would be no more without protectors. Humanity needed its protectors. And so it was that these first 4 light-bearers present on this day would become some of humanity's first great guardians. Radagast, Perun, Yolda, and Saladin would be counted among the very first of the Iron Lords. In time, they would bring more legendary figures into the fold: Silumar, Gelion, Scori, Timur, Ephrodite, and Felwinter. And when Felwinter was folded into the Iron Lords, he agreed that they would be able to use his peak. Though he kept the name of Felwinter Peak, from it the Iron Temple was born, and Earth had its first small enclave of relative safety for some. But it would not be the last, and luckily it would be maintained even though Silumar had to rebuild it multiple times. The names of the Iron Lords would be honored within the Iron Temple under an ironwood tree, and those names would stand in legendary regard amongst Guardians even to this day. This was the first knightly order that would bring some semblance of control and peace to the world. They would challenge the warlords and drive them back. Under the tutelage of the original Iron Lords, many great heroes would be molded into the finest protectors of humanity, one way or another. Not least amongst their number would be an awoken man of great strength, called Zavala.
Yep,
and a
he was in the
strange
Iron
human
Lord.
of impatient disposition and great knowledge called Osiris. The heroes of Earth had begun to make their mark, but the people of Earth still needed a true place to call home, and the Iron Temple was not large enough for the whole of humanity. For so many, there was but one place they could go, one place more obvious than any other. They went to that strange place where the traveler had made its final stand. In the shadow of this broken god, humanity's remnants would begin to regroup. The refugee camp grew and grew, and eventually their numbers swelled to the point where everyone needed to be properly organized. And in this moment, we nearly destroyed ourselves once again. From the huddled masses, there were inevitably different perspectives on what had to be done. We should make ready to leave Earth for good. We should stake our claim and choose strong leaders to guide us. We
I
should
don't know
prepare
what
for
causes
war.
anymore.
Each of these different ideas, in turn, attracted more and more people. Eventually, they attracted light bearers. And before the camp had even truly been able to establish itself, there were factions within its boundaries. And as these factions began to clash, Lightbearer would eventually fight Lightbearer. It was in this time that the division within this fledgling refugee camp gave a perfect opportunity for the Fallen to arrive and plunder the great host of human survivors. They did not know the true power of the Guardians on that day, though, and in the face of an external threat, the factions were able to put aside their differences and repel the invaders. These skirmishes were known as the Faction Wars, and they nearly destroyed the only home humanity had on Earth. A leader would need to step forward. Someone would need to organize them. But it would not take long for the Elixni to return. This time, though, they would return in strength. The Faction Wars may have been the first time that this new fledgling city had seen battle, but it would not be the last. As more and more Guardians returned and as more and more walls were being erected to defend what was this small refugee encampment, eventually, the House of Devils saw a moment to strike. This would be the first great
apparently
conflict between the Elixni and humanity on such a scale, and for the Fallen, it was dramatically important.
Apparently, they have a busty Arcade 6 bust. Let's go for only $200 reduce.
That it had
Man, super reasonable.
Great bulk. And worst of all, it had granted its gift, its blessing, to the various members of that civilization even beyond its own death. For the Fallen, this was not just a religious war. This was their moment to prove that they were still worthy of the great machine. And so the House of Devils descended upon the city in numbers. The defense of the city under this barrage of fallen artillery was mostly conducted by Guardians, though some rudimentary frames and some members of the civilian population would be armed. In this terrifying fight, this first battle, there would be 6 different fronts, and the many Guardians that would hold those different fronts would not let even a single one break. Thus, the battle was known as the Battle of the 6 Fronts, and from this moment, the city would truly emerge. It was humanity's first true victory, and many legendary Guardians such as Commander Zavala, Saint 14, Lord Shax, and Osiris would emerge as legends on that day, having defended the city with their vicious light. It was also in this moment that many other legends were born. A speaker had come forward, one who could supposedly hear the traveler's voice, and what's more, he had begun to organize the last city properly. There were factions within our ranks, and there were various Lightbearers that needed organizing. It was clear now that the Lightbearers were split across 3 disciplines: Hunters, Titans, and Warlocks. The speaker created a Vanguard, a group of 3 individuals, one representing each discipline. Titans were heavily clad in the greatest of armor and favored more brutish aspects of martial combat. Their will to charge the enemy was only tempered by their instinct to defend those in need. Hunters were nomadic and free-spirited. They often roamed alone or in small posses, acting as scouts on the wild frontiers of Earth or beyond, or bold adventurers, willing to disregard authority and their own safety for a little glimmer and glory. Warlocks quickly became known for their wisdom and sheer arcane power. Of all the different classifications of Lightbearer, their connection to the Traveler was the fiercest, and through that connection, they would unearth grand arcana and forge new techniques of light. These Lightbearers that had defended this encampment would no longer be known as Lightbearers, though. Thanks to their defense of this fledgling city, the Lightbearers had earned themselves a title. It would define them for the rest of their existence. They would be known as Guardians, and the first amongst the Vanguard were drawn from their number. Thus, Saint 14, Osiris, and Tallulah Fairwind ascended to be the first ever mentors of the Vanguard, for the Titans, Warlocks, and Hunters respectively. And as for the factions, they were also looped in. Whilst they had nearly destroyed the last city during the faction wars, they still represented many important perspectives. And so, with them in mind, the speaker would take a look to see which ones were worth representing. Those that had directly instigated violence
Is
were
the download done yet?
exiled permanently.
Nope, we're a little bit
Those
over
that had
halfway.
not, and those that had peacefully laid down their arms would be allowed to continue persisting. Of the many that petitioned to be represented more directly, there were three that were most popular: the Concordat, the New Monarchy, and the Dead Orbit. Their perspectives would be represented on a consensus council. They would be at the heart of government within the consensus at large, that was also joined by the Vanguard members and the speaker. There was also a greater consensus council
Wait,
that
how
also
come the
consisted of
fifth
any other
one is in
citizens
Future
and other
War Cult?
factions within the city. Those such as the Future War Cult or the Symmetry were represented here in addition. This was by far the greatest echo of the Battle of the Six Fronts, the union of humanity's light-bearing defenders and those who would represent the civilian population into a government was a significant step forward for humanity. It wouldn't be the only echo. The Six Fronts for which the battle was given its name were held predominantly by 4 Titan orders. As best we know, they were the Pilgrim Guard, the Firebreak Order, the Stoneborn Order, and the First Pillars. Regardless of which of these orders were present on that day, we do know that the defense of this fledgling city on 6 fronts by 4 orders of Titans is the reason for Titan heraldry being what it is, a hexagon of 6 sides with 4 different divided pieces to it. Their heraldry has always remembered 6 fronts. It is one of their proudest achievements to defend the last city without a single one of these fronts breaking. And as it began to grow, this fledgling city that had once been nothing but a refugee camp simply became known as the Last City, the last safe haven for humanity in Sol, as best we knew at the time. Whilst there were some amongst the Titan Orders who lamented the way that 6 fronts ended, in particular the Firebreak, who wished that they could have their glorious charge into the ranks of the retreating Fallen, there were many other dangers throughout the system, and soon the Guardians would be rallied to deal with them. In particular, securing the city's defenses would allow us to turn our eyes to the rest of the system. There were terrible things happening on Venus. In particular, the Ahamkara was starting to transform it. We didn't understand why at the time, but it is likely that this is thanks to the intervention of the Nine. And from what we had seen, we had realized the power of these terrible beasts was a threat that we could not allow to exist. And so the order was given. The Guardians would hunt down the Ahamkara and bring about their extinction. It was not an easy choice to make. Guardians had gained power from their bargains, but much had also been lost, and Ahamkara bargains were notoriously Faustian. The Ahamkara would be hunted down and made extinct. The terrible weight of this decision would be a stain upon Guardian history for all our days. Thankfully, though, we weren't truly efficient. For all the Guardians that did hunt down dragons, there would be many that didn't return. And there were rumors that some escaped the hunt, though the Cryptarchy mostly dismissed this as nothing but superstition. But the Guardians never found Riven. Marasov had hid her away in the Dreaming City, and at long last, she had found her unique source of power. But this was not the only tragedy that would befall the Lightbearers in the Dark Age. As what one might consider to be the Dark Age drew to a close, the Iron Lords were making significant progress in cutting down their warlord aggressors. Earth was starting to fall under one banner where human territory was concerned, and the Iron Lords were doing a decent job at uniting humanity. And then, they discovered something. The Iron Lord warlock, known as Fellwinter, was searching relentlessly for Siva alongside Lord Timur. The nanotechnology that was meant to all but guarantee the self-sufficiency of humanity would be a grand prize. In fact, for many of the Iron Lords, it would be an obsession. Eventually, Fellwinter discovered where to find it, and he also discovered something about himself. He learned that he was a Siddhartha Golem, an exo risen to be Rasputin's eyes and ears within humanity, effectively a spy, but more accurately, someone who would be able to keep tabs on human civilization and for Rasputin to learn from. But when Fellwinter was destroyed and then risen again as a light bearer, what little of Rasputin that remained on Earth was incensed and enraged. Continuously, Fellwinter would be the target of orbital strikes and strange attacks from any Warmind installation that he went near to. Fellwinter was in many cases like a son to Rasputin, and what little of him had recognized Fellwinter in that moment was jealous of the Traveler for having stolen his son, or what he would think of as his son. And like so many jealous fathers, Rasputin would seek to punish his offspring. Eventually, with much work and dedication, Fellwinter would discover that there was a production site for Siva nanites in the eastern section of the Cosmodrome. This was what the Iron Lords had been looking for. It represented a way to lift the people of humanity out of squalor and to return us to the Golden Age. The Iron Lords descended upon the Cosmodrome in force at the order of their leader, but first amongst equals, Lord Radagast. More than 100 Iron Lords descended upon the Cosmodrome, but what they found that day was not Siva as a tool, but Siva as a plague. Siva had been given orders upon noticing the intrusion and presence of Fellwinter. These orders came from the remnant of Rasputin that controlled it. It was a series of orders contained in only 3 words. 3 words that Rasputin would live to learn and regret till the end of his life. Replicate, eliminate, immunize. The nanites were unleashed as weapons, and there was nothing that the Iron Lords could do. Over 100 Iron Lords descended into that place, which would one day be called the Plague Lands. Of those 100 or so that entered, there would be only 2 survivors that day, Lord Saladin Forge and Lady Ephrodite. Siva production was momentarily stopped. The Iron Lord Yolda had taken an explosive device deep into the Siva replication complex, and she had managed to detonate it just as everyone was being consumed by the nanites. But even in their failure, the legend of the Iron Lords lived on, partly as a cautionary tale, and partially as a heroic one. And they were not alone. The last city might have been built on the greatest tragedy of humankind, but from its humble beginnings, legends would rise, and with them, there would be a chance for humanity to prosper once again.
The City Age.
Something that regularly proves to be a frustration when talking about Destiny's lore and its timelines is that in the relatively early dates, before the actual foundation of the city, after the collapse, and from then on onwards, there are very few actual references to actual dates. The people of Earth had little time to record keep, and as they fled for their lives, the days bled into each other, the months bled into each other. Thus, it is often hard to determine where one age begins and another has ended. There is no greater example of this than with the transition from the Dark Age to the City Age. Some say it began with the completion of the first of the city's walls. Others say it began at the conclusion of the Battle of the Six Fronts. Others still believe that it began with the formation of the Consensus. No matter the truth, the result is the same. The Guardians had arisen to find their city alive and with hope for the future, and in their noble defense of the last city, The Guardians would push out into the wilds to deal with strange and deadly forces that had plagued our worlds. A new order was a real possibility that at last lay within reach. Or so they thought back in the days of the City Age. These moments might have been separated by days, they might have been separated by centuries, but regardless, we know from the legends that stand before us even to this day that they did happen. There are small hints as to the chronology of things, but still, there are moments where things might be inaccurate. So, with that in mind, the events are chronicled in this order, as I believe they are indeed the correct order. There must have been first a time of peace, where Guardians were allowed to reflect on their greatness, and when the city was assured of the supremacy of its defenders. It is perhaps the only thing that makes sense, because of the hubris of what happened next. The city was keen to expand its territory further. It started with small expeditions to the outer worlds of the system, and to the inner core. In particular of note, Saint 14 had been tasked with leading one such group of survivors to try and recolonize Mercury, before realizing that it was overrun by the House of Rain. Whilst these initial failures had slowed them down, the Last City was still looking to reclaim humanity's lost wonders, and they set their sights in the same place that pre-Golden Age humans had long ago. They looked to the moon, our one true celestial neighbor within striking distance. The initial reports suggested that Luna was Hive territory, with something of a ragtag fallen presence there too. The consensus was committed to securing a foothold on the moon and retaking it for humanity, and even as they suddenly realized that it was also home to the Hive, they did not believe they could be stopped. But in the meeting where the forces were being committed to war, and where the consensus was ready to vote on an invasion of the moon, they were interrupted by a Guardian called Lord Shax, a former warlord of great renown and power. Shax was one of the most tested battlefield commanders in the city, and he knew in his gut that the assault on the moon was a terrible idea. He had seen what the Hive could do. He remembered a key victory that the city had fought against them, a conflict that they had barely won. It was known as the Battle of the Burning Lake, and there Shax had witnessed firsthand the power of the Hive's blades, and understood that in them there was a potential answer to the light of Guardians. They were not like any other force in Sol. They could summon the true powers of darkness to their side. But despite his pleas, Lord Shax was ignored, and the Guardians of the Last City began to assemble into the greatest army of Guardians that had ever been seen. A host of thousands would assemble under the banner of the Cormorant Seal, led by the Praxic Order, and they would march on Luna with the intent of reclaiming humanity's stellar birthright. Unique weapons of war such as the Thunderlord and its sisters Abaddon and the Nova Mortis were created in preparation for the assault. It was meant to be the Great
Wait, have we
Liberation
ever
of
gotten the
Luna,
other weapons?
but it would be known instead as the Great Disaster. Upon their arrival, the forces of Guardians would spread out to capture their objectives, and would encounter fierce resistance from the bands of Fallen that they came across. But when they hit the depths of Luna, then things would change. The hit and fade tactics of the Fallen would be troublesome, but they were merely a band of exiles trying to scrape out a living on the moon's harsh surface. The real threat below were Luna's true rulers. When the armies of the Hive emerged to engage the Guardians, the battle that would commence was titanic in scale. The Guardians would see the strength of this terrible power firsthand, and would be forced to face their champion at the height of his power. Crota had arrived, and his blood washed over the army of the Cormorant Seal like a
Snow,
tide.
it is a 10-hour
With his
Destiny
sword,
lore
the
dump.
darkest edge in hand, Crota personally slew some of the last.
Listen, we're just here relaxing. We're catching up on the story, you know.
One of the greatest titans that ever lived. Their light was
We only have 7. We only have 7 more hours. We might push some of it to tomorrow, but
that he used to murder them. At Mare Ibrium, where the greatest part of the
we're all
battle
just
took place,
chilling.
Crota fought
Destiny's
1,000
down.
knights at
We
his
can't
back.
play it right now,
Eyes
so
themselves turned green with soulfire.
I'm
When
updating
Crota's
it.
sword
So we're
fell,
just
it cracked the surface of the moon,
chilling
creating
today.
deep green fissures that remain to this day. The Guardians were pushed back, and then routed entirely. A general retreat was sounded. The battle was lost. Following this moment, the consensus, tail between its legs and realizing its mistake too late, declared that there would be an interdiction zone on the moon and
you're like, oh yeah,
this
this is a pre-cinematic. It's still
operations on the moon were to be
yeah. This was
sanctioned
made by
the
a
Vanguard,
content
and
creator.
Guardians venturing there would receive no further logistical or operational support. The moon was lost, and humanity's dream of reclaiming their Golden Age heritage was promptly shattered. Despite this, vengeance was a desire.
Chat, we might
burned
watch
in the
like.
chests of many Guardians, none more so than Ariana III, who had seen.
Chat, what do you think? Do you think we should watch the first half of this, and then we'll watch the second half of this tomorrow morning?
Showed her this exact moment.
Because I kind of want to play. I kind of want to play a game. I don't know.
She sought the knowledge of her enemy,
Like maybe some Balatro.
to destroy them. She
I can
would
boot up
find
some of that
herself
today.
in the company of the one person who truly had that knowledge, an exiled master of Hive Arcana, the warlock Toland, the Shattered. Toland would join them and advised them on their return trip to the moon, but he did not disclose his true
You
intentions
guys hard with
till
their
it was far
updates.
too late.
Dude,
He was obsessed with the
hopefully
Hive's sword
tomorrow we're
logic
ready to go.
and believed it to be the proof of their supremacy throughout the universe. And so it was that this 3 was joined by the other half of their fire team, the 6 that would go on to assault Crota, the first Crota fire team. Ariana III, Eris Morn, Toland the Shattered, Omar Agar, Sai Mota, and Vel Tarlo. They would return to the moon and assault the Hellmouth to avenge those
Sorry, my dad's
fallen
texting me
at
about
Mare
something.
Ibrium. 6 of them went down into the pit. Only one would crawl out. Veltalo and Sai Mota would fall at the hands of the Hive, be they the Darkblade's thrall or the clawing screams of Omnigul. Omar Agar would be captured and broken, torn upon the rack by Crota's heart, a wizard whose intent was torture, and who stripped the light from his very being in strands to be fed to Crota's rising brood. Only Ariana and Toland would make it to the deepest part of the Hellmouth, to the stills, where no light reaches. They crossed into Crota's throne world, where Toland heard Yut the Death Singer, and died in body, though not in spirit. It isn't clear whether Ariana would face Crota or not, but there are hints that this moment might have indeed occurred. Rumor has it that in her final moments, she seemed as wholly luminescent as the sun itself. Alas, Crota's darkness was greater. Only Eris Morn would survive, thanks to the sacrifice of her ghost Briar. In the deepest parts of the Hive's lunar fortress, lost in its catacombs with the darkness closing in all around her, she clutched at something that she had kept close all this time.
Wait, she doesn't have a
The
ghost?
great hunt against the Ahamkara, a shard of
I didn't know that.
Even the remains of the Wish Dragons are potent enough to grant the desires of those that wield them, and in this moment, Eris's desire was great. She had lost her sight, lost her light, and lost her ghost. She wished for deliverance, and perhaps for revenge. And then black tears of terrible darkness began to drip from her eyes. She had already been robbed of her sight, but now at least it seemed as though she knew the way. She would steal the eyes of an acolyte, and for 100 years she persisted in the Hellmouth, until the fateful day when one day she might find a chance to crawl out and be the arm of vengeance returned at last. That would not be for some time. The city had suffered greatly at the hands of its foes.
Huh, I didn't know that.
Brewing within its own walls as well.
Like, I didn't know that's how she got her eyes
Back
and
at
stuff.
the Battle of the Six Fronts, Osiris's appointment to the Consensus was one of the earlier causes for a great degree of turmoil. The Concordat initially had frustrations with the Great Warlock. Osiris was often too consumed with his own work to attend Vanguard meetings, and the Concordat had more strange, specific complaints. Whether they were true or slander isn't known to this day. Osiris was consumed by his study of the Vex, and he believed that they were the greatest existential threat to humanity in the Lost City. The Speaker saw them as little more than a distraction keeping Osiris from his duties. And worse still, the two of them vehemently disagreed on many issues. Osiris often challenged the speaker's authority, something the speaker could not easily abide. The Consensus and the Lost City have always been a political place as well as a place of refuge, and in such a setting, a man like Osiris would gain a reputation beyond the reality of who he was. His controversial words and beliefs would be described by some as heretical, but others would see them as prophetic. Ultimately, this created a division of sorts within the city, and some would disregard his words entirely, whilst others believed that he spoke hidden truths in defiance of the speaker. A cult of personality was starting to form, with some openly proclaiming themselves to be Osiris's followers, much to Osiris's frustration. He knew he was no prophet. He saw himself as one simply
we got
trying to convey
comics?
knowledge of the coming future. The people were twisting his words through reckless abandon and the desire to create sensationalism out of fact. And so he resolved to cut through the perspectives with knowledge. He resolved to write his findings down and collate them in the book, much against the warnings of his pupil, Ikora Ray, another powerful warlock. Osiris believed that he would add objectivity to the situation by doing this, but in reality, the release of these findings that he had made only became far worse. Osirian cultists began to distribute his findings en masse, calling them parables and prophecies.
Oh,
The speaker
God.
saw this and believed that it was a brewing insurrection, or at least a disagreement amongst the people of the Lost City that might boil over. He spoke to Saint 14, and despite Saint's urgings, he demanded that all copies of Osiris's writings should be burned. But this was only the beginning. Osiris still believed that the speaker wasn't listening to his warnings. He was correct, but his irritation with Osiris had gone even further at this point, and it had prevented him from listening to even Ikora, who was standing in for Osiris at consensus meetings. This inaction, as Osiris saw it, had even gone so far as to weaken the city. Osiris claimed that in particular, the defenses of the Lost City were weak around an area known as Twilight Gap, a prescient prediction, though none would know it until much later. The speaker reached his breaking point as the divisions between those that followed Osiris and those that rejected him were growing to a boiling point. In a full session of the consensus, the speaker moved to exile the warlock Osiris. The motion was presented in all its grandeur with a great speech by the speaker, and just as Osiris was about to be exiled, he arrived and declared that he would leave the Lost City regardless. imposing
Later
himself on the
haters,
time of exile.
Segura. Oh my God.
Ikora Ray from that day onward would hold his position as the warlock vanguard.
Later
Followed by his
haters.
ghost Segura, Osiris would head to Mercury to understand the Vex better and to prepare to face them should the need arise. A gaggle of cultist followers would leave the city too, heading out into the wilds to make their homes beyond the speaker's influence. Some of them even followed Osiris to Mercury and set up a camp within the Caloris spires. Losing a few cultists is one thing, but Osiris's exile left tangible scars on the fabric of the city beyond even just a few people leaving. It was the first time that an internal force had split the city since the time of the faction wars. It was the first time it had truly been a single man. It was the first time it had been a guardian that had caused it. Whilst this hadn't spilled over into real conflict, it had split some of the guardians from the speaker's authority. Osiris's influence had started to inspire guardians to act independently of the authority of the vanguard. This weakened the city.
Emblem time.
Some of the legends that we had known for so long as great defenders instead headed out into the wilds.
Okay, chat.
And never returned.
We're gonna do
Most notable
a different
of those
emblem.
would be those who followed on from Osiris's words that the Vex were indeed the most dangerous
For
threat
Exopheric
to the Lost City and
Voyage.
humanity. Of them, the most infamous were the Hunter Pahanin,
You'll
the
have
Warlock Praedith,
3 minutes
and the
again.
Titan known as
You're gonna do
Kabir, the
exclamation point
Visionless.
freakers,
These three would head to Venus,
because
the
if
most
shriekers were
infamous fortress
freaks,
of the
would we
Vex
call
that
them
had been around in
freakers?
soul
Okay,
for billions of years.
we're gonna start.
They attempted to
now.
infiltrate and destroy the Vault of Glass. So it was that they entered, but only one came out. The hunter, Pahanin, witnessed the power of the Vex and was forced to flee against it, being haunted by it for the rest of his days. The warlock Pradith of the future war cult was lost within the deepest reaches of the vault.
I can't make this
and
any
was
smaller.
imprisoned there seemingly for all eternity. The Titan Kabir was beaten back by the Templar, and then drank of Vex Radiolaria, thus enabling himself to be consumed by the Vex completely, and to become one with them. Before he died, he did at least manage to drain what light of his remained into a shield, a paracausal force known as the Aegis that would break the unbreakable and let the light into the vault. Thus, some of humanity's greatest heroes would fall. Long ago, such individual legends being lost might have been born by the lost city, but now they were occurring just as humanity was about to face its greatest test yet. Out in the system, scouts amongst the hunters had noticed significant fallen troop movement for some time. This was no coincidence. Long had the houses waited and watched the traveler with envy. They had always plotted the downfall of the city, but doing so was no small feat. After the failure of the House of Devils at the Battle of the Six Fronts, it was clear that the lost city could not be taken easily. Not a single fallen house would be able to assail the Guardians in their own home. But what about a united force? If there was not one house but many houses attacking, then there was a far greater chance of victory. And so it was that the four greatest houses of the Elixni coordinated together. The Kells of the Houses of Devils, Kings, Winter, and Wolves would marshal their forces and send them to Earth. Together they would unite in the greatest host of Elixni that the galaxy had ever seen, ready to defeat the Guardians, break their walls, and reclaim the great machine at last.
Nobody?
The exact number of fallen assembled in this
Nobody wants to
battle is
get
not
in for
made
the
clear,
emblem?
but based on what little we know about the troop strength of the force being brought by the House of Wolves, it is easy to speculate that there must have been over 1 million fallen in this army. Such a tidal wave of a force would have eradicated the lost city for good were it not for the actions of two staunch heroes who stood strong in their roles, one as a sovereign and the other as a guardian. The houses began to make their moves. The House of Devils, Kings, and Winter would be able to mobilize their forces more quickly and assembled on Earth with some haste. But the House of Wolves was not in the inner system. They were in the Jovian moons, and they would need to pass through the asteroid belt with their many catches in order to reach Earth. It was in this moment that their Kell made a fatal error.
Dang,
He stopped their
nobody, huh?
catches at the largest asteroid
What,
in
is
the
everybody
asteroid belt
working
known
or
as Ceres.
something?
What he didn't know was that this was firmly in the middle of the territory of the
Okay.
Awoken of the Reef. Mara Sov, the Awoken Queen, was presented with a choice in this moment. She could allow the wolves to pass through, thus allowing them to trample on Awoken sovereignty.
We'll restart
and
it
let
one
the
more
last
time.
city burn. Or she could intervene at this interruption and
You're
invasion. And she could
actually,
put Awoken
you're
lives
good,
at
Myth.
risk in doing so.
Okay, Myth, we're gonna
Mara had to choose to hide.
we're gonna
or to
reset
go to
it,
war.
okay?
And Mara would choose war.
If you do
A devastating
exclamation point,
first strike on the House of Wolves made use of a tremendously powerful gravitational
if you do
weapon,
exclamation
an
point,
ancient set of beings known as the
freakers, you
Harbingers.
have the chance to
The
win
Harbingers were so powerful,
Exopheric
they
Voyage.
destroyed the asteroid of Ceres and left 500,000 dead from the House of Wolves in this first opening engagement. It is known as the Scatter, and it did exactly that. The
We'll
Wolf
do it
Cow
again.
was amongst that number of dead, and in this sudden action, Mara had allowed herself to be embroiled in a conflict of her own, a conflict with the House of Wolves that would be known as the Reef Wars. Eventually, the House of Wolves would regroup under a powerful leader known as Skolas the Rabbit, but they were unable to continue onward to Earth until they had dealt with the Awoken threat. With that in mind, the Awoken had bought all the time that the city would need. But as we'll soon learn, even that almost wasn't enough. Mara Sov would continuously fight the House of Wolves to a standstill, up until the point at which one broke ranks with the Wolves. A scribe known
Sorry,
as
Chan, I'm just trying to think
Varax
of
the
something.
Loyal of House Judgment. He saw that Mara Sov was a leader that might at least be able to ignite the Elixni's fires for loyalty and unite them under one banner. He gave her critical information that led to the defeat and capture of Skolas. Skolas would have called Varix a traitor, no doubt, but given that he'd already removed 2 of Varix's arms, I feel as though Varix might not necessarily have cared. The remaining wolves either bent the knee to Mara or were imprisoned alongside their Kel in Varix's new jail, a facility that would one day come to be known as the Prison of Elders. With her victory here, Mara Sov had denied one of the fallen houses from an ability to attack Earth and potentially reclaim the Great Machine, but she had also denied the greatest possible reinforcements in the system for the houses of Kings, Winter, and Devils. Now there were only 3 houses instead of 4, but regardless, this was still the largest Elixni army that had ever been marshaled. Quickly, the last city's defense had to be organized. Lord Saladin Forge was in command with his proteges, Commander Zavala.
I'm just thinking
and
of something
Lord
real
Shax
quick.
at his side. As the last of the Iron Lords, aside from Lady Ephrodite, who had fled long ago, Saladin was well prepared for a siege, and he had great
Seems like one of my
experience.
one of my buddy's kids
So did
locked
Lord
themselves
Shax.
out of
And Shax also had an
her
uncanny
house,
ability
so I
to see
might
when a
need to
battle
go
could be
get her and
turned,
bring her back
something which
over
would
here.
happen in the greatest
So
and
I
most heated
might
moment
end
of the
stream,
battle that would ensue. In the end, the actions of a single fire
just
team,
so I can like watch her
Shax's
and
fire
stuff.
team would determine victory or defeat that day, and that fire team was present at the weakened part of the city's defenses that Osiris had pointed out to the speaker himself at Twilight Gap. Here, Lord Shax was forced to hold the line, which he quickly saw was starting to buckle and break.
Oh, never mind.
Saladin
We're good.
also noted this, and believed that this would be where the tide broke through.
Okay,
If they broke
we're good.
through, it would
We
be
are not
the
ending
end of
stream. Oh,
humanity.
we're done.
The forces
Okay, we're
of
gonna
the
draw.
Elixni would overwhelm the city.
The stream lives on, baby.
Lord Saladin made the
Sack,
awful
you
choice
won
of sending
one.
a
Let's
general retreat
go.
to the
Sack,
city's
you're not
Ridgeback
following the
district,
stream.
believing that that might be the only place they could hold back the fallen.
And I'm
But
not
Lord
following.
Shax knew that with such a move, doom would be guaranteed for the last city,
Okay,
and so he disobeyed Lord Saladin.
I'll message you.
Alongside his fire team, Shax held the line, dying over and over.
I'll
back to
message
back,
you the
until eventually
emblem
reinforcements
code.
could arrive.
Oh my
Legends
god,
were
just let me know if it
born that
works
day,
or not.
not
Oh no,
least
you won't be able to
amongst
know because
Anna Bray.
Destiny's
The
down.
same Anna Bray who had designed
No.
Rasputin
Oh no, you might be able to do the
in Golden Age.
redeems though.
She had been risen by the light of the Traveler, and had seen her name tag and badge on her person from the moment she was risen.
Okay, so we
She
will.
would remember her name.
We'll do one more
and so would
giveaway,
Many others.
and we'll see where
Thanks
we're
to her
at for
actions in
today.
the battle that day. Wherever her golden gun shot, a whisper of the Traveler's light would be left. These remnants of her light would still be present to this day. It was also
Dude,
in
they have
this
the comic
battle
books out and
that she
stuff.
faked her own death so that she might explore more of the legacies of her own family's past without the interference of the last city. The battle was fierce, but eventually the Guardians with their rallied forces would push the Elixni back, and the counterattack was decisive enough to help break the Fallen's charge for good. Lord Shax and his fire team had saved the last city. The losses from the battle were staggering. A whole generation of Guardians was devastated, in more ways than can be imagined. The Battle of the Twilight Gap would change the last city forever. It marked a point of remembrance and a turning point in our
Oh, did my
story.
alert not go? What?
The Guardians
How come I
had
didn't hear
held
my
their own
alert?
in an age of
Hey-
great uncertainty.
Oh, I night heard it.
But now
Mama
the
Bear,
true
thank you
danger
for
of their
following.
foes
How you
was
doing
also
today?
made more clear than ever.
Hope you're having a
Some
good
chose
day
to look on
today.
Twilight Gap with remembrance.
Sorry, I'm just
Basil
messaging
Crux
one of my
and
buddies, making
Victor
sure
Lomar,
everything's good.
Two of the city's
New
great industrialists
follower!
and the creators of the Crux Lomar Foundry would use this opportunity to design a new weapon of war in commemoration of the battle, the Yalahorn, forged from the armor and light of Guardians.
I'm
that
doing
had
well,
fallen that
doing
day.
well.
It was said to ring out with the power of the Fallen, giving voice to their strife once more with the howl of wolves. Others looked upon Twilight Gap's events and saw the city's
We're just
places
chilling,
being ascended.
watching Bife's
Never
10-hour-long
again would the
lore
Elixni
video,
assemble a force of this
doing some
size.
emblem
Never again
giveaways.
would they
I'm
invade
probably
the
gonna
city
open
with
up the
lofty
collector's
dream
edition later.
of reclaiming the Traveler. They would be a broken
So,
people
in a little
completely
bit,
from this point onward.
I might take my. I'm probably gonna take. I have someone coming by to pick up a package, so I might have to.
protect it against even those recovering foes.
And then I'm probably gonna take my dog out for a walk, and I'll bring my lunch down
None would
here.
make a greater
So
mark
we'll
in
do a
this
little
regard
BRB
than
for a little
Saint 14.
intermission.
With the blessing of the speaker and with a certain fury in his heart, Saint 14 viciously hunted the Elixir across the system, becoming a legendary monster in their eyes. He hunted down the leaders and Kells who had fought at Twilight Gap, killing as many as he could get his hands on. These would be known as the Crusades of Saint 14, and they would come to a close when he went to battle the Kell of the House of Devils. At the time, the Devils were led by Sulcus, whose might was so great that he managed to grab the Titan and hoisted him clean from his feet, choking the life from him. In a famously Titan move, Saint 14 summoned all the power he could, ready for one last strike in melee.
Oh, I always forgot about this part.
To land the blow. But it
Like
wasn't
how
a
much they
punch.
were afraid of him.
Winding back his neck, Saint 14 headbutted Sulcus, the Kell of the House of Devils, so hard that this single strike was enough to cave in the Kell's skull, killing him instantly. Saint 14's helmet still has a dent from this fabled incident that can be seen even to this day.
Yo, Pizza, how you doing?
To return to the lost city.
Hope you're having a good
Then
Monday.
the speaker contacted him with new information. Osiris had been seen on Mercury. The Titan changed course and went to search for his friend.
How's the
his
stall?
lover.
The stall is going
He would
great.
find his way to the
Oh,
infinite forest,
Jaquan,
the Vex
John,
simulation engine that Osiris had begun to
Sony,
enter
thank you
its
for
study.
the Jaquan, John,
deepest
Sony, thank you for the
recesses of the
follow.
infinite
How you
forest.
doing today?
Saint 14 would disappear. His seat on the Vanguard
All chilling,
left empty
getting
for
ready
a
for the
time.
final shape,
He
everybody.
did not return. Soon
I'm
it was
installing the
filled by
new
Commander
update,
Zavala,
so we're
and it
just
was
waiting.
assumed that Saint 14
Well, we have to wait till
lost.
Tuesday anyways, but
legends had begun
catching
to
up on the
disappear.
lore.
At this point, the city was still weak.
Yo, Brutal, yeah, we're doing a
Watch
watch
was setting
party.
in.
If you see the
was in
pinned
this
message,
moment
make sure you like the
Smelling
video
the
for
blood
BYF.
of the city, the Concordat would rise.
Yo,
and make
Tiago,
things so much worse.
how you
The
doing?
exact reason
I'm already in
behind their
Sony, made the
rebellion is still
update
unknown.
live for me.
Their history
No!
has been scrubbed from the last city's records.
You can't see it right
What we do
away.
know is that they rose to overthrow the speaker and the consensus. Their betrayal would lead to the ascension of a faction
You've already
that
thumbed
replaced
BYF.
them,
Nice.
the
There we
future
go.
war cult. Their revolution was short-lived, and they were
Okay, the next
finally
emblem will be
defeated
in
one of
about
the
15
last
5
city's
minutes.
towers by the Guardians
These are
and
just
forces
emblems
of
I
the
got
monarchy.
throughout the year,
The Concordat
or throughout the
and
couple
its
years of
leader,
just buying
Lysander,
stuff.
would retreat into
So,
the wild,
It seems
where
like
they
not a lot of
remained
people have
ever
them,
since.
so we're just
Even to
gonna.
this day, when the witnesses' forces crowd
We're just gonna
all
give 'em
around
away.
us, we still know Lysander is out there, somewhere. With so much calamity and so much conflict, Lord Shaxx felt it necessary to act. He put a proposal to the consensus.
But
Guardians had always sparred against
we'll talk
each
about the
other,
lore here and
as
there, you
mortal
know.
beings with incredible might
Just chill
who were
around.
able to resurrect after their deaths. Dying was not necessarily a problem for a Guardian unless their ghost was also killed, and so there became a culture.
You don't have the
Guardians would
annual
fight against
final
each
shape?
other and learn from their mistakes.
That's perfectly fine.
Combats were sometimes collectively referred to.
Listen,
as
I know a lot of
crucible,
people will probably
and
just be
these
just doing the
moments of
story and then just
fighting
saying that they're done,
infighting
which is
were
perfectly
often
fine.
used
I want to see
settle
like where
disagreements in
the
a
story can
martial
continue
manner.
onwards
Some
to.
Guardians, such as Ikora Rey, were notorious combatants in this regard. It was
Bungie has
Lord
me hooked.
Shaxx who proposed a
Ever since the
formalization
Halo
of the
days.
Crucible under his watchful eye. He would organize matches to pit Guardian against Guardian, thus allowing their existing ranks to train in an environment where their deaths were not punished permanently. The consensus
D3?
would
Hell
agree to
yeah.
allowing the
No,
Crucible
they're gonna
to be
change D3 to
conducted,
just be
and
D.
Crucible matches would become a part of the last city's culture.
Oh yeah,
with
Tiago, the
Guardians of
AIO
all stripes
update.
gaining fame and
Man, Sack has
fortune
way better
for
memory
their
than me.
performance
That's
in the arenas of
went
Lord
way over my head.
Shaxx. The citizens of the last city would watch the televised conflicts, or would show
Such
up
a
if some
D.
of those arenas were able to be viewed in person. Factions and weapon foundries would sponsor Guardians who were willing to bear their colors or insignias into battle. Betting on Crucible matches became a relatively common pastime, and fans would develop loyalties or attachments to individuals or teams that performed well within Shaxx's Crucible. With the Crucible being truly formalized, Now what had merely been sparring sessions could be turned into a true training avenue. A new generation
Hell, I
of
just want to
Guardians
do
were
the
being
final
put to
shape
the
raid.
test and were being readied for
Dude,
war.
I cannot wait for
There was
Friday.
still some time before these Guardians would be ready.
I'm
and the
so
old
excited.
guard would suffer some terrible fates before their replacements could come in to take the reins. The most notable of these was Andal Brask. He had volunteered to
Who?
become the Hunter Vanguard after losing a bet with his close friend Cade Six. Cade had killed a terrible fallen mercenary called Tannix the Scarred, and had bet with his friend Andal that he'd do it first.
Oh.
Andal lost that bet, and that's why he had the desk job, the Hunter Vanguard position, the one job no hunter truly wants.
Enjoy packing
The only
pizza.
problem was that
Exclamation
Tannix
point
was more
lurk.
machine than monster, and wasn't so easily killed. He would
Yeah, we can get
swiftly
your little
return to
counter
the
up.
fold time and time again, until he got lucky one day and ended the life of Andal Brask and his ghost. Cade realized his error, and realized that it was his overconfidence that had effectively gotten his friend killed.
At least it should
In
work.
a moment of reverent self-sacrifice and a
There we go.
dedication of duty, Cade took up Andal's cloak. To know the significance of this moment, you need to understand the significant part of hunter culture that their cloaks represent. They are full of meaning and stories. They are a representation of you as a person. When a hunter cuts apart his lesser's cloaks and adds it to their own, it is a proclamation of dominance. When a hunter's cloak is emblazoned with the insignia of their posse or faction, they are proclaiming undying loyalty. And when a hunter takes up the cloak
Yo,
of his fallen
Sterny
comrade,
GG, thank you for the
it is a
follow.
vow.
How you doing today?
Cade vowed to honor the memory
Getting
and
ready for the final
sacrifice of his
shape?
fallen friend. And so not only did he take Andal's cloak, but he also
Oh, Andal Brask was the
volunteered to
previous
be the
Hunter
next
Vanguard.
Hunter Vanguard. As
Oh,
time
okay.
in the city age dragged on, things slowly began to fall into decay.
I didn't know
When the
that.
city's walls were constructed and finished, there were 8 towers that perched along its circumference, each manned by guardians,
Conference?
friends, FOTC force members, and members of the Stoneborn Titan Order. It was bristling with guns. It was well defended. But as the city age started to come to a close, all but one of these towers had fallen into disrepair and had been abandoned. The enemies of the city were beginning to close in. The time of the great city age heroes had seemingly come to an end. An old and familiar kind of darkness began to creep in from the edges of the system, known at the time only to a select few, including a single Cloudstrider known as Rohan, who had found a backdoor into the Black Garden. A terrible
Oh.
kernel of darkness had been planted. A false copy of the Veil had been created, a copy that had been nurtured by the Vex of the Black Garden, and had been nothing but a source of poison for the Traveler.
Well, that's not allowed.
With this new darkness rising, and no one knowing of it, the Traveler's light began to dim. A warrior of great strength and resolve would be needed to deliver humanity from the approaching perils of this treacherous time, and their prayers were answered. One day, a ghost continued its search for its guardian, trekking across the wastelands of the old
Chat, get ready to soy L and soy R.
the wastes that were now referred to as Old Russia. Here, amongst the rusting cars and unassuming bones of the collapse, on a small hill, just before the old Cosmodrome's walls, they found something. They found hope. They found you.
Me?
And with you,
They found me?
the whole world would be changed forever.
It's us! Soy! Look! It's us! Oh my god! Intermission! No! Oh my god. Okay, well, since we have a good amount of people here, do you know what? Let's turn off the emblem giveaway counter while we have an intermission. We can fast forward this video if we want. So since we have a good amount of viewing, we're gonna do the emblem Midas Traction. Legend, thank you for the follow. Just in time. So for this emblem, don't forget to cover up your codes. I don't show the codes to anybody. I make sure no one has access to these. So we're gonna start a new drawing. So we're gonna start a new one. And it will be a 3-minute timer. Exclamation point, traction. If you have the emblem, don't have the emblem, it doesn't matter. We will be giving it away. And I'll send you an IM through Twitch.
Hello there.
Titan, thank you for the follow. Thank you. By the way, the following's great. You do not have to be a follower of the stream. You can just join in. But the following is always very nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sack, you're... There's definitely something up with my streamer bot as to why it's like not working that way. Like, I don't know why it does that, but whatever. Yeah, obviously the mods are hacking. You can't trust them. The mods are hella sussy. Okay, chat, come on, exclamation point traction. You almost have a minute left. I see, well, I know some people are, I know Pizza's lurking. To sack. But yeah, you cannot put in anything after traction like what Sack is doing. It's done. Destiny's been updated. Let's go. We'll put that off to the side right now. Redeems instant win. He's done it. He's winning. There you go, Mama Bear. 15 seconds. Okay, everyone praise that you're gonna get it. Okay, we're gonna draw the winner in 3, 2, 1. Myth, you got it again. He's hacking, bro. Like, oh god, my ears. But everyone has the same amount of playing field. Like, what the hell? Now, there are 2 more versions of that, and we have more emblems. So if you stay in the stream, you have more chances. Don't worry. Now remember, whenever you lose, always type rigged.
Our journey began.
Every single one of these is
as
rigged.
journeys do for guardians.
I think I have the rigged emote.
Darkness. Until
Oh, I don't have rigged. Hold on.
light. Not some great and glorious thing filled with triumph and fanfare, but a slow and steady thing, like the rousing of a great hero after a long and well-earned slumber. We awoke to the sights of old Russia and the voice of our ghost, and we realized that we knew nothing of our past.
How come I didn't
When
win?
one of the worthy
Rigged!
dead is chosen by a ghost and risen as a guardian of the light, they remember nothing of their past lives.
I was
Some might
about
get
to,
lucky.
lol.
They might have an object from their person that identifies who they were. It could be as simple as a name.
Okay, now
badge.
we'll
It could be
redo the
something as
timer.
extensive as a journal for those who are lucky enough. But most of the time,
Sorry, I'm
guardians
trying to
are
find my
risen with
sources
no
here.
idea of who they were, and no connection to their past lives. So it was for us. We would have no conception of who we were and what we had done, or why we were in old Russia. But it didn't matter. The Cosmodrome at Baikonur was a dangerous hunting ground, and immediately we were being pursued by a squadron of fallen raiders. Our ghost would search through the wreckage and ruins until they found what they were looking for. Us. But they were now not the only ones taking the risk. We needed to escape, and so narrowly evading the fallen House of Devils, we found our way into the wall and found an old jump ship. It had not been operated in hundreds of years perhaps. It was rusty and in need of repair, but it would be enough to get us to the place we needed to go. It would take us to the place we would one day call home, the last city. From atop the wall, we took our first steps into the tower, and we saw that we were surrounded by a company of many heroes. Maybe it was here that we quietly made a choice to do good and to fight for these people.
Where is my mouse?
People we didn't know yet, people we had only just realized existed in this strange world on the brink of collapse again. If we made this decision in this moment, that was perhaps our first true unspoken act of heroism, but it would not be our last. After speaking with the Vanguard and listening to the speaker, we knew our purpose. As a guardian of the light, we were bound to defend our home and our people, lest all of Sol should fall into ruin. The speaker warned us of an imminent threat, that the darkness was coming back, and that we would not survive it this time. We
Oh,
would need to push back the darkness, alongside with guardians on Earth and beyond.
we will survive the
We would
darkness.
not know the face of this evil for some
Sterny, let me
time.
put in the emblems that
The
I have
speaker would
left.
die before
I have a
he
couple.
learned the truth,
I really should have put in the
but we would
code of like
ride
what
out
I
to
had,
face this evil nonetheless.
but I'll type it in
And
chat
so
for you.
we went forth. We first returned to the
Oh, the
Cosmodrome,
new emblems? I don't know
where we
about the new
acquired a
emblems,
jump
but
drive
these
for
are
our
the
ship from a fallen
emblems that I
Archon
have
who had
for the
initially pursued us
for the
alongside
raffle.
The scouting team that found us. His name was Rixis, and with his defeat, the House of Devils had suffered its first major blow at our hands. We would also go on to defeat the High Servitor of the House of Devils, Sepix Prime. Across the Cosmodrome, we first encountered the Hive and their wizards who came from the moon. But it was our discovery of Rasputin's remaining systems that would be most valuable. Through both
Hello there.
fallen meddling and the reactivation of an ancient communications array,
Roa
we had
2816,
discovered in a
thank you
portion
for
of
the
old
follow.
mined bunker system
So
within
those are the
old
emblems
Russia,
that we have for
a portion
redeem
of
for
Rasputin would be
the
sent
giveaway
out
for
to the
what's
rest
left in
of
the giveaway
system,
today.
a portion that one day would be reunited with the whole. The Hive's presence was worth investigating further, and so we followed their trail to the place that Guardians had long feared, to Luna. Touching down on the surface of the moon, we were able to follow the signal of a Guardian who had ventured here. We followed their trail until we discovered a massive pair of doors and a looming Hive structure. Before these doors, the Guardian was found, and they were dead. Not even the light remained.
So
Before
the
doors of
giveaway
this
is currently
temple,
closed right now.
Rixis and Crota
The next one will be in
saw
an
what was
hour.
left of them.
Sorry.
and briefly turned around. There we saw our first glimpse of a stranger off in the distance watching us from beyond. But we had but moments to observe this. The door in front of us began to unseal. Inside, the Hive would face us, and we would discover the Guardian's ghost. This would also be the point at which we discovered the extent of the Hive's presence on the moon. For centuries, they had been building up their forces and had been waiting to launch a full-scale invasion of Earth. We delved deeper into the Hive's secrets, stealing from the world's grave the archive of the Hive, and defeating the abominations that they raised in their summoning pits. We shattered the remnants of Crota's
Working and watching
sword
your
to the
stream now.
darkest edge, and
Nice.
defeated a warden of Oryx's shrine on the moon. The
There you
deepest
go.
parts of this infestation
Feel free to
were
just
remarkable.
chill again every
The true
hour.
menace of the hive
I'm gonna
was
try
unknown
and
to us
do
until the speaker
another
contacted us
giveaway.
out of the blue. He stated that the
I might
hive
be
were
taking a
engaged
break in a little
ritual to
bit, but
drain
I'll keep the
traveler of its
counter
light.
going so
So
that
we
way
rushed back
people
to the
don't
Temple of Crota,
miss out.
where we had first descended into the Hellmouth. In that moment, we were contacted yet again by that mysterious stranger on the ridge. She sent us coordinates to a region of Venus known as the Ishtar Sink, which we would soon investigate. And she promised us that if we were to defeat the hive, there were greater threats still to the system out there. We returned to our mission and descended into the hive ritual
Sorry, people
chamber.
messaging me.
There we discovered what the hive were experimenting on, a shard of the Traveler itself. It was unclear how they were able to use this to manipulate the Traveler and to drain its light, but it did point to the idea that all shards of the Traveler are somehow linked to it. After successfully freeing the shard of the Traveler, we went on our mission to Venus, emboldened by our
I
successes.
might make the next timer a little bit
We found
longer though to
ourselves
give more
scouting
people
through
more
the
time to get
overgrowing
in. So I might
ruins
make
of
the
Ishtar
timer
Academy.
like
It was here that we first encountered another
5 minutes
foe,
instead.
the Vex, the time-traveling machines of unknown origin, filled with
Since people
millions
are
of
working in and
radioactive.
out, give everyone more time.
After defeating them, we met the Exo-Stranger at last. To cut a long story shorter than was necessary, she informed us that the Traveler would not truly heal until we found the legendary Black Garden's heart and ripped it out. Our ghost prompted us that the information we needed could only be found with the Awoken. They were the only ones who knew about the location of the Black Garden. In possibly the most frustrating of turns, the Exo-Stranger had little more to say to us. After all, she had no time to even explain why she didn't have time to explain.
Oh my god.
But we at least had a heading, and as she disappeared into nothingness, we resolved to go to the Black Garden. But first we would need to pay the Awoken a visit, and so we went out to the territory of the Reef and were quickly picked up by the Awoken patrols. In our initial, somewhat frosty reception with Prince
Oh my
Aldrin and
goodness.
Queen Mara, we were
Vigo
told that if we recovered the Eye of a Vex Gate Lord,
Vigodolol,
they would forge us a key
an
into the Black Garden.
enthusiast
Despite
razor.
Aldrin's insistence
Thank you
that
both
this
for the
was a fool's
follow.
errand,
Welcome
we
to the
began our
stream.
search and returned to Venus. Along with discovering
How is
the
everyone
Golden
doing
Age Ishtar
today?
Collective Lab and defeating the Kell of the Fallen House of Winter, we were able to pinpoint a location where we would find a Vex Gate Lord, a place called the Endless Steps. As we ventured there, we had to battle through many Vex frames to reach our target.
Good.
Zydron.
Welcome to the stream.
But
We're
even
just
this powerful
chilling.
Vex Gate Lord, an Axis
I'm doing
mind and
good.
control of all the local
I have the
Vex
week
was
off,
not
so
enough
we're
to
just
stop us.
chilling,
We
catching
struck
up
it
on the
down
lore,
and took what remained of it to
giving
the
up some
Queen.
emblems that I've been hoarding.
Aldrin
So,
begrudgingly
and
obliged
later we'll open
and
up
ripped
the
out
final
relevant
shape collection
components
box,
from the Eye of the
and I'll
Vex
give you
Gate
guys,
Lord.
I'll show you guys the emblem codes for the
Unfortunately, component was
the
broken
multi-redeemable
and would need to be
ones.
charged in order to allow us
So,
ingress into the Black Garden. Aldrin gave
oh
us
yeah,
a
showing
less
us
than a
back,
functional prize, and at Mara's request informed us that an entrance to the Black
going us
Garden
back to
could be found
D1.
in Meridian Bay on Mars.
Yeah, we
The
are
Queen also demanded that we would one day return
almost
to
4
repay
hours
her
in, so
generosity.
not
She had
bad.
shown us mercy, given that we had barged into her kingdom, and she would allow us to leave, assuming that we returned when the time was right. But that would have to wait until another day. The Martian sands were calling our name. Meridian Bay was a heavily contested zone when we arrived, filled with Cabal forces from the 5 scouting
Oh yeah, we
regions
still
that had
we
invaded
still don't
Summer.
have Mars back
Pushing
either. I
through
forgot
them,
about that.
We first laid eyes on the gate to the Black Garden, in a place called the Valley of the Kings.
Oh, is that
Now
how
all
we got
needed to
through the
do
first
was
time? Man,
properly
I don't remember
fix the
any
Gate
of
Lord's
this.
eye. As we explored Mars for a way to do this, we carved deep into Vex territory, shutting down many of their portals that allowed them to exit from the Black Garden in great numbers. We also had to contend with the Cabal forces
I also
there,
have to keep an eye
and
on
dealt
something
many
too.
serious blows to them, including taking out 3 of their Scion
What time did she
flayers,
say she was gonna be here?
and even defeating the
2:20.
infamous Valis Ta'ark, who was stationed on the Cabal land tank of the
Valis Ta'ark, my goat.
Alongside these great defeats, we also discovered something remarkable. We found Rasputin again.
Oh, she's
The same
okay.
fragment of him that
I will
we
be back,
hated in the
chat.
Cosmodrome. He was
Continue
here as well
watching.
within the Warmind systems of Meridian Bay. He was starting to regrow in terms of strength. Soon, perhaps, he would be ready to fight once more. Eventually, though, our ghost would discover our true objective, a means of charging the Gate Lord's eye. A massive Vex spire deep in Cabal territory would be our in. This particular firebase, where the spire was located, was controlled by elite Vex clearing units of the Cabal Blind Legion, and their Primus didn't take kindly to his territory being invaded, but we managed to defeat him and successfully interfaced the Gate Lord's eye with the spire. All that remained was to return to the Valley of the Kings and enter the Black Garden itself. As we approached the gate, Vex poured forth and the gateway reacted to us. We defeated them and crossed over. We found ourselves in a strange place, a world of stone and brass and moss. Ancient Vex frames stood here, motionless, covered in the growth of the garden. These were the sole divisive, the Vex that lay within the Black Garden itself. They had seen the divinity planted here by the Witness not long ago, and had sought to bind themselves to it for their own survival. That divinity would be what we faced at the Black Garden's heart. Unbeknownst to us at the time, this roiling, formless mass of darkness was a copy of the Veil, a flawed copy that had begun to poison the traveler with its imperfection. As we stepped forth, we saw the Vex frames doing as they did within the presence of this unknown divinity. They had decided that the greatest means by which they could survive was worship, and so they had reverently decided to enact the behavior of worship, bowing eternally to this new, fetid thing. We saw the Vex frames leaving this state of worship and reacting to us, and in their adoration, some of them were empowered by darkness. 3 great Vex Axis mines known as the Soul Progeny were calcified into statues before this black heart, each of them representing the past, present, or future. They would all come to life one at a time, empowered by the Black Garden's heart. But with its power attached to each of these Vex, the heart was weakened each time we struck one down. And when the last mind fell, the heart began to collapse in on itself, in a great torrent of cascading energy. As the light from this moment overwhelmed our senses and blinded our eyes, the heart was destroyed. The destruction of the heart of the Black Garden would send echoes out across the universe, and would set in motion everything that followed. The Traveler's light would begin to return, and slowly it would start to heal itself at last. As we returned to the city to celebrate our success, we were greeted one last time by the Exo-Stranger. She gave us her weapon and reminded us that there were more foes that we would soon need to confront. Her words and whispers would send us forth, and we would pursue the rumors of the dark power that the Vex had sought to unleash from the Black Garden.
Hello there.
That trail would lead us to the most infamous Vault of Glass. The fire team that had tried to raid the vault before us was lost mostly to time. Little is known of the exact details of the assault of Pahanin, Pradith, and Kabir, but we do know that their ill-fated attempt to destroy the Hazen Lords was unsuccessful. What we found within the vault was the remains of Kabir, the Aegis, the last vestige of his light, and we would put it to great use, using it to break the unbreakable within the vault. To assault this great stronghold, though, we would need to face Vex with true control over time itself. The power of these Vex was ontological in nature. They would be able to cut the threads of the timelines themselves here within the vault, a unique power vested in this place alone. To put it simply, if you were removed from the timeline here, it would be as if you never existed at all. To fail was not simply to die, it was to never have been in the first place. We faced down their great constructs, including the Templar, the Gorgons, and the greatest of them all, Atheon, Time's Conflux. Defeating these Vex would undo their control of the vault, and leave it as an empty shell of what was. Our first great conquests were complete, but many more battles awaited us. The resurgence of the light had drawn the attention of others, of those that lay on the moon, of those with envious eyes and hungry, slathering jaws. Even as we had struck down the heart of the Black Garden and attained our first great victory, our actions on the moon had aroused a slumbering giant. Crota, the son of Oryx, had seen the return of the light's power, and would begin to marshal his forces on the moon and on Earth. This would be the prelude to what would be an invasion well over a century in the making. All of the forces that we had discovered on the moon would soon be sent onward to invade Earth and to destroy the last city. But a remnant of Crota's past persisted still, a remnant that would be the bane of him and all of his kin. For long ago, 6 of them went down into the pit. And now, ragged and scarred, but enlightened and determined, one would crawl out. Eris Morn, the last. She would quickly find a vessel and make her way back to the last city, but her return was not the happy reunion that some might have hoped for. Her time in the Hellmouth had left her changed, and having lost her sight long ago and having had to replace it with the eyes of an acolyte, she was seen as a terrible abomination, a thing of darkness. Her ghost briar was gone, her connection to the light was severed, and now she wept an eternal veil of shadows, like blood drifting through droplets of rain. The Speaker and Commander Zavala wanted to immediately exile her, but Eris had been a member of Ikora Ray's organization known as the Hidden, the great order of spies and scouts that Ikora used to keep tabs on the system at large. At her request, Eris Morn was allowed to remain. Eris immediately sought us out and told us of the coming invasion of Crota. To counter it, we headed to the Cosmodrome first. Crota's disciples were making their landings there, and so we needed to blunt the offensive before it could truly begin. We went to kill Sardon, the Fist of Crota, and to prevent Omnigul, Crota's will, from corrupting the systems of the Warmind Rasputin that were found within old Russia. The Seraphim bunkers beneath the surface were held, and the Hive were not able to use the Warmind's weapons against us. Rebuking these assaults would leave Crota's immediate invasion plan halted. It broke the tip of his spear. Seizing on this momentum, we would return to the moon, and defeated the son of Oryx for the first time. We would discover Crota initially in the darkest ritual chamber of the Hellmouth, the Chamber of Night. But we would not face Crota as he had been in the Great Disaster. We would face a weakened fragment of his power. Long ago, a Hive Knight of Zivu Arath had clashed with another knight bearing tribute for Crota's father, Oryx, and, by extension, as part of that chain, Crota himself. Both knights died, and their tithes never reached their overlords. In the case of Crota, who would have tithed this knight's portion to Oryx, it meant that he believed he needed to retreat, to regain his power in this crystalline form, so that he could safely be manifested again when he was stronger. Trapped within this crystalline matrix, and unable to take true physical form without the intervention of his brood, Crota was vulnerable. And despite his still overwhelming power, we proved more than a match for him, and shattered his crystal, banishing him from this mortal plane. His initial assaults on the moon might have been stopped, but as one of the Ascendant Hive, as the son of Oryx no less, Crota was uniquely positioned to survive death. He would only truly die if he was destroyed within his own throne world. Thanks to the teachings of Toland the Shattered, Eris Morn knew this, and she asked us to assemble a team to do what she had tried many years ago, to do what the others had failed to end Crota once and for all, and to secure vengeance for Wei Ning, Eriana III, Sai Motar, Omuragar, Veltalo, and Toland the Shattered. Once again, 6 of us went down into the pit. And this time, We would not crawl out. We would go deeper. We fell at the heart of the Hellmouth. We fell into the stills, where Ariana and Toland had once seen the light of Crota's netherrealm for themselves. We battled through Crota's seemingly endless hordes to reach the keyhole, the gateway that led into the netherrealm of the Son of Oryx. On the other side, we were greeted with a green flame sky beneath the Oversoul throne, and we would face Crota, the Son of Oryx, one last time. Though his might was remarkable and his strength was boundless, we fought the Hive God with strength that he himself would muster, with the logic of the sword, the immutable rule of the universe that the Hive had learned so long ago, that only the strong shall live, and that the weak will die. And what's more, we would triumph. We took Crota's own sword, the Darkest Edge, and plunged it into the Son of Oryx's heart. In his final desperate moments, as his cries rang out across the night, the sea of screams shivered. When Crota's cry was ended, silence. But something out in the night had heard him. Soon it would be upon us. But till that moment arrived, we would believe this to be our greatest victory. And the vengeance that would soon stalk us from across the stars would not arrive in the system for at least a few months more. And in this time there were other concerns for us to deal with. We were called back to the Black Garden to deal with a new Vex Axis mind called the Undying Mind. It was attempting to return the heart of the Black Garden to life. Needless to say, we could not stand for such a thing, and so we shut it down for good. But the echoes of this mysterious construct would still persist in the infinite weave of time that was the Black Garden. Just like the other soul-divisive Vex, these Vex would bide their time until an opportunity presented itself once more. And back in the system, there were other forces on the move. Strange happenings were occurring out in the asteroid belt, and soon the Queen would call on us for that favor we owed her. It is not a common thing for the Awoken of the Reef to seek out assistance. It is even rarer for them to seek it out from the likes of Guardians. And yet, Marasov had seen how we had dispatched with the Son of Oryx. And so we had at least proven our competence in battle. And that competence was needed. Skolus, the Kell of the House of Wolves, whom Mara had defeated in the Reef Wars, had broken out of the Prison of Elders. The exact details of this breakout aren't known, but it appears to be with the assistance of the Nine. Why they did this is something of a mystery, but what we do know is that they gifted Skolus with a Ketch, one of the great fallen warships. With this, he had an opportunity to call his forces back to his side. Many Corsairs of the Awoken would die in the ensuing chaos, and a few infamous fallen wolves that would come to be known as the Queenbreakers even attempted an assassination on Marasov herself. Corsairs died in her defense there, and her fury was palpable. As the traitors turned tail and fled, Mara tasked us and her recently appointed Queen's Wrath, Petravenge, with hunting down Skolus and all the treacherous wolves. We would also be assisted by Varix the Loyal, the same scribe of House Judgment, who had originally betrayed Skolus. We quickly discovered that his fallen wolves were converging on the Simic Fell, the Ketch on Venus that had once housed the leadership of the House of Winter, namely the Winter's Kell, Draxis. We briefly interrupted Skolus, making a proclamation before the crew of this Ketch. Varix translated this, and as it turned out, Skolus was proclaiming himself to be an Elixni legend, the so-called Kell of Kells, who would unite all the Elixni houses, have all servitors and ketches bent to him, and even receive the blessing of the Traveler itself. Before we could defeat Skolas and put an end to such delusions of grandeur, he escaped, and had succeeded in rallying what remained of the House of Winter. Our first mission was a failure, but we didn't let that stop us. Quickly we managed to pick up his trail again, and we would head to Earth in order to cut Skolas off. He was heading there to try and integrate the forces of the House of Devils and House of Kings into his growing armies, using either force or diplomacy, but our arrival in both cases scuppered all of Skolas' plans before they could even bear fruit. With pressure being put upon the Wolfkel, and with no other houses to turn to in the system of significant enough power, Skolas looked for other means of conquering his foe, and his madness could be seen here. He desperately sought out an advantage from the Vex. He made a small raid into the now weakened Vault of Glass, and successfully tapped into some of the Vex technology there. But to his madness and the
Sorry about that, chat. An old roommate stopped by. They accidentally had a package here,
with the danger
so
rising,
we were catching up.
it was becoming
Oh, looks like we got some
important for us to
followers
capture him
too.
in
Oh my
one
goodness.
piece. His forces were raiding more Vex installations, including the
Lucan
ominous citadel
Hajammer,
on Venus, the massive
Hazer
Vex
Cod,
spire that pierced towards the sky.
Calibre, so Calmo. Sorry for butchering everyone's names.
Unfortunately for Skolas, his movement to the top of the citadel had left him cornered. We ascended to the top of
Butchereku.
the spire at the
Thank
very
you all
height of
for the
citadel,
follows.
and there we battled with the Kell of Wolves.
We'll give it another half. After this half an hour, we'll do the giveaway. And then I really need to eat food, and my dog needs to go for a walk. So we'll do, after this Emblem giveaway, we'll do a short break, and we'll take it from there. We'll do some clips from today.
But not before being interrogated by Varix and Mara.
Hold on,
Skolas told them in a moment
I'll be
of
back
fear
again.
that despite the malice they had dealt to him, there was an even greater force headed this way. A dark and looming shadow that would crush all with its presence. Later, Mara would prophetically dream of this foe. She saw what was to come, and knew that it could spell her doom, and the doom of the whole system. Many envoys went back and forth from the reef in those days. In particular, Eris Morn, Osiris, and Mara Sov would all meet, convening to discuss the threat that they would soon encounter. But more than simply this, the three would discuss the nature of the ultimate enemy that they would need to confront, lest they should witness its wrath for themselves. And thus, a plan of loose cooperation was devised between the three of them, and a plan to address Oryx was formed. It would be a plan of many steps and phases, one that would evolve and shape its foundations over time, but it would first be set into motion months later by Marasov's choices over the rings of Saturn, and its consequences would echo across the Ascendant realms forever. But before such plans could be enacted, there was one last complication to deal with. Skolas was still alive. Given what approached on the horizon, the reef could ill afford a second breakout. And so, in the ways of old of the Elixni, the Wolfkel was sentenced to trial by combat. We would be his chosen executioners, and so we entered the prison of elders and fought the hordes of Skolas' minions who had been imprisoned there. The Wolfkel was fierce, and did everything in his power to destroy us. But we had already destroyed gods in our short time as guardians.
Sorry, chat. She wanted water. I left again.
And his minions being flung at us left, right, and center. This pretender prophet, this so-called Kell of Kells, was nothing more than a charlatan. He was no match for our light. Skolas the Rabbit would be vanquished. The Wolfkel was no more.
The Lord's...
For a
I'm
short
sorry.
time,
I'm
things
sorry.
seemed calm across the system, and we reinforced, preparing for our next battle. Little did we know that what we would soon be engulfed in was no battle, but a war. A war against one of the greatest champions of the darkness that the system had known since the collapse. For only recently we had slain Crota, and his death rattle had echoed out across the night. And now, the night would answer.
The Taken King.
It started with a presence, a movement of unknown vessels that were quickly identified by the Awoken. Crota's father had heard his cries, and despite the teachings of the sword logic, Oryx would seek revenge for the death of his son. He had brought his armada, he had brought his brood. Worst of all, he
What
had
should you buy to
brought his
eat tomorrow?
dreadnought. It was the Awoken who would encounter him first. Mara Sov marshaled her fleets and the many catches under her
Like a
command.
burrito bowl, but not
She
from
met the king out in
Chipotle.
the edges of the system, and at the rings of Saturn, the two monarchs did battle. As the fleets engaged,
That's what you should
the
get.
combat at first seemed even, until Mara unleashed her harbingers like she had done in the Reef Wars. These ancient anomalous creatures brought with them the same devastating force of gravity that they had before, and Oryx's fleet was crushed between the debris of Saturn's rings. The harbingers slammed into Oryx's dreadnought, leaving the rest of the Hive fleet in disarray. But the dreadnought still stood, unblemished. Now it was Oryx's turn to unleash his own force. Using the dreadnought's mighty weapon, Oryx projected his own throne world into real space. Mara's fleet was crushed. She was taken, the
What's going on
Techians
here?
were taken, and as they attempted to flee into the dreaming city, Oryx's corruption spread forth across the system and through the gap that they had tried to use to escape. Oryx's echoes would spread out across the system and found their way into many places of power. They took
Sorry, I'm
Hazen
just
Vex
reading up on
within
some of the
vault
clan
glass.
stuff real
They
quick.
took powerful covens of witches on Earth. There were fleeting steps made by these echoes into the resurfaced Black Garden, and they even ventured into the Dreaming City, where through one of his echoes, Oryx would speak to Riven of 1,000 Voices, the last known Ahamkara. After a brief bargain of sorts, the Wish Dragon herself was taken as well. Thus, Oryx proclaimed his arrival in Sol. Thus ended the Battle of Saturn. Thus began the Taken War. We would first learn of it when we saw massive Cabal fleet movements from the Skyburners base on Phobos. We went to investigate and discovered that this was not the Cabal forces marshalling. It was an evacuation.
On
It didn't take long
Phobos?
for
Was
us
that
to discover the
Did he say
Taken
that?
for
Is it on
ourselves,
Mars?
and we barely escaped before being overrun.
Or was it Saturn? I
The
can't.
Vanguard quickly
I can't
convened
remember.
to analyze the threat, and thanks to Eris, they too would learn of Oryx. Being one for decisive action, Cade had a plan, one which he immediately contacted us to enact. We went to one of Cade's old stashes in old
Phobos?
Russia
But what was
to
Phobos
recover
near?
ancient stealth
Is Phobos
drive
a moon?
technology
Like, which
stolen
planet
from
is it near?
Rasputin. Even here on Earth, the
Okay.
Taken were starting to make their appearances. It was here that we faced our first echo of the Taken King himself. After recovering the drive, we took it to Cade, who installed it on Eris Morn's ship. Eris wouldn't fly the vessel herself, that honor would be ours to undertake.
Wait, I forgot
The
we
vessel
took
was
Eris's
ideal for
ship.
this mission. With the stealth drive installed and with it still covered in Hive detritus, it stood the best chance of masking itself
Oh
from
my
Hive
God.
detection and getting us close enough to board Oryx's dreadnought, shut down his superweapon, and prepare a landing zone for Guardians to invade. Which is exactly what we did, though we discovered that the stealth drive and Eris's ship weren't exactly going to make a return journey. We also realized that we weren't the only invaders, as the Cabal Skyburners had crashed one of their vessels, the Dantalian Exodus 6, into the Dreadnought's hull as part of a general boarding action and response to Phobos. After we'd secured a landing zone, we had to go after Oryx, an idea that these Cabal had also had in mind. The Primus of the Skyburners was pushing deep into the Dreadnought with his forces. Oryx put a stop to his throne-breaking ambitions by taking him, and thus the Cabal forces were
Just
mostly shattered.
suck.
It was also here that we discovered the way deeper into Oryx's dreadnought, and also that it was blocked. It could
Yo,
only be accessed by certain
favorite
ascendant
Spanish
hive.
boy. Thank you for the
We were at a
follow.
dead
How you
end,
doing today?
But Eris still had a plan. We didn't need to actually be an ascendant hive. We just had to pass as one. In order to accomplish this, we were going to have to go back to the place where we had defeated our first great ascendant hive. We would need to return to the places where we had killed Crota, both in his throne world and on the moon.
On the moon?
First, we would need a shard of crystal that we had destroyed in the Chamber of Night. Upon reaching it, we had to fight off Bax, the Gravekeeper, a powerful ogre who was guarding this site. Given his failure to defend it, he was
Multiple
also
heavy
shaken
attack.
when he was starting to lose his battle with us.
Oh.
Oryx clearly had other plans for him in mind. As we recovered this shard of crystal, Oryx unleashed
Farming
his
bite
Taken
for
in an
followers.
ambush,
Hell yeah,
attempting to
brother.
stamp us out for good. He nearly succeeded, but thanks to our swift exit, we were unharmed. We also briefly raided one of Rasputin's bunkers to recover another copy of the stealth technology that Cade had used, this time from an actual underground part of Rasputin's network. This was all being done for the next part of our infiltration. Crota's throne world was heavily guarded now, and a death ceremony was being hosted to send Crota's soul onto the next realm. From there, we would need to infiltrate the ceremony and steal some of Crota's essence.
Oh, I
imbuing
remember
it
doing
within the
this.
crystal. Oryx's two daughters were present. Oranuk and Urhalak were praying at the side of their brother's tomb, and when we started to steal the brother's essence, the two reacted violently. The transgression of our light here was quite the insult. We would have been snuffed out, but thankfully Eris Morn was able to help us escape, using some of the Hive's own magic to pull us out. We now had all we needed to confront Oryx, and so we returned to the Dreadnought and passed through into the sacred space where the altar of Oryx could be found. There, we would find the Taken Primus and Bax the Gravekeeper once again. They would be our final test before we faced Oryx himself. Before Oryx's altar, we found the Taken
I remember
King,
this, dude. It was
and in this
so.
place of
I was so
darkness,
spooked
we
out by
would
this when I
fight
first played
and
this.
match our light to his shadow. It would have been a hard-fought battle, but regardless of Oryx's millennia of conquest, our light was stronger. In the moment of his defeat,
It was so,
he
dude. It
channeled
was
his
so
power
good.
and took himself, cheating his death and allowing him to pass back into the deepest parts of his throne world. All that remained of the Taken King was his sword, Willbreaker. From this sword, Eris took a shard and gave it to us. It would take time and guidance from Lord Shax, as well as a large amount of a purified Hadium alloy from the Dreadnought, but eventually the shard of Willbreaker was purified and would be infused with our light, allowing us to wield our own mighty blade. In the final moments of its creation, we would need to destroy Ekthar, the Blade of Oryx. This symbolic conquest reforged Oryx's old blade from a thing of darkness.
Damn, I don't remember.
into
I
a
mean, I
thing of
remember going
light.
for the swords, but I don't remember this guy with the
Armed
cool
this
neon
new
sword.
tool, we would prepare to conquer the rest of the Dreadnought. We defeated a potential successor to Oryx, a dark blade known as
Cool, the
in the
dark
Hanging
blade.
Crypts. We prevented the Agonarch Coven from raising a great Taken abomination and unleashing it upon the system. We prevented
Dreadnoughts.
Bond Brothers from destroying the
That's
Dreadnought's core
subtitle.
and half the system along with it. And we set our sights on Oryx's court. In this place we would destroy many of his ascendants, preventing them from tithing their strength to their king, weakening him further. Because make no mistake, Oryx was still alive. In his throne world he lived on, and was more powerful still there than he had been in the physical world. Before we entered that throne world, we would need to crush the Taken remnants out in the system. The Taken War was not yet won. We had to dislodge covens of Taken gathering on Earth before they could root deep within our home. We returned to the Vault of Glass, where the Taken infestation had forced the Vex into an unusual position. They had to return Praedith to our timeline momentarily, so that he might guide us in and defeat the Taken infestation. On Mars, the Taken were at risk of overrunning the now surfaced Black Garden, which had momentarily been dimensionally locked to Mars's surface.
Wait, so this was
after
happening
our
all the same
destruction of the
time?
Black Garden's heart. Finally, we returned to the first place where we encountered the Taken, and on Phobos we fought them there as well. They were strongest here, but we carved away the infection before it could truly threaten Sol any further. With his minions scattered and his armies in chaos, Oryx was left weakened. All we had left to do was to dethrone the king himself. We assembled a fire team and struck out into the heart of the Dreadnought. Oryx was our target, but by passing into the Dreadnought's heart, we would also need to face Oryx's remaining retainers. The king's war
The
priest
dick wall!
was engaged in ritual combat, and by killing this millennia-old destroyer, we were able to gain further ingress. But we took an unexpected forward path. Venturing through a portal summoned after the war priest's defeat, we found ourselves in Golgoroth's cellar, where
Wait,
Oryx kept
you guys actually fight
drafts of
Golgoroth?
slowly corrupting
You don't get
light
this
for
stuff. I can never get out of the
consumption, like
maze.
fine vintages.
The
or
maze is so hard to get out of.
artworks painted in suffering. Here we found and defeated Golgoroth, an ogre corrupted with the power of the Hive and the Worm Gods, an ogre who had been created to tithe violence to Oryx, to corrupt the light within the cellar, and to contain one of the tablets of ruin within its flesh. After defeating this monster, we would progress further, and eventually we ascended to the final overlook. Here we slew Oryx's 2 daughters, the Death Singers Ur-Halak.
You don't know? Okay, I'll help you out with that.
Alternative for the Taken King but to face us. He would destroy us
If the
with
bots
weight of
have the
sword,
Golgi maze
or he
available.
would die trying. His power was all but certain here. Titanic in form, Oryx attempted to crush
baby.
us with all the might at his disposal. But by using the corrupted light and detonating it, we were able to burn away Oryx's darkness and send the Taken King screaming back into the void. As his final scream rang out across the stars, yet again, just as had been the case with his son, a terrible silence fell over the ascendant plane. It fell over the whole Dreadnought, the whole of the system. And this time, nothing would answer. All of creation could breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, 5 motes of
We had
light.
defeated Oryx the
Get
Taken
owned,
King.
idiot.
Unknowingly, we had set further events in motion with this. We had sent signals to the rest of the Hive Pantheon and the rest of the Hive Swarms. The king was now dead. The light had triumphed. Oryx's sisters and the great subjugator Rolk, the first disciple of the Witness, would take notice of our actions, though we would not see their plans unfold for many years. With the death of the Taken King, we also had the chance to recover 3 strange artifacts: the Blade of Famine from the War Priest, the Shroud of Uranuk from the Daughter of Oryx, and the Taken King's own ravenous heart. Alongside these, our investigations in the Dreadnought had allowed us to recover the calcified fragments. When the over 50 of them were fully assembled, these fragments
You
gave us
can't
the
get in,
knowledge
Adam.
of the first
You
5
goober.
books of sorrow, and led us
The
on
server's
the path
down.
to the weapon that Oryx had conceived of long ago. With his ravenous heart, his daughter's shroud, and his war priest's blade, Eris Morn forged a weapon unlike any other. The remnants of Oryx's soul and purpose made manifest. The touch of malice. With this powerful weapon in hand, Guardians had begun to feel somewhat unstoppable. There were more troubling events still unfolding. Having lost all their commanders, the remaining Cabal aboard the Dantalian Exodus 6 were sending out a distress signal. We rushed to the
You
heart of the
guys.
carrier's command deck to try and stop them, but it was already too late. The message had been sent out into deep space, and it was requesting reinforcements.
You big
The
goobers.
message receiver at the time being was unknown to us, but we did know that it had been sent to the ruler of the Cabal Empire. That ruler would be Dominus Gaul, the one who would arrive soon and change the system forever. But it would take a full year for him to marshal his forces and reach Sol. and before he did arrive, Guardians would have to face a new threat from an old enemy. The House of Devils were on the march, and this time, they had discovered a weapon that would change the fates of the system forever.
Siva! Siva, Bat Chest! We love Siva! Oh.
Approximately a year after the defeat of the Taken King, Lord Saladin summoned us to the Cosmodrome. In particular, to an old snow-covered mountain with an abandoned fortress at its summit. Little did we know that this would be some of the holiest and most storied ground Guardians could set foot upon. We strode out onto the mountain and for the first time entered Fellwinter Peak. The mountain was being raided by the House of Devils, and whilst Saladin was still trying to find out why, we were able to fend off the invaders.
Oh my god, I remember. We go up the ski lift, right?
It was Sepic's
Oh my
pride,
god, I remember
the same
this.
servitor that we had destroyed 2 years ago. But this time it was different. It was changed, covered in a strange red and black mechanical growth, like a plague of machines, like infections, like tumors, and somehow, any damage we were doing to Sepix, it would regenerate. Upon reporting this to Saladin, he exclaimed with shock and demanded that we destroy the construct with all haste. Sepix escaped in the end, and as we secured the Iron Temple with Saladin, the Hunter Shiro IV, and the Cryptarch Tyra Khan.
Yo, Sexy Cookie, thank you for the
Sepix,
follow.
who had retreated
How you
into a
doing?
previously sealed off section of the Cosmodrome. As we pursued the servitor, we saw the source of its infection. Siva, the nanite technology that Rasputin had used to kill the Iron Lords all those years ago. The House of Devils had found it, and their splicers had weaponized it, turning many of their soldiers into cyborgs. In the view of the Fallen, to become a machine is to become a god, and so with Siva, the Devil Splicers had discovered a source of divinity itself, a means by which apotheosis could be achieved. It also made them far deadlier than they already were. Pushing deeper into the Plaguelands, we discovered that the Devils had used Siva in all sorts of ways. Not
I'm
only
doing
modifying
good, doing
themselves,
good. I am getting a
also
little
their
hungry though.
forces, and any of the
So,
Cosmodrome's old
after this next
defenses that were
giveaway,
still inactive, which could be repaired using Siva.
I'll
These guns were powerful enough to threaten the city.
chat. What do you
So
want me
while
to
they were
do
active,
when I go and
incoming
take Kimball out for a
reinforcements could
walk
not be
and eat?
dispatched.
And I'll eat
We
lunch
had to
down here, but do you
destroy
want me to
them
continue
immediately.
playing this video, or do you guys
Whilst
want to
we
watch
succeeded in
Twitch
this
clips?
task, it was starting to become clear that the Devils were a far deadlier threat than we had initially realized, and their grasp of Siva was starting to accelerate.
Because I'll continue
Saladin
the
would bring us
lore
back to
video.
the temple and would tell us of the Iron Lord's history.
Take us
with
on a
Siva.
walk.
This exchange
That means I
reveals
would
to
have to
us
set
that
it
the
up
House of
and
Devils
stuff.
had control of Siva in a
Okay, I'll
rudimentary
I'll
sense.
keep it
They
playing.
did
I'm
not
sorry.
fully
I'm
have
sorry.
mastery over the nanites for the moment. With that in mind,
That means I have to set it up. I don't know if my phone can even do data towards my computer to do the webcam, so
and returned to the Golden Age labs of Clovis Bray in Freehold on Mars. After
also
confirming that
Kimball's
it
very
was
annoying
there
to
on
walk with,
Mars
so
that the Devils
I
had
would have to
learned
try
how
and hold my
control
phone.
Siva, we would
You guys
be
might
able
go
to
into my
discover a
pocket
weakness in the mechanism
sometimes.
used by the Devils to control the nanites.
Just stream to Discord.
Returning to the
True.
Plaguelands, we had our objectives. Shiro had devised a means of temporarily halting the Devils' control over Siva and shutting down their defenses for a few minutes. After we had sabotaged their systems, we would descend beneath the main base of the
Roa,
elixir.
I'm glad you're liking the
Splicers
prof
had
blind
built up
emo.
an
I took
area
so much
into
time
a
for that
massive
one.
fortress, and Siva's destabilization had caused it to start detonating. Regardless of the danger, the splicers were undeterred,
Oh my god.
and so we descended past the Archon's Forge, deep into Site 6, where the Iron Lords had met their end. This was the Siva replication complex, and we had to destroy it for good this time.
Oh my god, I remember fighting
In the
these guys,
deepest
dude.
reaches of this place,
Whoa!
there was a faint echo of light.
Just dropped a
Falling from the
hammer.
infestation, we saw what had become of the Iron
Yeah, I
Lords
have to
as the
maybe adjust that
infested and
sound.
bloated remains of Fellwinter Gelion and Yolda rose to fight against us.
Dude, it took me a while to realize that you had to light it.
Nanites, which now returned to the purpose Rasputin had given them so long ago. Replicate, eliminate, immunize. We battled with the remnants of the Iron Lords and destroyed the Siva Nanites that infested them, freeing their light and finally laying them to rest.
Oh, my eyes.
Before we left, we recovered Yolda's helmet and set Site 6 to self-destruct. It isn't known if all the Siva within the complex was truly destroyed. Inert Siva may still be lying around the Cosmodrome to this day, but for the moment, the Devils were
look at all
unable
those
to make
tentacles.
more of their own nanites to control. They would only have the
Do you think those
stock
tentacles
they
would
had
ever
made
touch me
thus
like that,
far.
chat? What? Huh?
We returned Yolda's helmet to Saladin, who felt a weight of so many years lifted from his shoulders. His friends had finally been set to rest. He proclaimed us to be the Young Wolf, the first of a new
Young
age
Wolf.
of Iron Lords, and gifted us with a blade to represent our new title and station. We would go out into the Plaguelands and start to rid them of the infestation of the Splicers. We destroyed the rejuvenated version of Sepix Prime and ended a Splicer priest called Kovic before he could merge Siva with an entire brood of
Oh my
Hive.
god, I remembered that
We
mission.
reignited Radagast's original purpose by using Siva and the armor of the Iron Lords to create the tools of a better tomorrow. Namely, we used them to forge anew a more powerful iteration of the infamous Yalahorn.
I remember the
hold of House
Galahorn
of
too.
Devil's Splicers was weakening, but Shiro 4 picked up something distressing.
Shout
An
out to the
intercepted transmission from the House of Devils indicated that there was a secondary complex where the Devils had been storing the Siva nanites that they had gathered. From within,
Actually, it was
the
a
leader of the
strike?
Splicers was calling out to all other Fallen, encouraging them to gather in the so-called Perfection Complex, where they could be freed from their mortal bonds. With this message and the large build-up of the industrial base in the Plaguelands that the Elixni had been working so hard to create, it was clear that soon the Fallen would build up enough strength to threaten the lost city again. This was something the city was unlikely to survive. With the power of Siva, the Fallen had something they could potentially use to strike back at the lesser Guardians, and there were not enough legends within the tower to hold back an assault of this strength.
Yo,
So
Timmy,
Shiro,
how you
seeing this
doing?
plot unfold before him, ordered us to kill it in its crib. We engaged in a coordinated raid on the facility and a preemptive strike. We would take out the Splicers' leadership before they could gather enough strength to actually threaten the city.
Ooh,
We
sorry.
quickly infiltrated the
I'm not gonna
facility and
dance on the
discovered
wooden
Splicers'
stripper pole.
second in command, Vosik. His command over the Siva was powerful, but rogue Siva nanites had started to persist within the swarms, and the Guardians would weaponize these nanites, turning them on their masters, bringing Vosik down. We ascended through the old Russian wall next, and discovered a way to its summit. There we saw proof of the Fallen's intent and ambition, a powerful prototype siege engine. powered
The
by nuclear
Zamboni.
components. Such a mighty device would have been powerful enough to break down the walls of the lost city, and so we had to see to its destruction. After overcharging it, we saw to its doom by sending it tumbling down off the
It just
incomplete
fall.
section of the
I've
Cosmodrome's
never played
walls,
this raid, so
where
the
it
dude just
crashed
falls
into
off the
seas
mountain.
below.
That's so
As
funny.
we approached the Perfection Complex, the Siva infestation was getting stronger.
Ooh.
The ragged Fallen kit bashing had started to give way. Smooth, angular nanite construction now filled these halls. The seat of the power of these Fallen Splicers was near. As we descended into the darkness of the Perfection Complex, we faced
Like, I've really seen
Axis,
people play it, but I don't
the
remember the
Archon
thing ever
Prime.
falling off the map.
He had not just combined himself with the machines, he had ascended into one, leaving behind his biological self and truly achieving the Elixni's version of godhood. But this pretender was no match for the light of Guardians, and there was little that could be done to stop us, even with the command of the Siva itself. We brought down Axis, and after thoroughly scouting the Perfection Complex, We recovered another relic of
Outbreak
Sea Village that we
Prime!
reconstituted into a weapon that used the nanites.
Oh, sorry, Outbreak
as
Perfected!
ammunition.
Wait, no, this is
We
Prime.
would call it Outbreak Prime, and whilst it was eventually contained by the Cryptarchy, for a brief time, we used it to sow chaos amongst the ranks of the Splicers. With our victory over Axis and all other threats seemingly gone from the system, there was a brief period of peace. It was declared to be an age of triumph. It was declared to be a time for humanity to celebrate their guardians and the successes that they had accomplished.
We did it!
But beneath
We
this age of
saved the
triumph,
city!
signs of what was to come could be seen. It started with the Fallen. They had begun doing something unheard of. They had begun shredding their banners and fleeing into the deeper wilds. The state of existence within which the city had lived, known as
But
the
did-
100-Year
but
Siege,
did
would
we
come to a
really?
brief end. There weren't enough Elixni assaulting the various walls for it to be considered a siege anymore. And the Cabal scout legions began marshalling for reinforcements that we should have been preparing for ourselves. Our age of triumph was short-lived, and would be brought crashing down by the arrival of a foe unlike any other. He understood our power, and he would seek to deprive us of it, so that we would be left defenseless. The Red Legion was coming. The call of the Dantalian Exodus 6 had been answered, and at the head of the invasion fleet stood the principal instigator of the Midnight Coup, ruler of the Cabal Empire.
Listen, there's always a new
The
baddie
first
that comes
ever
around the corner, you know?
Taurus. Soon, we would face Gaul, and he would not have mercy for our light.
Might be time to hang it up. Yo, that looked sick.
There were some warning signs of Gaul's approach, but we were blind to them. And so the Red War began with a swift, all-out assault on the last city. The walls that had held back the Fallen
No,
for
not the
100 years
tower!
were
Save the
shattered in mere
tower!
moments. The Cabal fleet left the tower in ruin and rained drop pods on our home from above. At the head of their fleet, a massive looming vessel began to unfold and made its way toward the Traveler. Unfurling into a truly massive structure, we would not know its purpose at the time, but all too soon we would see that it would spell our doom.
Bro, what is all that
We
smoke coming out of
returned
their
to the
ships,
tower from
though?
the wilds after coming back from a patrol, and saw the devastation firsthand. Our vaults were destroyed, our home was crippled, and in the opening moments of the war, the Cabal had captured the Speaker. After pushing through the tower, we rendezvoused with the Vanguard.
But you
and
only
landed
had a
on
grenade when you
who
did this
shepherded us
mission?
up to the Cabal command carrier. We were able to disable it briefly, but as we fled to the top deck, we saw that we were too late. The vessel had attached to the side of the Traveler, and as we wondered at its purpose, we saw him, Dominus Gaul, the Ghost Primus of the Red Legion. He told us to behold our future, and the cage activated. We were cut off from our light. Our ghost fell to our side,
My body!
motionless. Our powers were gone. Gaul proclaimed our weakness and our unworthiness before kicking us from his command ship. Our drained ghost fell with us.
How do we pick
down
up the
into
ghost?
The ruins of the last city that we had failed to protect. We fell into unconsciousness, and all seemed
Also, how do we
lost.
survive that fall?
But out of the
Like,
darkness,
what?
a faint light flickered. We saw a vision of a silver hawk in flight. We saw visions of new weapons, of light, and new challenges that we might face. The vision ended with a view of a shard of the Traveler in a place we
Plot
had never
armor.
been to. A place we would know one day as the European Dead Zone. And then we awoke, lightless. We struggled to our feet. We were in the ruins of a city canal, and thus far we had been able to evade the Cabal. We found our ghost, and we had to choose the only option that
Actually,
was available to us.
I really liked this
We
mission.
could not face the Cabal
Good.
in this state,
To like not
and
fight.
so we fled. For weeks, we trekked across mountains and through valleys. We passed the bodies of our fallen comrades, and eventually, we saw a familiar sight. A hawk, just like the ones from the visions. We followed it, through mountains and passes, until at last, we collapsed from exhaustion.
They
When
might
we
make
next
the story.
awoke, a woman was bringing us to our feet. The hawk was hers. Her name was Soraya Hawthorne, and she lived out here in the wilds. She escorted us to a safe haven in the dead zone called the Farm, and there we reunited with another
Emblem
familiar face,
time!
Tyra Khan. She instructed us to follow our vision with
Okay.
caution, as the area around the Shard of the Traveler
We're gonna do a
had been
fully
converted into a
operational
dark forest by the wayward light
emblem.
of the Shard. Following our only hope, we pushed through fallen marauders.
We're gonna
and
do
held close
fully
to our
operational.
ghost.
If you have
As
this
we
emblem,
reached the luminous Shard,
do not
our
enter.
ghost felt the
Unless
Traveler's presence once more.
do you know what? Whatever. You can
It was
enter.
filled
You
with
can
light.
sell it. Whatever. I don't
A
care.
cascading array of
And we're gonna
returning
do
power.
this
We
as
felt our strength build once
Shards.
more. We were not
as in
empowered
legendary
the same way
shards,
we had been,
baby.
but once
So
again, we were
we are
blessed with
going
immortality.
to
We
start,
could wield the light as a
and the
weapon
timer starts
once more.
now.
Our newfound powers would represent a turning point in the Red War. We were the only Guardian in existence to have recovered our light, but we had to make the most of it. We were the last trick up the sleeve of all the Guardians in the lost city, and so
Everyone
we
get
needed to
in. You
to
got
work.
plenty of time. One
After
per
clearing up
one
Hawthorne's
entry
communications,
only.
We picked up a transmission from Zavala, commanding all
I'm
remaining
gonna
Guardian
use this
forces
as
to rally
blackmail
on Titan.
fuel.
When we ventured there, we found the remnants of the tower's military in disarray. The arcologies were infested with Hive, and we would have to secure the platforms before we could properly reunite with Zavala.
Man, look at all
After
these.
doing so,
Look at all
we would be
these.
able to take our
Damn!
first
Look at all these
steps against the
shards, man.
Cabal. The forces
Well,
on
guess what?
Titan had
Shards don't
intercepted
exist
a multitude
anymore.
of Red Legion transmissions.
All your
Using
entries
one
have been
multi-edged
invalid the
CPU
whole
cores
time.
From within the arcology,
It's all
we would be able
gone.
to decode those transmissions and discern the
Sunset
best way to strike
currency.
back.
What's a legendary
It was also
shard?
there that we discovered one of the deepest recesses in the lower decks of the arcology, just as we acquired the CPU
Oh my
core.
god, that's so
We
good.
stopped and saw a giant looming shadow
You look,
just
you
outside
little
of the
emblem
observation
golems.
deck.
Goblins.
There
You're
was
like,
something magnificently
you're like,
large in Titan's
free emblem?
oceans.
Give it to me.
A
Give it to me now.
leviathan which we had never
I don't
seen.
care. It's so
This was
funny.
technically the first time we had seen Asa, the proto-hive worm god that had escaped the weakness and fundament.
Give it to
Though we
me.
didn't know it at the time.
My
We were
precious.
beholding one of the
Hold on.
greatest
Can we get an
signs of hope
emote for Gimme?
we
Let
would
me
ever
see
lay
if
our eyes upon. We didn't have time to marvel at her passing, though. We had to escape with the core.
okay. Oh,
Unfortunately,
really?
the
It's just like
secrets it
that. Hold on. Is there a
decoded
better
left
one?
Little good news. Along with the cage, the Red Legion had brought another
Let's
massive
see.
construct with their fleet, a space station known as the Almighty. This station was capable of devouring planets, but it did
We'll
so
use
for
this
an
and then
even
can I
more
name it to
destructive
something
purpose.
else?
Using
Yeah.
its core weapon system, the Almighty
We'll call it
could
Gimme.
be used to cause a star to prematurely go supernova. Even if the Cabal lost, they could destroy all of Sol and wipe humanity
Emblem
from the face of
goblin
existence. Even with this dire news, Zavala's resolve wasn't broken. He sought to reunite his fire and to take back the last
Oh
city
my
members at a
god.
cost.
By the
So
way,
our
for
next
all the new
objective was
people in the
clear.
chat, thank
We
you
had
all
to
for
go and
coming.
find the other fire team members
Thank
of
you
the
all for
Vanguard,
being here. But
which
by the
was
way, we
going
do
after
not take ourselves
Kate's
seriously ever.
Fortuitously,
So
with
we
the
always
CPU
love
in
fooling
hand,
around
we
here.
were able to intercept
If you
various
can't take a
other
joke
signals
for
from around the
yourself,
system,
then
and one of them would be a signal from Cade's ghost
Oh my
sun
god.
dance.
give
That
me it.
signal
I'll make
drew
it
us to
your
a planetoid
3D
called
raid
Nessus.
photo.
Here we discovered
you
that
gotta
Cade had
win?
been tangled in some Vex technology that he didn't completely understand.
Also, Adam,
There was also a
you.
colony ship that
Oh no,
had
you got
crashed
Leviathan's
here,
gift shop. That's
the
right.
Exodus Black, one of the Exodus program vessels from so long ago. Its crew were all dead,
But if you guys keep watching, I do have another one redeem emblem. Like I do have a couple more,
we discovered that the technology
but I do have like a
one
one for this raffle still left.
Short range.
Find no raid photo for you.
Used within the lost city to get close enough to assassinate Dominus Gaul. That was Cade's plan, at least. But to execute it, we'd need to be able to truly reunite the Vanguard, and Cade would not be doing this alone. So we had to go and find Ikora. Cade told us that she almost certainly made her way out to Io, a sacred place for
Io,
warlocks,
what's
as it
that?
was the last place the traveler had touched before the collapse began. When we met Ikora, we also found the Red Legion, and we quickly discerned their purpose. At the cradle where the traveler had set down, they were trying to drain the light from Io, light which bloomed from the planet's core in a latent fashion in the wake of the traveler. The Red Legion were draining all of it. We had to prevent the Red Legion's sacrilege, and in the process we also discerned their plans. They weren't just draining the
30
light
seconds,
to
chat.
prevent us from having
For
it.
anyone who hasn't
They
put
were
it
trying to
in,
take the light for themselves.
do your exclamation
The
point
taken
shards.
population on Io also converged on the Red Legion's experiments. Amongst their number,
And then after this,
observing the
we'll
Cabal
start
and
the timer up
Guardians
again.
alike were a few
And
envoys
I
and
will,
another dark figure
I'm gonna go
in
out for a
the
walk
background.
and
Savathun,
make
the
some
Witch
lunch to bring it
Queen,
down here.
showed her hand for the first time on Io.
TP
Her
pull it,
forces
what now?
marshaled
Huh?
and kept
I
a
said
watchful
exclamation
eye on
point
us as
shards.
we did what our work
I didn't say
demanded.
anything weird,
But
chat.
we wouldn't know the Witch
Okay.
Queen's purpose until far later. Suffice
We're gonna
to
draw the
say,
winner in
her
3,
observations of the Cabal and the Guardians fighting
2,
over light now
1.
make a lot more sense. Ikora was starting to formulate a
Enthusiasta
plan, even though she'd only been
Razor is
back
the
with our fire team for a
winner.
brief amount of time. We realized
Okay,
that in order
I'm
to
gonna
discover
copy
more
the
about the
emblem
Almighty,
code
we would need to
here.
leverage one of the oldest assets in the system, a
And I'll
Warmind
DM
bunker
you
that was
the
still active on
code.
Io. We would be able to use its systems
How come
to
I
scan the
can't
Almighty for a
DM? Hold
weakness.
on.
From here, we determined that we couldn't simply destroy the Almighty, as it would take the sun with it. Instead,
Oh, here we go.
we
Whisper.
would need to
I just had
board
a
the
different
station
version up.
and sabotage its main weapon. With this knowledge in hand,
Here
we
is your emblem
reunited the
code.
members of the Vanguard at the farm.
Put it in
back
chat.
in EDZ. The plan would be to engage the Red Legion in a two-pronged assault.
There you
The
go.
Vanguard would engage
Let me
in the
know if
initial
you.
attack on the
Oh,
lost city,
I don't know what the
and would
redeeming thing
focus
is
on getting the
works,
Vex
but just let me
teleporter as
know.
close to Gaul
Let me
as
know if you run into
possible.
any issues.
When we had disabled the Almighty, we would rendezvous with
So
them
we
and use
will-
the teleporter to get
I'm also
close
gonna
enough
make
to
note
Gaul
that
to
you
assassinate him
won.
ourselves. It was a risky plan, but it was our only realistic hope. But in order to board the Almighty, we
whoops.
would need to commandeer a command vessel from the Cabal, and there was only realistically one option. We needed to steal the personal shuttle of one of Gaul's chosen, a warrior known as Thumos the Unbroken. We dislodged him from his personal command carrier, the Oribas Vectura in the EDZ, and proved that
Okay,
his name
I'll
was
move
in
this
fact
out of the way
not
for
well
now.
earned.
I'll reset that
Just
for
as
later.
quickly, the plan had to be initiated. We boarded Thumos' ship and boarded the Almighty.
Okay,
It was
chat.
already in the process of charging and was consuming the planet of Mercury.
Let me get some
for
things
fuel.
set up while
We
we're
fought our way to its core,
waiting.
disabled it, and allowed the assault on the last city to begin.
Just to put in them
But all
not going to
this
be
time,
around
as
for
we
a
had
little
been
bit.
gathering our allies, and as we had been fleeing to find our light once more, Gaul had also been planning. His capture of the Speaker, our leader, at the beginning of the
Ow.
war, meant that he had an extensive amount of time to interrogate him about the nature of the light. Gaul made his desire clear to be chosen by the Traveler, and even though the Speaker had pushed back
Oh, the
against
whole
him,
website is
his
down?
resolve
Okay,
was
well,
starting to break.
you have it.
The consul,
No one
the
will be
other
able
member
to
of the
submit
Midnight
them,
Coup
so
who had led
don't
the
worry about it.
overthrow of
You should be
Emperor
okay.
Callus, had also been with the Red Legion and was counseling Gaul.
Listen, how was I
stating
supposed to
he
know
did
that they
not
were going
need
to
be
shut down the
chosen by Traveler,
website? Come
but he
on.
instead could do as the legendary Acreus had done and simply claim the light by force. This disagreement, as well as the Speaker's admission that the Traveler wasn't explicitly communicating with him, would lead to a moment of utter rage. The consul would leave the Speaker
Okay,
dead,
let's make this a little bit
and in
smaller.
response to him being called weak, Gaul would kill the consul.
Okay, we'll
proclaiming
put it
that
right
he
here.
would indeed take the light for himself, no matter the cost or impediment. As we returned to our home, the city's sky was ablaze with gunfire, and the vanguard were under pressure. By the time we reached them across the city rooftops,
Okay.
they were all but spent.
And we'll restart the
We
countdown.
used the Vex teleporter that Cade had painstakingly set up.
Okay, chat.
and went
I'm gonna go
forth to
out for a
face
walk.
Dominus
I'll be
Gaul.
listening to the stream
We
on
found
my
him
phone.
aboard his command ship,
You all
and before
behave.
the cage of the traveler itself.
I will be
As we
back before the
approached,
countdown's
an
over.
inferno of
Enjoy the
dark,
videos.
twisted light was ahead of us.
Maybe we come
And the light
back.
had been
Maybe we'll do the
siphoned
final,
into containers
the final
all
shape
along the
expansion
command deck of
stuff.
the ship. Something terrible had happened. In front of the cage.
Oh
of the
no, Gaul
traveler
has the
itself,
light.
We fought with Dominus Gaul, and realized that Gaul had indeed harnessed the light and infused himself with it.
Oh, the emblem
temporarily but
is
painfully gaining a twisted measure of the light's own
fully
power. We faced a
operational.
power-causal threat that day.
for the one that you
We
got.
fought Gaul as an equal. He was one of the most powerful Cabal to ever exist, a raiser of 1,000 worlds and an annihilator of suns before he had even claimed the light. But now he had our own powers. Now he too had become legend. In a battle of light against light, we proved the superior force. We struck down the Dominus in spite of his rage and his belief that the light should be his to wield. But as his body fell, the light erupted from it, and Gaul momentarily manifested in a godlike, towering form, a luminous being, standing before the traveler almost the same size as it. He addressed the traveler, believing that he had indeed become a god. But he was mistaken. As he proclaimed the dawning of a new age, something awoke within the traveler. Power, boundless and pure. Whether through our actions or as a response to a divine challenge, the traveler had awoken. It was alive once more. It shattered the bonds of its cage, casting off its shackles, and it immolated the false god that stood before it. In a blinding explosion of light that destroyed the foundations of the cage itself, light erupted from the traveler. It shattered the cage, freeing itself and proclaiming its return triumphant as humanity's protector. The light that emerged from the traveler would spread across the whole of the cosmos, starting at Earth, and then spreading out over the planets of our solar system and beyond. The light poured across the universe as far as it could reach. The results of this moment would take time to emerge. Many worlds in Sol would be changed. Many great beings would react to this moment where the traveler had returned. But worst of all, in the darkness out between galaxies, something else had begun to stir at the reaction of the traveler's reawakening. A presence once lost to time, banished from Sol at the end of the collapse, was returning. The Black Fleet perceived the light. The witness, who had so long ago been cast out, began the long, slow march towards Sol. The traveler was reawakened, and now it would be able to have its final shape once more. No matter the cost, it would achieve its ultimate goal for the universe. It was only a matter of time before the Black Fleet would return. For now, in the aftermath of the Red War, seemingly there was peace yet again. The Red Legion were cast out of the city, but there were still many remnants out there in the wilds. But at very least, the walls were secure. Our last tower may have been destroyed, but the Guardians once again were the defenders of their city, and with the Traveler's reawakening and the destruction of the cage, all the Guardians had their light back once again. But the defeat of Dominus Gaul also prompted another actor at the edge of our system to make their move at last. One day, we received a strange invitation, gilded and covered in Cabal heraldry. It was a letter. It was a long letter, an entire treatise, from someone known as Emperor Callus, the same deposed emperor who had been removed from power by his daughter, Gaul, and the consul in the Midnight Coup. He was inviting us to his Leviathan, a vessel that would soon appear above Nessus, and he planned to reward us for defeating one of the foes that had deposed him. An invitation from the former emperor had the vanguard notably concerned, as did the following arrival of the huge world-eating vessel itself. As it began to consume Nessus, we made an action to board the Leviathan and began to fight through the many loyalists of Callus. Eventually, though, we realized this was not some grand garrison. This was more of a pleasure barge, a palace built in opulence for the purpose of entertainment. Eventually, we would make our way through all of Callus's games and found ourselves in a throne room. There, we did battle with the Emperor of the Cabal, or at least we at first thought we did. The more we battled with this Emperor, the more he started to break down, until it was eventually very clear that we weren't facing a real Cabal Emperor, but instead a robotic double of himself, a facsimile designed to render his true self protected. As we struck down the construct, it told us to take the riches we had earned and to grow fat from strength. He also told us of an impending cataclysm that loomed ahead of us, a black edge that he had seen at the forefront of the universe's leading void, a fate which we should all prepare for. We had little time to think on Callus's words, but they would be representative of the doom that was approaching us in the form of the Black Fleet. But before we could even begin to prepare for them, the wave of light sent out by the Traveler was awakening terrible gods and ancient constructs across the system. All of Sol was about to change forever, and it would start with the return of an old mentor to Ikora Rey, a fabled warlock lost deep within the Infinite Forest on Mercury. It had been barely a few months since the return of the Traveler, and already the system had gone through a vast series of changes. But unseen to us on Mercury, Osiris and his ghost Sagira were also experiencing strange happenings. In part, they saw how it was affecting the Vex and our futures should they be the ones to build them. One day, as they explored the simulations of the Infinite Forest, Osiris saw into a future that filled him with dread, a future where the Vex had finally won. This was when Osiris also was confronted by something else, Panoptes, the Vex mind responsible for discovering and creating the simulation where the Vex were victorious. In a moment of desperation, Osiris flung Sagira through a portal out of the Infinite Forest. She was damaged by stray goblin slap rifle fire, but her shell would be discovered by the Vanguard and was returned to the last city. Ikora ordered us to make contact with the Osirian cult on Mercury and to attempt to explore the newly active gateway into the Infinite Forest. We failed to enter it at first and saw many strange Vex from the future and past showing up, indicating a huge influx of active units in the area. The Assyrian cultist Brother Vance would make a recommendation to us after we had saved him and those who resided in the lighthouse. He knew that we would need to make contact with Osiris and that saving his ghost was probably one of the best ways to find out where he was. Some of the other cultists in the EDZ had the equipment required to reactivate Sagira. It was our only lead at the time, so we followed it. The cultists were unfortunately dead, But we did find the equipment needed for Sagira to temporarily indwell within our own ghost's shell and help us enter the Infinite Forest. It was there that we first met Osiris, or rather, his echoes. These were effectively perfect copies of Osiris, made in a strange shimmer of light. He had always been able to summon them, a strange quirk of his own paracausal abilities, based in an unknown teaching that only he seems to have mastered. These echoes led us through the forest and showed us how Mercury was corrupted by the Vex back at the turn of the Golden Age, before leading us to the dark future where the Vex were victorious. Here, we saw Panoptes for the first time and had to quickly escape its grasp, which would be capable of superseding our light within the simulations of the Infinite Forest. Leaving the forest, it was clear that we needed to destroy this construct. Over our investigations, we learned that that would require us to locate a map of the Infinite Forest and to discover the original moment where Panoptes had been created within its simulations. With this information in hand, we would be able to track the Vex mind through the many pathways of the forest. We fought through Red Legion invaders, stuck in a time loop, various Vex constructs, and a variety of other strange hazards, all to acquire this information. But eventually we found what we were looking for. As we discovered the exact temporal coordinates for Panoptes, it showed up right in front of us and abducted Sagira's essence from our ghost's own shell. We were promptly ejected from the Infinite Forest and could only return later with the aid of Ikora Rey, who used her remarkable power to smash through the gateway's defenses and allow us ingress. We quickly converged on the coordinates that we had discovered, along with Osiris's echoes and Osiris himself. Panoptes was destroyed by our combined might, and Sagira was released. The threat of Vex supremacy had been cut short. After reuniting with his ghost and his student, Osiris sought to return to the Infinite Forest with the aim of defending us against the Vex, and further searching for Saint 14. We would return to the lighthouse and made use of its infinite forge to craft several implements of war. None were more curious than the perfect paradox. The discovery of this weapon was linked to a signal within the Infinite Forest that matched the signature of Saint 14's light. Converging on that point, we discovered that it was indeed his light, but he was nowhere to be found. As it turned out, the Vex had created a singular mind over countless thousands of simulations that was designed specifically to drain his light. We would follow the path of Saint, and discovered what seemed to be a memorial to the great Titan. He had slain thousands of Vex in his explorations of the forest, and they had expended significant resources to defeat him. On his body, we discovered the broken remnants of this shotgun. We reforged it in the lighthouse's infinite forge, but it led us to a moment where something seemingly impossible happened. Remarkably, Saint 14 had left a message for us with this weapon, stating that he remembered the moment when we gave it to him. We had only ever been raised as a guardian within the last half of a decade. Saint 14 received this weapon in the early City Age or late Dark Age, perhaps. Regardless, we weren't alive for that moment, so it seemed impossible that we would have been able to give him this weapon. Regardless, we held onto this weapon, understanding that not only was it one of the finer crafted shotguns that we had received at the time, but also that with time travel and the Vex, certain possibilities may arise even if they are technically impossible. This perfect paradox might yet come to pass. We might yet live to see ourselves present Saint 14 with this shotgun. We all mourned the loss of this great hero, but we would not have long to do so. Soon we would need to descend upon Mars and face a rising new threat. The Traveler's Light had awakened slumbering gods and begun to thaw the ice around Hellas Basin. Soon Mars would become a battleground of old machines and ancient shadows once more. happened next began with an unusual amount of warsats falling in Hellas Basin. Mars was known to be the home to many of the Warmind's systems, but this activity was unusually focused. The Red Legion's propensity to scavenge such valuable technology meant that we quickly had to investigate the region. We were greeted with a transmission from another resurfacing legend, Anastasia Bray, the long-lost guardian, the infamous hunter of Twilight Gap. She had converged on this location in her quest for the core of the Warmind Rasputin. Whilst we'd interfaced with trace segments of him before, this was his true core and the heart of his system, and she'd found it just in the nick of time. We arrived as the ice was beginning to thaw, and as the forces of Zol and Nokris were beginning to return from their long slumber. Commander Zavala was quick to assert himself into the picture, given that he saw the Warmind as an imminent threat to humanity if it wasn't capable of being made into an asset. Anna Bray wasn't so convinced and believed that Rasputin could be an ally of his own volition, something that Rasputin quickly pounced upon the opportunity to prove by deploying weapons for us to use against the Hive, in particular, a javelin filled with Warmind energy known as the Valkyrie. For the time being, Zavala was still unconvinced, and so he continued to take command, focusing his efforts on drawing out the newly rising threat on Mars, the worm god Zol. We would need to kill Zol, of course, and Zavala thought that we would be up to the task. After all, we had defeated the Taken King. We had killed gods of the Hive before. Surely this time it wouldn't be so different. In order to do this, we would need to lure Zol out, and so we converged on the European Dead Zone to steal a small shard of the Traveler, a source of strong light which would be enough to tempt Zol's hunger and bait the trap. But the trap would not be on our own terms. We would need to descend deep into the Martian tunnels in order to lure out Zol. There we would face Nokris's brood for the first time, and saw firsthand the power of Hive necromancy used against us in order to summon back numerous dead Hive into the battle as it was going on. Fighting through them, we eventually reached a massive ritual chamber and faced off against Nokris for the first time. He was defeated, but he escaped his death thanks to Zol holding possession of his heart. Not unlike an ascendant plane, although not in keeping with the logic of the sword. As we placed our bait here in the center of the brood's hold, we tried to lure Zol out, and the worm did make an appearance, but even here with all our light, the worm's power and darkness was overwhelming. Quickly, after it addressed us only for moments, we realized it was going to be too strong. We were buried in the snowy drifts beneath the Martian surface. Our ghost was luckily able to fish us out, but the situation was beginning to evolve in a rather dramatic fashion. Zol was now making a beeline for Rasputin, and our plan had completely fallen apart. Zavala caved, and admitted that perhaps we would need the Warmind's assistance and its Valkyrie weapons to actually defeat the Worm God, just as Anna Bray had continuously pointed out. As we closed on Rasputin's core, we overloaded some of his systems in order to overcharge the Valkyrie with yet more power. An unfortunate but necessary step for what we were about to do. Despite Zol's gargantuan size and his great power, with our might and the Warmind's weaponry combined, we were able to overcome this great beast, and saw it destroyed in the shadow of the Warmind. In the aftermath of the battle, Rasputin made contact with us, telling us that he would be the guardian of the system of Sol and of humanity, as he had once been, and that he would have no equal. In this moment, he began to launch an entirely new series of warsats into the system, and expanded his reach and sight to all new avenues and all new heights. Our further explorations of Mars would lead us to rediscover some of the Icolos weapon project, and in particular updated designs for the sleeper simulant that Rasputin had initially created for Guardians during the Taken War against Oryx. We also found our first hints as to the true identity of the Exo-Stranger. After decoding several messages and sigils left behind, We discovered that the exo-stranger was likely to be none other than Anna Bray's own sister, Elsie. Elsie's final message was simply asking us to watch over Anna and to ask us to be ready, knowing that soon we would meet again. There was also one mysterious circumstance, whispers on Io that drew us to the lost oasis. Beneath, in dark catacombs, we would hear the words of Zol again, even though he had perished at our hands. And from these whispers a challenge was rendered. Down here in the dark, upon completing this challenge and proving our might within the Hive's own logic, we would discover the whisper of the worm, the last remnants of Zol's hungry soul, cleft into a weapon and made manifest in our hands. Zol would bind himself to the logic of the sword and to us so that he could not only survive, but feed greedily upon the killing blows that we dealt to our foes. And there would be many foes awaiting us in the future. Far greater challenges awaited us on the horizon, and it would all begin in the reef. As the conflict on Mars began to die down, Cade and the Queen's Wrath, Petra Venge, had gone hunting. A new abomination had hit the reef in recent months, a writhing mass of new Elixni forces that were not quite alive. These new dead Elixni, or rather undead Elixni, were known as the Scorn. Tainted by some kind of dark ether, they could be risen again from the dead repeatedly. They were led by 8 barons, whom the Hunter and the Queen's Wrath would work to capture successfully over a long campaign. In the process of this, they discovered that the true leader of the Scorn was an all-too-familiar face, a traitor, Aldrin Sov, brother of the late Queen Mara. For their crimes, all of the Scorn and Aldrin were locked away in the max security wing of the Prison of Elders. As one of the barons, Fikrul the Fanatic spoke to Varix the Loyal, he made it clear that the Awoken lacked a strong leader without Mara. Varix saw this, and feared for the fate of his own people as well. But it was the words of Aldrin that may well have pushed him over the edge, and made it feel as though it was necessary for him to perform his next, treacherous action. Varix made off with his own personal ether supplies, and released every prisoner within the Prison of Elders, in order to cover his escape. As this happened, many terrible criminals were released, such as Aramis the Shipstealer, Baron of the House of Devils. But of course, most crucially of all, the Scorn was set loose as well. Petra recalled Cade immediately to help her contain the prison break, and Cade invited us along for the ride. And thanks to Cade's assistance, we were able to truly lock down the prison once and for all. But Petra had a deeper concern. She headed down to the Supermax wing where the Barons and Aldrin were being locked away, and she found that they had all made their escape. They were leaving via the airlock on the lowest part of the Prison of Elders. Cade destroyed a part of the prison's central processing hub and rode the debris down to reach them more quickly. Unfortunately, this left him isolated and alone,
Hello there.
and destroyed some of our ways down that we might have used to get to him more quickly. Alone, he faced off against the majority of the escaped Scorn. They were armed and ready for this moment, and whilst it was not the falling clubs and gnashing teeth of the Scorn foot soldiers that got to him, there was one amongst their number who was better armed, a Baron, Purha, the rifleman. He would take up a perch above the battlefield and waited for an ideal moment to strike. But he didn't kill Cade. He killed Cade's ghost, Sundance. Cade was left broken and beaten by his encounter with the Barons. Without the light, there was little hope. But it was Prince Aldrin who stole Cade's weapon, the Ace of Spades, and asked him if he had any last words. Moments before we could arrive at the scene, Aldrin delivered the killing blow. fatally shooting Cade 6. As we arrived, Aldrin and the Barons escaped, and Cade passed away in our arms. We would return Cade's remains to the tower, and though Zavala didn't want to commit forces to hunting Aldrin for fear of losing more friends, Ikora had a fire in her heart. So did we. We stated plainly for Zavala that he wouldn't need to commit any forces, breaking the silence that had persisted since the Black Garden's heart. For the first time, we spoke and promised Aldrin Sov would die by our hands. But before going after Aldrin Sov, Ikora had found something that we needed to address. She had been having visions and dreams of light, potentially sent to her by the Traveler. We followed those dreams to Io and were gifted with new understandings of our light. With these new powers in hands, it appeared that the Traveler might be preparing to arm us better for what came next. To hunt down the Barons, we would need to head to the Tangled Shore, a lawless and wayward patch of space within the reef's territory, frequented by pirates and smugglers. Petra picked up on our signal shortly after we arrived and offered us some assistance against the Barons. That assistance came in an unusual form: Elixni. Criminal Elixni, but Elixni at our side nonetheless. This was perhaps the first time we had properly fought alongside allied Fallen. It turned out that these Elixni didn't work for Petra, but instead worked for the Spider, an Elixni crime boss who had grown frustrated that the Barons were cutting into his business on the shore, having even removed him from his previous hideout. He agreed to give us their location in exchange for us running a few errands for him on the shore. When he did give up the location of the Barons, they had had the necessary time to fortify it into a stronghold of their own, and though we carved through numerous scorn, we arrived too late. The Barons escaped, and we had to individually hunt them down before reaching Aldrin Sov. And so we went down and hunted them all. The Rider, the Mad Bomber, the Trickster, the Rifleman, the Hangman, the Mindbender, the Machinist, and eventually, as we made our way to a well-guarded Awoken watchtower, we faced down the last of them, Thikrul, the Fanatic. But while we had been hunting, Aldrin had been listening. As it turned out, his murder of Cade had not been of his own volition entirely. He had been guided to his target by a spectral vision of his lost sister Mara, who had told him to let the reef burn, and that only he could free her from some dark prison. The spectral vision guided him to the European Dead Zone, where he took a shard of the Traveler and brought it with him to the Tangled Shores watchtower. Deep within that watchtower, the one that linked to the Dreaming City, the corruption behind Aldrin's eyes was starting to grow. In that moment, the darkness within Aldrin and the shard's light were combined. They opened a gateway within the inner chamber of the watchtower, a gateway that led to the Dreaming City. The apparition of Mara thanked Aldrin and said that he had indeed been the key to freeing her. But in truth, Aldrin had unleashed a powerful Taken entity, a chimera possessed of a greater mind, somewhere off, far beyond the portal's end. It quickly consumed him, swallowing him whole just as we arrived on the scene. We had to destroy this terrible monster, and after defeating it, a broken, beaten, and no longer bewitched Aldrin was lying face first in front of us. Just as he had done to Cade, we then offered him his last words, with the Ace of Spades being held in dark offering of finality. It isn't clear to this day who killed the Forsaken Prince, but his death would create echoes across the many years of our story still to come. Petra wasn't done though. Regardless of whether we had shot Aldrin or whether she had, she insisted that the work needed to continue, and it would continue in the Dreaming City. She told us that we needed to make contact with Mara Sov, and that she could do so if we merely returned to the watchtower and stepped through the gateway that Aldrin had created. On the other side, we got our first glimpse at the Dreaming City, the Awoken's most sacred place in all existence, We met up with Petra, and after reactivating an awoken device called the Oracle Engine, we heard the voice of Mara Sov. But unlike for poor Aldrin, this was no apparition. This time, the voice of the Queen was real, and as it turned out, Eris, Mara, and Osiris's plans had borne fruit. Back at the Battle of Saturn, the Queen knew that she would need to die, and that her death would leave Oryx exposed. But she had prepared for this moment. Much like the Hive, she had carved a throne world for herself out of the Ascendant Plane. With the assistance of her captured wish dragon, Riven, she was able to create Elysinia, a throne of her own that would allow her to persist beyond death. But unfortunately, the Dreaming City had been left vulnerable to an attack by Oryx in the opening moments of the Taken War, and so Oryx had reached through and corrupted Mara's throne world, and had even sent his agents into the Dreaming City. It was now infested not just with Scorn, but also with Taken. And worse still, Hive broods were descending upon the Awoken's most holy stronghold. But, worst of all, Riven had been taken by Oryx before we had destroyed him. She had been the one who had been directing Aldrin. She had been the one who had given him the visions of Mara. She had been the one responsible for Cade's death. Petra had put two and two together quickly enough, and Mara did as well. Aldrin might have pulled the trigger, but the real menace behind this was the manipulations of Riven of 1,000 Voices, the last known Ahamkara. The vengeance of a monarch who has lived for 1,000,000 years is something to behold, and the action which Mara undertook was swift and decisive. Without hesitation, she decreed that the Dreaming City should be opened to the Guardians, and that we should assemble a team to hunt the last Ahamkara. We were promised the bounty of the Awoken's realms yet again if we could slay Riven, and so we eagerly set out on our mission. As we worked our way towards the Queen's Walk Spire, we could not have known the doom that we would unleash. But as our feet touched the ground, our hearts were set on vengeance, and so perhaps it was already too late. We began our missions by freeing the Techians, Kali and Shuro-Chi, who instructed us that they would be able to contain Riven's heart if only we killed her. They also warned against the strong desires that we brought to bear in our fight, telling us that our desires as 6 immortal godslayers could feed a nation of Ahamkara, let alone just one. But maybe we should have listened more closely. Moving deeper into the heart of the Dreaming City, we faced challenges from powerful Taken and some of the Awoken's defenses that sealed Riven away. And when at last we reached the spire itself, we confronted Riven in her titanic form. She had been empowered with the darkness of the Taken energy thanks to Oryx, and her already significant power and strength as a dragon was nearly unmatched. Racing up and down the spire, we fought with her, the last dragon, the last Ahamkara, until at last the killing blow was struck, and there was nothing more that Riven could do but grant one last wish. When we took her heart to the Techians, they contained it away, but Riven's sirens still spoke to us, and revealed that we had unwittingly given her the power to grant the wish of another dark entity. As immortal godslayers, our will and desire was indeed a banquet for Riven, just as the Techians had warned. And with our wish to kill her granted, she fed gluttonously on that power. She used it to enact the whimsical wish of another being who had visited her in her time of isolation. Between the death of Oryx and our arrival in the Dreaming City, another mysterious presence had crept in. One whose name we would know in fear from this day forward. Savathun, the Witch Queen. She had also made a wish of Riven of 1,000 Voices, but this time it was not one which Riven could so easily twist or so easily grant without the requisite power. Savathun's wish, the last wish Riven granted here in this moment, was that the Dreaming City should be taken. And so, with our power having been delivered unto Riven's hungry jaws, it was so. The Dreaming City was cursed to exist in a terrible limbo. Every 3 weeks, a cycle would continue. The curse would grow in potency week by week until it crescendoed in that third and final week. And then, the cycle would begin again. Those trapped within the weft of the Dreaming City's curse are bound still to this day. They will repeat the same 3-week cycle over and over, perhaps for all eternity, until the universe has gutted out and there is nothing left but entropy. There is little that can be done to save them. None can leave, none can flee. They are trapped. They can only live out their eternal fates forevermore. Riven's final vengeance against the Awoken would not be the destruction of the Dreaming City that she had helped to build. It would not be the death of Aldrin at the hands of those looking to avenge Cade. It would instead be the cursing of the Awoken people and their most sacred place. Riven had laid a trap like this for a long time, and now, in this darkest moment, Riven's vengeance was complete. But as the curse cycle continued onward and the forces of the tower attempted to learn more about what exactly had caused it, there was an unexpected spark of light in this dark place. A ghost named Glint entered the Dreaming City. It had been doing what all ghosts do. It was searching for a guardian. His guardian. It found an abandoned monument on a distant cliff. There, under a funeral pall, a body had been laid to rest. Scanning the body, Glint determined that it was one worthy of wielding the Traveler's Light. This was the one. This was his guardian. But the man Glint raised had once been known as Aldrin Sov. As a guardian freshly reborn, this former Prince of the Reef had no memories of his past life, no recollection of the people he had killed or the pain that he had caused. He was a new person. His past life was not his to live. Soon enough he would find his former identity, his past self, and would discover the truth. But until then, he did have to choose a new name, and so he would be known as the new person that he was, no longer as Aldrin Sov, the Forsaken Prince, but as the Crow, a light bearer. In the aftermath of Riven's defeat, an age of lawlessness descended
back,
upon
chat.
the tower. Guardians had shown their open resentment towards the
Thank you
Vanguard
all for
refusing
being
to
here.
send a full force to go after Aldrin
Sorry,
Sov.
Casey also just came
The fact
home.
that a rogue
Casey is my
Guardian
wife,
had
for anyone
achieved
that
the version of
has
justice
just
most
came to the
people
stream
wanted to
this
see
today.
by taking things into their own hands
So-
only soured this wound further. It was a time when
And
we
I
saw the
told her that
authority
I
of the
was
tower
gonna
loosen to
hang
the
out with
point
her.
where we began forging
So-
strange alliances with many new faces. Of particular note would be Ada One of the Black Armory, the former
I'm gonna
Emperor
pause
of
it real
the
quick.
Cabal.
So we're like 5 hours. So we just started the next chapter, and we have 5 hours left. We can do the rest of this 5 hours tomorrow. I told Casey I was going to hang out with her. So what I will do is we are going to do the last album for today right now. And if you stop by tomorrow morning Eastern, I will do the rest of the emblems that I'll have. So the other, so right now we're going to do another, excuse me. We're going to do another fully operational, and then tomorrow we'll do the rest of the fully operational, the 2 Midas tractions, and the Luminary kaleidoscope if it works. So what we'll do is we'll move this over here, and then after this we'll do the final shape collectors. So we'll open that today, and I'll give you guys those redeemable codes, and then we will take it from there. So let me get rid of this.
So the keyword is going to be exclamation point Pedro, all caps. And we'll do a 5-minute timer. And we'll start now. And while we're doing that, I'm going to get the other stuff ready for the collector's edition. Adam, you'll have to do exclamation point Pedro. Okay, so I don't know how well you guys can even hear me, but we'll see how it goes. Remember, chat exclamation point Pedro. I need this. Throw this in. You go on. This way. Yep. Lock this. Go in. Lock it in. Unlock all these positions. Okay. It should work. Oh, something's not unlocked. There we go. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Chill, 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 chill. Ah! Okay. What are you doing? Okay, let's turn this off real quick. So all the major points are locked except for the ones that actually move around. Let's try it one more time. Why is it trying to do it like that? What the? Just hold up like that, can't man? Ah.
Hello there.
Whoever followed the stream, thank you. Hold on, I'm running into minor difficulties here. Oh, there's something in the back. Okay. Sorry, I haven't used this thing in a while, so. Okay. Perfect. Oh, it's a little bit too weighted on the side. There we go. Okay. So we'll wait for this to be done. Yo, Vade Flux, thank you for the follow. Okay, chat. 10 seconds. Oh, Black Lord, you got in there just in time. And the timer is done. Okay, so who will get it? We're going to draw it in 3, 2, 1. Joy Boy Dre, you have gotten the emblem. I will send you the emblem code now through a whisper. Do a quick whisper here. There you go. In chat, so that's the last emblem for today. There will be 5 more emblems tomorrow. So please stop by. It's going to be the final shape release, so everyone better be ready and excited. So now what we'll do is let me put on the cooking stream. Whoa, you got my backside. So let's open up the... Of course, Joy Boy, you're welcome. Okay, so let's go to... Well, why is it really slow? Is it supposed to be this slow? Is it not working? Hello? Okay. So, is this connected? Well, it's really far behind. I'm gonna turn it off real quick. Hold on. Okay. Why is it beeping? Okay, here we go. The final shape DLC. Looks like we get the tower, some... Oop. It looks like we get a tower replica, some Vanguard figures, Vanguard mission dossier, some mission patches, an autograph book. Ooh, and some codes. Hell yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and open this bad Larry. Carefully, of course. I don't want to cut too much of the box. Now, I know that there's an emblem code specifically for people that buy the collector's edition, so I will be redeeming that for myself. Sorry, Emblem Goblins. But you will get all the other ones that I think everybody should know about already, but just in case if you have not seen the other 4 redeemable ones. And we'll worry about the trash later. I don't know why you're beeping. Shut up, you super machine. Okay. God, that's tight. Oh no! It's falling apart! What the hell? My stupid thing the stupid thing turned off. I don't know why I even have my headset on. I don't need my headset. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It's yeeting itself freaking. So I know that there's like a magnet. So I really like the box. Like these boxes are always so clean. Like I always get the damn movement wrong on it. So somewhere here should be a seal. It might be right here. Oh, right here on the side. Oh, so it opens up like this. Okay. Ooh, look at that artwork. That's so beautiful, man. So pretty. And it looks like we got a letter from Ido. And then if I turn it a little, oh my god, this stupid thing. This thing is supposed to be able to hold my phone. And it doesn't want to do that. I need to figure out why this thing like causes so many problems all of a sudden now. Like it's leveled. There should be no issues with this. It's because it's not centered. That must be it. It's because okay, so it has to stay like that unless it gets very finicky. So we have a classified records book. That's pretty cool. It has some string to open it. I'll have to make sure I use this string to close it up again so I can put it back in the box. Because I don't really keep the stuff out. I just make sure I put everything in. Or keep everything in. Ooh! We got a little bit of a cool badge. If I ever wanted to put on something. Oh, I have an emblem code. That's going to go here for now. And we have a book. So we'll do tuck that back in. We'll put this in there. There's nothing else in here, so then we'll tie this back up. So it sounds like that the elixir are going to get heavily involved, which is good. Because we haven't heard from them in a while. But, hold on. Just trying to put this back together. Okay. Yo, can you shut up? Ooh, this feels nice. The Collectio Autographium. Oh, is it like a very long bind for it? Okay. Yeah, this feels like really nice leather. What is this? Are these like tickets for something? These coupons do not expire. Use them anytime but from Morris. Oh, these like ramen coupons? Yo, we're getting spicy ramen tonight, boys. Hell yeah. Look at those. Those are sick. Oh, we got some like decoding stuff here. I'm sure that people already figured that out. So I'm not gonna go too far deep into it. I'm sure that releases all the other emblem codes. And then oh yeah, I should put like actual photos in here. Oh, they have like different characters. It's all like the characters in the game. That's so cute. Okay, let's tie this back up again. Which I don't remember how to do. Okay. And then the piece de resistance, I think. Oh my god, it fell sideways. No. Okay, I'm just gonna try to prop up my phone somehow and not use this thing. We'll use the books I just got. Whoop. Whoop. Okay, that works. This over here for now. So here is the old tower. God, that looks so cool. Like it has the slope, it has the top of it. Like if I bring it up here, like you get like the top of the tower. Like it just looks so clean. And then does it have to plug in anywhere? It does. And there's a little volume knob for it. Okay. So let's look in here. We got our guardians. So we have Zavala and Ikora. Oop. I think. Is there only two? Oh, I thought there was three. Oh, and here's the cord. Why did I think that there was another one? Is there another one on the back? Or there only two of them? No, there's three. How do you get? Where's the third guy? Because like in the foam, there's only two flares. Am I missing something, chat? Thank you, Roa. I'm trying to see how come there's only two figures though. Because there's supposed to be three. Like maybe I'm missing something here. So let's see if I can plug this in real quick. Oh, I need a USB port. Okay. We'll bring this back to the desk. Puzzle time. Oh, what? Do you get like the third character from it? So I bring over these guys with my phone. Okay. So, how do I know if it's on or not? I plugged it into the computer. Oh, it's on. Okay. I don't know which way the volume goes, so I guess we're just gonna have it on blast for right now. So, let's try this person. Is there volume? Is it supposed to do something? Oh no. Or you need to crowbar to get to the secret compartment. Oh no. Okay, seriously, am I like missing? Like it's on, right? Yeah, it's on. So like, is there something else? Like, does it need more power? Do not crowbar anything on this. That was a joke. I figured. Um. And the only thing that sucks is I don't have like a USB to like outlet connector. So like am I just being really dumb right now? I feel like this shouldn't be this hard to figure out. You don't need force, just thinking and doing. But like I'm not getting any like is there supposed to be like any sounds to this or something? Hmm. Because like it's just weird that like no, it's definitely the camera, I think. I don't know why it's lagging. I don't know why I don't know why it's doing that. So if I think of how do we hmm Chad, we're not doing any more emblems today. We will be doing some more emblems tomorrow. I'm right now trying to figure out how to unlock this. I'm guessing unlock it. There's supposed to be 3 figures, so but like I just can't tell if the thing's on, man. How do I tell? Like maybe if I just have it like that? Hmm. Is there like any manuals on this at all? Or no? Okay, so there's 3 figures. Is it in the book thing? Is that what's going on here? Let me put my phone up here. Is it in the book? I'm guessing it's in this book. Because there was like a weird diagram. It doesn't look like the tower. Hmm. Oh, okay. I'll be honest. I think I might just like look it up because I don't want to keep Casey waiting. for any longer. And it's like I love mystery stuff, but like especially if it's like in game for that kind of stuff. But let's see here. Let's look up. Let's look up. Hold on. I'm just gonna put us up in the air real quick, chat. So Destiny 2 Final Shape Collector's Edition Secrets. Okay, we got the puzzle solution. So we got on the first page, there's a huge mess of blue lines. So if we're looking at everything here, ramen, oh, okay. So those give you numbers. So those are for the emblem codes. I'll give you guys these emblem codes too. So those are some more emblems. Let's see. So they said, like, I thought there was 3 figurine drop ceiling dash cam. I know. The third one was hidden inside. Oh, okay. You need to place the 2 you get on top of it to unlock the door. No, I can't figure it out. Wait, so you just put both of them up here? Like what? The issue is I can't tell if it's, oh, those are lights. So these are lights. They aren't like readers. Yeah, I know there's 3 figures, but I only have 2. So I'm guessing the other one is inside. Like, how do you fit? Go to Dado's video. Oh, he has a video. Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, let me switch over to the main monitor here, and we'll. I'll bring that up again in a second. Put Zavala on the back. Oh wait, am I? I am dumb. So if I go back to, oh, so I didn't see this. Oh, did you hear that? I didn't hear. I didn't know that there was a bat. Oh, yo, that's so cool. Listen, how? Listen, how am I supposed to know that he's gonna fit like that? Oh no, they fit. So wait, if I do it this way, does it work? Oh, it's only with Zavala in the back. Okay. Do they have to face a particular way too? Damn, how does it know that? Okay.
Listen, you can shame me all you want, okay? I'm perfectly fine with being shamed. Is that it with this? Is that how you unlock the third figure? There's nothing else with it? How come the lights aren't turning on? Like the like it looks like there's no lever on this side, so I don't think this side opens up. There's one more secret. Oh jeez. Okay, I'm gonna stop the streaming with the phone because that's a little annoying. Yeah, I built the tower faster than the last city. Let's go. So there's one more secret. So if I put both of these here, did anything happen? Hmm. Okay, so that opened that. Oh, same tech as my... I don't have any amiibos. I've never owned an amiibo before in my life. So there's nothing else in there, so I can keep the foam chilling in here for now. What if I did... Thanks for stopping by, Timmy. Have a good one. Oh, did I hear something? No amiibo. I just like never got into those things. It's like, what if I put everything here? Like, these are lights, right? Like, yeah, the damn thing's supposed to light up. Is it just not getting enough power? How much power does it need? 5 volt output. Okay. Like, it shouldn't need that much power. So let's see here. Well, now that I know they can fit on the back, now I'm unstoppable. But where do they go? Where do they go, chat? I don't know. Hmm. Let me check. That looks correct to me, Adam. Yeah, that looks correct to me. Vanished. Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted.
Oh, not that. Oh no, they all fell. Okay, so I'm gonna look up a data video. I know, cringe. I know. I just I just don't have time, man. I'm sorry. Thank you for stopping by, Roa.
Bungie sent me a Final Shape Collector's Edition.
Thank you for stopping by today, Roa. I hope you come by
As soon as that one
tomorrow
shows up,
for the
I
release
will
of
give
the
that one
final
away.
shape.
That's like into like 2 or 3 weeks or something like that. But for now,
I'll catch you later, my
crack this
dude.
sucker open. This condom, this light, travel in this.
Thank you, Roa.
Not my department, so
Roa.
I'm sure somebody else.
Okay, let's see here.
The kids of the picture, it comes out.
Oh, the picture comes off.
Oh, and the
Listen.
instruction manuals in the back. This is instructions, not USB-C.
Hey, I didn't get an instruction manual.
What we got? It might be tough to see whatever is happening because the lights are shining very, very bright. I'm not sure what's supposed to be lighting up. It would have. I realized that looking at the instruction manual was probably the play, but I didn't think I was gonna have trouble figuring out how to light this thing up. Putting that scammer device straight into my computer. I take risks. Oh, the power button's on top.
Wait, what? Huh?
I literally PogChamped IRL.
Wait. The power button. Huh? Yo! Why would they do that? Did you take off all the foam from the box? Like, oh, no, I didn't. Is there a location you want the Guardians in? If you could put us in front of the Travel Aussie, like the Traveler portal, that'll be cool.
Right there. So the mode button. Okay, so here's the on button. It was right here. It's kind of sneaky. You guys hear that?
Oh.
Mode button. Oh my god, these buttons are sneaky, bro.
Oh wait, there's different modes? Wait, hold the F. Hold the F door. This is what happens when you don't get the instructions, chat. So if I just press yo. But yeah, if you could get the Nezi arena, Adam, like with us like posing in front of the Traveler, that'll be cool. What is that noise? Okay, is there anywhere else that you can press that just magically becomes a switch? No? Okay. What do you mean I'm mocking Dad? I'm not mocking Dado. I'm just trying to learn. Whoa! Power GPU, what are you doing here? What the? What the hell? Wow. Thank you very much, Power GPU. Holy crap. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness. Guys, hold on. What's my command for this? It's at power. Guys,
Hello there.
guys, go follow Power GPU. In fact, go buy a computer from them. I am not sponsored from them, but I'm a big fan of
Hello there.
Leopard Stealth, and he's sponsored by them. They have I've heard they have the greatest support out there, so yeah, I know who you guys are. Hell yeah, man. Thank you very much. Oh my god. No, I am not. I am not trashing Dado at all. I am trying to. And thank you everybody for all the followers. You guys are amazing. Oh my goodness. We just been watching some of Bife's video, the 10-hour long one,
Hello there.
and we've been doing some Emblem giveaways today. We stopped that, and we're gonna do some more tomorrow morning, Eastern. So be ready to come by and stop by and to see that.
Hello there.
And we'll be ready for the final shape when that comes around. I do affiliate link when. Listen, that's that's on Power GPU, and I don't have a manager, so for whoever to reach out to me, I guess. I do need a second PC. I was trying to make a server PC for like Plex and stuff. So I'm definitely gonna be looking around for the future. I do have a server rack, so I wouldn't need a case, but I did buy. Hold on, let me go get it real quick. Oh, you guys have built servers before? That's awesome. Hold on, let me quickly change to talking to chat. The room's kind of a mess right now. So hold on. So as you can see, it's not put together. And I only have the case. I don't have anything else. But that's all we got right now. Ugh. Magic, you have an entire home lab? Holy. But that's crazy. If you have any server questions, let me know. I definitely will. I don't have any right now, and some of my coworkers build some servers too, so I definitely been asking him questions and stuff on it. But right now I just have the case, just slowly building and getting parts, but you'll be in the Power GPU Discord. Okay, awesome. But okay, so we got a little off track. Thank you again, Power GPU, for the raid. That is crazy. You did not have to do that. I am flattered. Thank you very much. And we're going to finish up the unboxing of the collector's edition. Since I am a dum-dum, I didn't know that there was a button to turn this on. It had some sick music, and I just wanted to like unlock everything just to have it ready. We went through. I posted the other emblems from the collector's edition, so if you guys did not see that. Oh yeah, one more emblem. You're right. Yeah, let's do one more emblem. Okay. We're going to do one more emblem today. We'll do a Midas traction. So we'll do a Midas traction, and it will be Power GPU for the keyword. And we'll do a little 5-minute here. So if you do exclamation point, Power GPU, capital G, capital P, capital U, you have to include the exclamation point. There you go. There you go, just like magic. So if you guys put that in, you'll be in the running for a Midas traction emblem. And while that is finishing up, we will finish watching this video. I'm gonna move this over real quick while we get this.
like ambient noise. Short tap the mode button once after powering on to play ambient sounds. Short tap the mode button again to enable the plaza for interactive play. By the way, this orange is from my monitor. That is just a very cool effect from my monitor. Gotta use the little figurines. Where do I put them?
Okay, so
right here. Where are they supposed to go?
So already unlocked the third one that comes from the back of this. So, wait. So I'm putting Zavala on. Hold on. Let me get this to. Let me add in the other camera here real quick. Oh, too big. Too big. So this is supposed to be the interactive part of the tower. And I'll move this over. Oh, I didn't actually start the timer. Okay, we'll do like 3 minutes left in the timer, chat. Put an exclamation point, power GPU, capital G, capital P, capital U at the end. So apparently if you put Zavala somewhere, is it in the back again? Oh wait, I guess I might have to hit this. So is this an interacting mode? Can you guys even hear the... Can you guys even hear it?
Do not meet again. Know how proud I am of what you have done.
Bro, we get to hear Zavala? No way! Dude, that's awesome. If I put this one, does it do?
Hey, take me with you.
Nathan Fillion? Yo! And I don't remember the Ikora actress.
Stand behind you.
Dude, that's awesome.
If we do not meet again, know how proud I am of what you have done.
Man, that's just awesome. Okay, I'm gonna unplug this. Adam, I will look at the DMs right now. I want to turn this off now. Oh, is it turning off the like light speed? Oh, thank you, Monkey. Thank you guys for the follows. Thank you. Raleigh, it is exclamation point, lowercase p o w e r, capital G, capital P, capital U if you want to get in for the emblem.
Hello there.
Hello, hello. Okay, let me just put this back here real quick. And unplug this. Okay. We'll keep that over there for now. You got a couple more seconds. And let me look at the DMs real quick. Okay. Okay. We have 12 contestants. So we will excuse me. We will be drawing in 3, 2, 1. Maluis, I don't know how to properly pronounce your name, but you have gotten the emblem. Congratulations. I'll be whispering you the Midas Traction emblem. Let me just get your name right here. And oh, you have turned off whispers. Milo Elysius, if I'm still pronouncing your name, do you mind just opening or sending me a whisper real quick, and I can send you the code? And I'm just gonna type in your name real quick, just so I don't forget. Mao Elise. Okay. Or you can join the Discord and I can send you a listen, Kai, I am not good at doing names. I am so bad at doing at calling people up by their proper names. Unless someone tells me their name, I will not be able to properly pronounce it. It's a terrible thing. Like exactly, got my IQ is is low, Sag. Who did that? Who made that? Oh my god. Okay. So let me get your little whisper here. Is that the same code? I'm just gonna double copy it just in case. Okay. There you go. It has been sent. And once Mao Dark Lord Elise. No, it's not Elise. Is it Elias? What was that emblem? The emblem was Midas Traction. So Midas Traction looks like this emblem. And we have, when does the servers come back up? The servers come back up, I'm thinking of Eastern time. I think it's 9 a.m. Pacific or 10 a.m. Pacific. But let's see here. No problem, Mao. I was gonna say Mao. But yeah, so we do have one more of Midas. We have 2 more fully operational. Fully operational is this emblem. And these ones will be tomorrow. We will do these emblems tomorrow morning. We'll finish up the BYF video, hopefully before final shape. And then we also have a Luminary Kaleidoscope that I think the code should still work. I'm going to do this one last, just in case if it doesn't work, because I did this one first for someone and it wasn't redeemable, but they already had the emblem. So, oh well. But yeah, like normal reset time. Thank you, Tiago. But yeah, I know it was you, Adam, little scallywag. But again, chat, thank you all for the follows today. I do need to go eat dinner with my wife. Thank you again, Power GPU, for the raid. I very much appreciate it. I do want to send the love of a Twitch raid to somebody else. So what we'll do is let's raid let's see here. Let's do About Beverages. About Beverages is also a Destiny 2 streamer. But right now he is streaming Ghost of Tsushima. And
I don't know if it's his first time playing. I never played the game myself. But everyone go in there, drop a follow. I'll have my eyes on you if you don't follow him, okay? I have my eyes on you. But everyone go in there, do prof creep. It's going to be prof D5 creep.
Hello there.
And then everyone say Diddles Raid, okay? We're going to do our creep emblem. It's a follower emblem, and we're going to do Diddles Raid, okay? I'll see you on the other side. Peace.
Hello there.